Hey guys, hey friends, my name is Jackson and welcome back to my channel, Gender Not Found. So I'm gonna do a really massive Best of Redditor Updates video. It's 8:30 right now. I know it's pretty late to be starting a video, but I don't really care. I wanted to work on my video a little bit, so I'm gonna do this anyway, and I'll get the rest done tomorrow, and there might be some that has to leak into Wednesday, but hopefully I can finish this tomorrow and then post it tomorrow. But I'd like for this to be at least 5 hours. I want it to be my longest video yet. And it's gonna be all just best of Redditor updates. So like there's no other like stuff in this. There's just best of Redditor updates.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm gonna start by I guess I have to start by going to my saved posts. Okay. I've just been like going around on Reddit for a bit, looking at different posts and stuff. So the first story is from Best of Reddit Updates, obviously. I found my boyfriend's Reddit account. Will I be the asshole to break up over this? And this one's marked as concluded. I am not OOP. Yeah. So, same as always, just assume that whoever posts this is an OOP. If they are OOP, then I will say so. But I also don't think you're allowed to post this if you're OOP. You have to be like someone else to post it. But anyway, originally posted /am I the asshole. I found my boyfriend's Reddit account. Will I be the asshole to break up over this? Trigger warnings, manipulation, emotional infidelity. Original post was on March 14th, 2024. So, like 10 days ago. 11 days ago. I, 24 female, have been with my boyfriend, 25 male, for 2 years. I have a Reddit account he knows about, usually just posting our cat sometimes and just me looking at memes and lurking other various subreddits. I'm not very active on there, but I know how it works. My boyfriend doesn't have a Reddit account, or at least I thought he didn't. He never really spoke about it, and he just uses Facebook and Instagram. I never noticed the app on his phone, but I've never looked in his phone too hard because I never had a reason to. He went to take a shower and he left his phone in the room, and I forgot about a large package he bought, and I wanted to see the tracking on it. I went in on his email to get the tracking number and I noticed it was a whole different email. It it had Reddit emails and I was confused because he never said he had one. I found out the Reddit app was kind of hidden and I found out what his username was. I went onto my phone to look up his username and it was full of body shots and dick pics. It was obviously him. I went to see what comments he's had and they were on what comments he had and they were on OnlyFans subs and women's nudes complimenting them. I was so fucking pissed off I couldn't look any further. I haven't spoken to him about this, but he can tell that I'm pissed off and keeps asking me what's wrong, but I don't know even if I should tell him or not. This happened this morning and I've just been thinking about this the entire time. I'm thinking about just breaking up with him and getting my stuff and leaving, but I don't know if I'm being too nuclear or over dramatic, but I'm so uncomfortable about this situation. Am I the asshole? Top comments. Send a private message to him on Reddit. And then, if this was my boyfriend, I would definitely break up with him. You're not the asshole, as you can break up for any reason, any time, but that is a huge, very valid reason to break up. If you stay, your trust with him will be broken, and it most likely will never be the same as it was before. Dump him and call him by his Reddit username, not the asshole. And then there's an update 2 days later, March 16th, 2024. The main post is on my profile. A lot of comments stated that they don't think this is cheating and that's just like watching porn or whatever. He was literally commenting on these girls' nudes that he wanted to fuck them and they were hot, and sharing his dick pics. I was not okay with that, and I know for 100% if I ever did something like that, he would probably be just as pissed as how I'm now. I consider it cheating, and everyone has different definitions of cheating. I decided to gain some balls to confront him about it and have a discussion. I was an absolute nervous wreck to confront him over this, but at this point I felt like I had to say something before ending it, because after a lot of thinking, I couldn't just ghost a 2 year relationship without some conversation. We haven't spoke much since the time I found his Reddit account, and he obviously knows that I'm pissed off about something. I finally told him that I don't feel comfortable being in a relationship with him anymore because I found his Reddit account. I could tell his stomach dropped, and he immediately denied it. I told him don't deny it because I know it's yours. I couldn't believe what he ended up saying, but he said if I'd stay with him, he'd allow me to do what he's doing, like make an OnlyFans or share my nudes to people on Reddit. I was not interested. He would allow me? He did that shit without permission, in secret for fuck's sake. That just pissed me off pretty badly, and I gathered my things to leave. That ticked him off, and he tried to block the door to prevent me from leaving. A huge long argument between us and me threatening to call the cops scared him, so I was able to leave finally. I've been getting spam called, texted, so I had to block him. I do not plan on looking back, and completely final. Thank you for the advice on the other post. Top comments. But he said if I'd stay with him, he'd allow me to do what he's doing. Excuse me, what? Dude is completely lost in the sauce. It's a miracle you got together in the first place. It must feel terrible to learn that he is not the man you thought he was, but thank heavens you discovered it before marrying him or having children. You dodged a huge bullet. Stick by your guns no matter how many times he calls or texts. You're worth more than someone like him. You are doing the right thing. Best of luck to you. Who the fuck would compare that to watching porn? His behavior was just horrible and you absolutely did the right thing. Be safe and good luck moving forward. I couldn't believe what he ended up saying, but he said if I'd stay with him, he'd allow me to do what he's doing, like make an OnlyFans or just share my nudes to people in Reddit. Dude really thought that was his Hail Mary play, huh? Big oof. My brain after reading that. If there was a list of the possible worst responses to this situation, that would be close to the top. The fact he says this is baffling. Like, bro, who in God's name even says that to their partner? Guess this man does, and yikes, all the way. Some people just have a hard time understanding that other people think differently than they do. If he wants to do it, she must want to, too. Bingo. My ex-boyfriend wanted to be topped by a pre-bottom surgery trans woman. He said he wanted to know what taking a real dick felt like, but didn't want to fuck a dude. If I would allow him to do this, I could either fuck her with him or find my own online stranger to screw. He was shocked when none of what he'd said appealed to me. Like, how porn sick do you have to be to think this is normal? My guess is that she said, how would you feel if I was posting stuff like this? And he was like, I'll allow it. He'll allow it? Yeah. My parents won't attend my wedding. New update. And this is marked with new update, so I guess it's not complete. But anyway, my parents won't attend my wedding, originally posted to r/raised by narcissists, which is a sub that I just kind of ghost around on. I don't really post there, although I have some stories. Trigger warning, emotional abuse and manipulation, controlling behavior, classism, verbal abuse. Okay. Original post, January 16th, 2024. My parents won't attend my wedding, and here's why. Short story. At 24 female, I find myself in a heartbreaking situation. My parents won't be at my wedding. The reason? I refuse to invite their friends, I'll call them the Scots, who made my life a living hell during the year I lived in their guest room. From false accusations to disrespecting my fiance, things reached a breaking point. Fast forward to wedding planning, and the Scots became a point of contention. When I stood firm on not inviting them, it led to a family fallout. Despite my attempts to mend things, my parents are boycotting the wedding. Long story. In 2021, fresh out of college, I moved to a new state for a job. Facing high rent, the Scots, family friends of my parents, offered me their guest house for near $300 a month. Little did I know, this seemingly sweet deal would lead to a year of turmoil. The Scots, longtime friends and business partners of my parents, had 3 kids. As soon as I settled in, the Scots became excessively involved in my personal life, particularly my relationship. The situation took a dark turn as they fabricated scenarios to my parents, accusing me of promiscuity, rarely being home, and even planning to secretly move in with my boyfriend. Their disdain for my boyfriend was palpable, treating him with passive aggression, condescension, and even making derogatory comments about him being adopted. The interference escalated with family meetings, where they labeled me as a poor influence on their teenage daughter, criticizing my boyfriend, whom they had met only 3 times. And I have to add, my boyfriend and I don't drink or smoke and both have careers. My boyfriend is a perfectly good man and was always respectful of them respectful to them despite their poor treatment. The dad of the Scott family went to the extent of sharing his marriage problems and lack of a sex life, blurring the boundaries of landlord/tenant inappropriate relationships. The breaking point came when the fridge in the guest house broke, and they insisted I foot the bill for a $900 replacement. Their influence over my parents was significant, as my parents rarely had my back and sided with the Scotts, constantly belittling my boyfriend without reason. By the end of 2022, I decided to move out with some girlfriends of mine, leaving without saying goodbye to avoid further confrontation. Fast forward to the summer of 2023, my boyfriend and I were living together in a new state, and he proposed. To my surprise, when he asked my parents for their blessings, they were supportive and enthusiastic. My parents were even flown out to witness our engagement. As we delved into wedding planning in the fall of 2023, my fiance's parents generously offered to finance the wedding. Strangely, my mother declined involvement in the planning, claiming she hated it. Despite repeated invitations from myself and my future mother in law, she insisted we handle everything on our own, a departure from the typical involvement of the mother of the bride. My mother in law did fly my mom out to New York for wedding dress shopping, which was fun, but my mother insisted on the trip that this was all she wanted to do. Winter 2023 brought a text from my dad urging me to invite the Scotts. I respectfully declined, citing the distress it would cause me on our special day. This refusal triggered a nuclear war within the family. My parents, adamant about the Scotts' inclusion, declared they wouldn't attend the wedding. My dad accused me of starting my happy life by destroying his, and my mother uninvited me to Christmas. In attempts to salvage the situation, I apologized and tried to explain my decision. However, my parents were unreceptive, hurling insults and baseless accusations, claiming my side of the family has been cancelled. My mother then flipped the script and threatened to expose details on social media of my disrespect to the family if I didn't show up for Christmas. Despite exchanging Christmas and birthday greetings via text, I've not spoken to them about the situation. The pain of their absence and the harsh words linger as I approach my wedding day. I'm confused, I'm guilty, I'm in pain. The fallout, all because I refused to invite the Scotts. And then OOP added an edit to the original post. Thank you, another user, for letting me know about it. Edit, we are having a destination wedding and the festivities will begin 3 days prior to the wedding. So, if I caved in and invited the Scots, I would have to endure up to 4 days of them. I don't want to walk around the resort and turn around and have to see them and instantly get into a bad mood. Also, I am afraid if my parents decide to show up without the Scots, that they will cause drama. Relevant comments. Making derogatory comments about him being adopted, criticizing my boyfriend, belittling my boyfriend. It sounds like a perfectly reasonable decision for the boyfriend and his parents, who are the ones financing the wedding, to decline to invite these Scott people. I don't think the bride or her parents have a choice in this matter. Yeah. And then OOP responds, my future in laws don't want the Scots there, but they would be willing to bite the bullet for me because they feel terrible about my parents not attending. They're such good people, but there's no way in hell I'm going to let that happen, especially since they were doing so much for me out of the kindness of their hearts. However, this actually came up in the argument with my parents, and my dad literally said, I don't have to ask your fiance or his mother for permission to invite who I want to the wedding of my daughter. My parents say the Scots did everything out of protection. It makes me so angry. OOP on what her fiance thinks of the situation. My fiance has been incredibly supportive. Most of all, he just feels terrible for me and feels that I have been put in a lose-lose situation by my parents. Either I invite the Scots and be absolutely miserable on our wedding, or I don't invite them and my own parents opt to not attend. He also doesn't want the Scots to attend, but he would be willing to bite the bullet if I was desperate for my parents to come. However, like many comments below, I don't want to start my life with an ultimatum from my parents. If I cave in now, who knows what they will do in the future. I am blessed to be marrying someone who is patient, caring, and supportive. On why OOP thinks the parents want the Scots there. The Scots invest money into my dad's small business and they split ownership 50-50. In the initial text from my parents, my dad said that he has been losing sleep for months thinking about how he was going to tell the Scots they're not invited to my wedding. I think my dad is afraid that if he doesn't invite them, the Scots will get pissed and pull out. This is speculation, but if this is the case, then some people are right and this is like a blackmail thing. But I don't want to feel guilty. Why do I have to invite people who give me a visceral reaction of anxiety and stress just because my dad is afraid to tell them no? And then there was an update January 27th, 2024. Wait, hang on. Wait, when was the original post? January 16th. Okay, got it. Okay. Context from my original post. Update. I woke up this morning to a bunch of texts from my mother. She demanded that I end my engagement, cancel the wedding, quit my job, and move back to their home. She started saying things like, I know you're unhappy. It's okay, you tried. Now it's time to come home. You have some maturing you need to do. That irks me so much. My parents literally gave their blessings for my marriage 6 months ago. Now they want to change my now they want me to change their entire life because they're mad they didn't get their way. I responded and said this is my life, and if they don't want to respect my decisions, that's on them. But I am in utter shock. I am financially independent of my parent. I am financially independent of my family. I have a great job, a loving partner. How do narcissistic parents come up with this shit? New update, March 16th, 2024. Please read my first two posts for context. I've linked them in the comments. Long story. 3 months have passed since my parents declined attending my wedding. Initially, I found peace and acceptance, looking forward to celebrating with those who would be present, and knowing my parents wouldn't be there to ruin it. However, a text from my younger brother, 19 male, shattered that peace, revealing that our parents threatened to kick him out of the house and abandon him financially if he attends my wedding. This utterly crushed me. I am so close with my brothers, and I love them dearly. I have three brothers, aged 19, 22, and 27. While my older brother lives independently, my two younger siblings still live with our parents. Despite my parents' decision to not come to the wedding, I told my brothers how badly I wanted them to attend, assuring them of my support. After their shared support, I booked their travel, optimistic about their participation. I was naive to believe our parents would accept this decision. Their subsequent outburst targeted my brothers, leveraging financial threats to dissuade them from attending, claiming they are betraying the family by supporting me. I offered to financially assist my brothers if they still want to attend, knowing they'd get kicked out, but I realized the difficulty of abandoning familiarity. In response to this outburst, my brothers called me and proposed an intervention aiming to address broader familial issues, aka the bigger picture of my parents being abusive. I tried my best to explain this was a bad idea. I pleaded. Despite my reservations, I supported them via phone call. I felt I was bound by sibling loyalty. Yesterday's call confirmed my fears. Amidst vile accusations, I endured personal attacks, ranging from insults against my fiancé to baseless critiques of our life choices. My father's tirade, marked by verbal abuse, culminated in a cruel dismissal of my feelings. Here are a few notes I took during the 2 hour intervention is in quotes. My fiancé is not an intellectual because he likes to snowboard and doesn't know how to have intellectual conversations. My fiancé doesn't have royal or noble blood and therefore cannot have intelligent children. It was rude for my fiancé to not bring flowers or wine when he flew from another state for the day to ask for my hand in marriage. My decision my decision to change my job and move to a new state with my fiancé is a manipulation tactic. My dad said calling people names and insults is the right thing to do when you're mad. My dad said by my decision to change my career path is stupid and I am cutting him out of his life. What? Thinks my fiance's job as a salesman makes him a loser. My parents are mad. I never. My parents are mad I never offered to invite my uncle that I haven't seen in 13 years who lives in Russia. Literal what the fuck moment for me. My dad says my relationship is wrong and he's not happy about it and says it would be smart to break up. My dad says he regrets not punching my fiance in the face when he asked for his blessings and says it will haunt him for the rest of his life that he didn't punch him. Says the only reason he gave his blessing was to not hurt my feelings. He says my fiance's parents are mean for not responding to their texts. Called my fiance's mom a bitch. Said everyone at my engagement party is unintellectual and a redneck, and that they were shocked at the crowd I've decided to live around. The last minute of the call consisted of my dad screaming at the top of his lungs that I am stupid, an idiot, dumb, and a bitch. I started hysterically crying at this point. I felt like a little girl again. He called me a liar when I explained all the horrible things his friends did to me and why I didn't want to invite them to the wedding. He even called me a liar when I explained that his friend, 70 male, would try to talk about his sex life with me. Crying, I explained to my dad, I just wish you cared about my feelings too, because I am also really hurt and just want you to understand my perspective. He said, why the fuck should I care about your feelings? You don't respect me, my friends, or my values. Fuck your feelings, you stupid bitch. Wow. I ended the call right there. Jeez. After the call, my brother said they will still be attending my wedding because this has become an issue of standing up to my father's unacceptable behavior. Despite my brother's attempts at defense, we were outmatched by our father's narcissism. Enduring the call with agony was agonizing, yet crucial for my siblings to witness his true nature. Gaslit and invalidated, I feel so dehumanized. I never thought I would someday blow up my parents. Today marks day one of going no contact. Oh my gosh. I wonder if the Scots wanted to marry OOP off to a person in their family, and that's why they're trying to get the parents to end it. Considering Senior Scott keeps talking about his dead bedroom to her, it seems he wants to upgrade her to at least mistress status. My thoughts as well. Her parents basically chose the Scots over their daughter because of money. At the end of the post, it's even clearer where her father's loyalty and priorities lie. I would not doubt one bit that if old man Scott wanted her to be his mistress, the father would have agreed. Fuck parents like this. They don't deserve to have kids. I hope something can be done to report his emotional abuse. Yeah, for real. Jeez, dude. And yes, having lived with a narcissistic father, I can confirm this is how they act, and my Daniel has had plenty of these, like, hours long conversations, which was really just him lecturing at us about why we're all terrible people. So, anyway. Okay, I think we should do one more. So, am I the asshole for ruining my mom's engagement party after she abandoned me when I was 11? What? Okay. Trigger warnings, emotional abuse and manipulation, anger issues, possible neglect, verbal abuse, physical violence. Original post was March 4th, 2024. And this is ongoing, so the story isn't finished yet. And if there are any other updates or whatever, I'll let you guys know. I, 17 male, have a strained relationship with my mom, 35 female, after an incident that happened about 6 years ago. My mom was super strict and a helicopter parent, so we fought. Wait, 35 and you're 17. That means she gave birth to you when she was. Okay, yeah, 35. Hang on. I'm too tired to do maths in my head. 35 minus 17. Okay, yeah, she had you when she. That means she had a kid when she had this kid when she was 18. My mom was super strict and a helicopter parent, so we fought a lot over my grades and the trouble I got into at school. She had essentially abandoned me, signing over custody to my dad after I had told her something along the lines of, I hate you and I wish I lived with dad, typical things an angsty preteen says to their parent. But that fight seemed to have broke her, and she cried before dropping me off at my dad's apartment. I thought it wouldn't be a big deal, and I would just see her the next day after she proved her point, but she left me there. After that, things got essentially worse for me. My grades dropped, and I kept getting into trouble at school, almost to the point where I was kicked out. My dad never had job security, so money was tight. His girlfriend also wasn't fond of me, saying I was dumped on them. I wanted to go back to live with my mom. I thought to apologize, but my mom had essentially moved on with her life. She went back to college to get her degree and was always studying, and later on was focused on her new work. On the weekends, I would get to see her. Things were tense between us. She tried so hard to be the fun parent, eating takeout and leaving me to do what I wanted, but it was so unlike her, and we became more estranged. 3 years ago, she started dating Paul, 39 male, a widower with two daughters, 9 female and 13 female. She started treating his daughters like they were her own, and they started calling her mummy, which irritated me. Eventually, they moved into my mom's house and changed my childhood bedroom into one of the daughters' rooms. I was livid when I found out, saying some mean things about the girls, and refused to go back there for my mom's weekends, but she was confused on why I was acting this way. Because of this fight, she thought I wouldn't be attending the engagement party when she announced her and Paul would be getting married. Besides, she didn't want me there to ruin the perfect picture of a new family. So I made it a point to go for the party and called her out on her behavior. I wanted to confront her and tell her she wouldn't have to bother with me after I go off to college, but I may have taken it a tad too far. Everyone kept talking about how Paul's daughters were like her children, and how it would be when she had more kids, and it snapped something in me. I called her a horrible parent and told her she was trying to replace me with the little brats after she had abandoned me, along with some other insults I really don't remember. Paul kicked me and my dad out, saying I was an asshole for making his fiance and girls cry and ruining the engagement party. He said I won't be allowed to the wedding unless I called and apologized. I may have taken it a bit too far, but my dad agrees she had it coming after abandoning a young child at an age where I needed my mother. So am I the asshole and should I apologize? I'm gonna say you're not the asshole for saying all that stuff to your mom, but you are the asshole for calling the two innocent girls brats who, I mean, I don't know, like, how innocent they are, like, if they, if they act like spoiled, entitled children or not, but, like, still, you shouldn't call them brats, and you made them cry, so I think I'm gonna give you like 1 out of 5 buttholes, and your mom gets 5 out of 5 buttholes for abandoning her child. Verdict, not the asshole. Relevant comments. Info, can you give examples of her helicopter parenting style? And then OOP responds, it was mostly to do with homework. She would check my work every day for notes from my teachers, whether or not it was neat and correct. She also wrote to my teachers to have my place in class changed, so I was closer to the front and I would pay attention. I wasn't allowed to use the internet unless it was for school, and she made sure to check for that. She was also pretty strict about my sleep schedule and what I ate. I wasn't able to go for any sleepovers either until I started living with my dad. This is above the pay grade of the sub. You are a child, and she is an adult and your mother. She needs to do the emotional work of creating the conditions for your reconciliation. If she can't, you need to focus on your own growth and figuring out how to establish yourself in life. It doesn't sound like she's going to be coming through on that, so you are on your own. This that is of far bigger significance than whether you are the asshole or not. Take care of yourself, not the asshole. Someone already said this is above this sub's pay grade. It is very obvious that you have some deep emotional issues towards your mom and you feel abandoned. Ultimately, she is the parent and she has to take the majority of the responsibility for the way your relationship has turned out. But quite frankly, I think you need to really take a look at the role you played in this as well. You acknowledge that you hurt her feelings when you told her you hated her. You just assumed you'd see her later. Did you apologize to her? You said she tried to do fun things with you on the weekends, but you also said you didn't like that either. At no point do you actually say you apologize to her at all. Instead, it seems like your behavior escalated and you continue to lash out. Your mom could have possibly tried harder, but it seems like she is damned if she does and damned if she didn't. You have made your feelings of hurt and resentment and abandonment very clear in this post. At what point do you acknowledge that your mom is also a person with feelings and that you may have continuously, without apology, hurt her too? Not sure if I want to call you an asshole, but I don't want to call your mom one either. No assholes here? With question marks. Hi, child of divorced parents here. From the bottom of my heart, you're the asshole. Trying to help your child and being strict with them after they get bad grades and get in trouble in school is normal. You didn't like the consequences of your actions, so you lashed out. And you got exactly what you wanted. She was too strict in helicoptering, you hated it. She was the show weekend parent, you hated it. Didn't want to live with her, got what you wanted. Deal with your actions and stop blaming her for them. And please, please either apologize and change your tune or leave that woman and her family alone. Okay. And then there's an update in the comments, same day, 5 hours later. Update, there's a lot going on here and I haven't had the time to look through everything, so I still haven't decided on what to do. But to answer some questions, helicopter parenting. I mentioned some of the things my mom did, but it didn't give the entire picture. Some people say it was just usual parenting, but it felt so constricting and it was very different from when I was at my dad's. I also wasn't the smartest kid out there, and sometimes it felt like I was being punished for that. Did we have arguments before? My mom and I were prone to screaming matches if I didn't immediately do what she said. No, I never hit her. It was mostly shouting. Did I apologize? No, I didn't. I know that would be my single biggest regret. I don't know if that warrants the rest of what happened or if it would have changed anything. What was the trouble at school? It mostly had to do with phasing out or losing my patience. I got into a couple of fights with other kids who teased me on my home situation, but it was nothing serious. As mentioned, I'm not an academic, so there was always trouble with that. Therapy? I spoke to someone when I was younger and my parents had me see the school counselor 2 years ago, but I find it hard to talk to other people. I'm also on meds which were supposed to help with my moods. I'm wondering if maybe OP has, I don't know, like a learning disability like autism or something else. ADD. I don't really know. Like, I can't, obviously, I'm not like a doctor or anything, so I can't speak on whether OP actually has something. I'm just saying it kind of sounds like it kind of sounds like maybe symptoms of something going on like a learning disability or something. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not able to like diagnose anyone properly, but I'm wondering if his parents took him to see a doctor to see if his problems were like based on something, like to see if he had a learning disability, to see if he was okay. Anyway, dad and mom's situation. My parents separated when I was a baby. My dad is 40 and used to work in construction until he got injured and could no longer pay child support. When my mom transferred custody, she began to pay support. I'm with my dad full time and my mom on weekends when I feel like going. When I break, my mom takes me out of state to Grants where we stay with the rest of the family. I can do the math. I know how old my mom was when she had me and that I basically ruined her life, so there's no need to point that out. Well, it's not your fault. I mean, she chose to have a kid. She could have terminated the pregnancy. I'm not saying she should have, but I'm just saying she could have. But she obviously made the choice to have the baby. Either she had the intention to get pregnant before she had you, or she accidentally got pregnant and then chose not to terminate and chose to keep you instead. So she had options, but she chose to keep you, so it's not your fault and you didn't ruin her life. Uh, there's an overwhelming amount of attention on this post that is giving me mixed messages. I mean, maybe you, like, think he does. Maybe you think that she. Maybe she thinks you ruined her life, but that's on her, not on you. Anyway, there was an overwhelming amount of attention on this post that is giving me mixed messages. I regret posting this because of how confused it has gotten me about my parenting childhood, but I do appreciate the support and advice, especially from other people who have had similar issues. I will try and do another update when I figure out what to do. And then there's an update number 2, March 15th, 2024. Update 2, final update. Okay, it says it's the final update, but at the same time, it's marked as ongoing, so I don't know. So a lot has happened. I never expected this post to get this much attention with so many mixed reactions, and honestly, it confused me to say the least. While this forum was blowing up, I had to go to school like normal. It's been a few weeks since the engagement party, and a kid who was there had been relentlessly mocking me for what happened. I thought he would eventually let it go, but yesterday when he brought it up again, I lost my cool and got into a physical fight with him. He was given detention, but I was suspended. The school called my mom and got Paul instead. Since she was in a meeting, he came and got me. Things were awkward in the car ride, but we didn't say a word to each other until he asked me if I was going to apologize to my mom. I told him I didn't even want to go to his stupid wedding. Paul was confused when I said this and told me that my mom had gotten mad at him for saying I couldn't attend and that she knew I wouldn't apologize if they told me to because I was stubborn. He he said she had called my dad weeks ago and said I could go because she really wanted me to be there, and my dad said he would talk to me. I don't know why, but when I heard this, I burst out in tears, embarrassingly enough. I don't know if it was the suspension or reading all the comments, but I really couldn't hold it in anymore. It took me way too long to stop, and Paul was really freaked out, so he parked somewhere and tried to calm me down. I ended up telling him everything about what happened when I was a kid and how I felt about my mom. I also confessed that I wished she would yell at me or scold me for my outburst because it felt like she didn't care anymore and just hated me for what I said. It's fucked up, I know. I thought if I ever repeated what I wrote on this post to another person, they would think I was human garbage, but he just listened to me and let me get everything on my chest. I guess that's what being a girl's dad is, huh? Mm. Surprisingly, he didn't blame me. In fact, it was the opposite. He said he understood me. He works with her, so he knew that my mom was a tough woman, and he had never seen her cry before until that day and was unsure about how to approach her after. So he didn't blame me for not knowing how to talk to her after what happened when I was a child. He didn't give me details, but he assured me that my mom didn't hate me and the situation is more complicated than what I know. Paul said I shouldn't bear all the blame, and if I was comfortable, maybe myself and my mom could go speak to the therapist he saw after his wife had passed. He was mad at my dad, though. Apparently, this was not the first time my dad had said he would talk to me about something and just didn't. Paul suspected my dad wanted to get me to have another outburst at the wedding because he was still somewhat resentful towards my mother. I don't know how to take this because, well, my dad didn't really like my mom. I don't think he would actually do something like that. Either way, I think I owe it to myself and my mom to at least try and reconciliate and deal with my trauma so I could let go of my anger towards her. I at least apologized to Paul's girls. My dad wasn't home, so I spent the rest of the day at my mom's. Um, the 9-year-old forgave me almost instantly, like she didn't actually care and asked me about dinosaurs for the rest of the evening. The 13-year-old was still pretty mad, but mostly because Paul had her give up her new room and share with her sister. I tried to say I was okay if she took back the room. I wasn't, but it only seemed right to give it to her after what I did. But Paul said they'll make a plan when they remodel. I knew I needed to apologize to my mom as well, but that just seemed so much harder. I know you guys recommended writing a letter, but I didn't really have enough time, nor did I know what I was going to say yet. There was these flower bushes in our garden too, and I have a vivid memory of when I was a kid. My mom getting mad when I destroyed one, only to forgive her when I had given her the flowers from them. It's a bit pathetic for her grown child to give her weeds because he couldn't get a word out, but I think the gesture meant the same for her like it did for me. She finally asked me if it was better living at my dad's, and honestly, I don't know. I know you guys don't think the best of him, and things did seem to be worse when I stayed with him, but he was a decent dad, and I didn't want to just lose him like I did my mom. She said she would be speaking to him after our meeting with the school on Monday for the family therapy, and if I was open to the idea of staying with her some nights during the week too. As of now, Paul has spoken to her, and she already made the appointment for us to see the therapist next week. She also spoke to me about anger management classes too, and said she would go with me if that's what I wanted. I honestly don't know if what's going to happen with school, if the therapy would work for us, and if I would ever be able to truly let go of my built up resentment. But I feel like everything's gonna be okay. Thanks for all the comments, even the horrible ones. Got me thinking just a bit. I will never be posting on Reddit again, but I do appreciate having the space to find the words to say what I needed to. And to everyone who shared their deep and some dark stories that made them relate to my relationship, I hope things turn out okay for you too. Paul seems like a stand-up guy. Meanwhile, OOP's dad has been weaponizing him against his mom. I hope OOP gets the help he needs. Alright, I think we're gonna be done with that. Because it's 9 o'clock now, so I gotta take my pills and do the rest of whatever I'm gonna do and then go to bed in a few hours. So I'll be back tomorrow. It never fails as soon as I turn on the camera every single time. Anyway, I'm back. So I'm gonna get to the Reddit stuff in a second. Um I uploaded a video before, so if you haven't seen it, it was uploaded about half an hour ago. It's just a little update on things. In the meantime, I'm just gonna go back to the Reddit stories and we're gonna read through some stuff. This keeps happening. Okay, yeah. Annoying as heck. Anyway, I'm trying to find. Alright, read that one. Okay, we haven't read this one. So, a new update 3.5 minutes later to the saga. Am I the asshole for jumping out of the way when my niece and nephew tried to push me into a pool, resulting in them falling in? New update. Um, mood spoiler. Okay. I don't want to read that because it'll kind of spoil, well, the mood. Original post, July 22nd, 2023. Or 2023, I mean. Sorry. OOP reluctantly goes to a family barbecue. OOP's nephews and nieces push people into the pool and eventually try with OOP. OOP sees this coming from a mile away and steps out of the way, and the kids fall in, along with the phone they were holding to a cord. OOP's sisters got pissed for almost letting their kids drown, and because the phone is now at the bottom of the pool, they insist that OOP should have let the kids push him into the pool, and OOP needs to apologize. And he was voted not the asshole. Update post August 17th, 2023, almost 1 month later. Too long didn't read of first half of post. OOP spends the first part of this post explaining that the kids were fully capable of swimming and that the party ended on a sour note. Turns out, drunk brother-in-law who face planted had to get stitches. Sisters and brother-in-laws texted mean shit to OOP, and he and his wife blocked them. Mom and Dad were pissed at the texts and made the sisters apologize and end this nonsense. OOP thought things were over, but instead gets a text from one brother-in-law saying OOP needs to reimburse them for the phone. OOP refuses, sends a screenshot to his parents, and says he's going no contact with his sisters. In what OOP says is an out-of-character move, the dad calls the sisters and rips them a new one. Grandkids are no longer welcome at their place indefinitely, which messes up the free babysitting mom provides. They are banned from the vacation house, and he tells them that OOP owns that vacation house, not the parents. The sisters freak out. The sisters and the husbands come over unannounced to apologize a few days later. OOP and wife are out at dinner, so they leave a note. OOP decides no contact is still the best option for now. Update to August 26th, 2023, 9 days from the previous post. Editor's note, just wanted to include this first line. Well, it's been an interesting last few days. I thought the shit had hit the fan before, but it was more of a fart compared to what's happened this week. Too long didn't read. OOP provides financial context here. OOP's sisters think the parents are dripping in money, when in fact they are not. Turns out the oldest sister and her family have been living beyond their means and are in need of a loan, which the parents can't give. She's also been renting out the vacation house once a month or so for the last 3 years and has been keeping the money. The other sister was aware of this and possibly has rented it out previously as well. OOP's parents feel awful and let OOP know. They figure that the sisters will try to convince OOP to let them rent out the house. Turns out they're right. The sisters show up and practically force their way inside OOP's house to convince them to let them use the place. They also say, quoting from OOP here, I've been a shitty brother and that I needed to step up and plan on paying for their kids' college tuition since that's what family does. OOP calls them out on their bullshit and there's a huge blow up and the sisters leave. OOP is exhausted, frustrated, and drained, and then there's an update 3 post, September 12th, 2023, 2.5 weeks from last update. Too long didn't read. OOP's parents decide they're done managing the vacation home, keeping track of who was using it, routine maintenance, etc. Because the sisters keep pressuring them to use it. OOP feels bad for his parents because he wanted them to be able to use it regularly, and now dynamics have changed, but he gets it. OOP locks the gate with heavy-duty chain lock, resets all keypads, and creates new codes, gets security cameras, and has signs put up saying the area is monitored by video. OOP gets a call from both husbands, trying to convince him to let them use the house like they always have. The oldest brother-in-law tried to go up with some friends but couldn't get in. He threatens on the phone to basically break in and acts completely entitled. The other brother-in-law sounds like he is being made to call by the sister. OOP obviously says no and considers selling the home. He also has no plans to initiate contact with the sisters, and they are not talking to him. Update post October 16th, 2023, 1 month later. Too long didn't read. OOP hires a guy to manage and look after the vacation home. Parents are continually pressured by sisters to tell OOP to open up the vacation home for Thanksgiving. They refused and instead said they would organize a gathering at an Airbnb if everyone split the cost, otherwise they would host at their place. This causes an argument because middle sister is for the Airbnb, but the oldest sister doesn't have any money. So Thanksgiving will be at the parents' house, but OOP and the wife won't be there. Parents ask OOP to not sell for now, as they would still like to use the place, but won't until sisters have come to terms with the new normal. Wife and OOP have stayed no contact with sisters, but they have called and left messages. OOP says, fuck you Google Voice, demanding OOP meets with them and work out how everyone can use the family vacation home. OOP doesn't respond. OOP also does not plan to turn the vacation home into an Airbnb. And this part is directly from the post. My parents tell me that the oldest sister and her husband are getting out of the leases for their SUV and big ass truck, and they are selling their jet skis and some other shit they've never needed. That's going to be really hard on her. She's quite the braggart and won't like being seen in something older, smaller, and cheaper. My brother in law's identity is very much wrapped up with his truck as well. He even has a small tattoo of the truck's company logo, which frankly is one of the many reasons why he and I never hung out. Okay. Update post number 5, November 27th, 2023, 1.5 months later. Title, update number 5, crap. Wrote most of this yesterday, but decided to wait to post it until I wasn't so wound up. Waiting didn't work. I'm still wound up. Sorry if this rambles. So much has happened, hard to write coherently. Things have gone to hell. I really truly did not think anything like this would happen. Short version, my brothers-in-law broke into my vacation home and they were arrested. They've been charged with breaking and entering, destruction of property, and communicating threats. All Class 1 misdemeanors. I've refused to drop the charges, as you damn well should. I might do so if I'm fully paid for the damage that they caused. I wouldn't. They were still in jail as of Saturday evening. I assume they're out by now. Things have settled down, at least I thought so. Haven't seen or heard from my sisters in over 6 weeks. My parents went up to the house for a week and had a good time. David, the property manager I hired, has worked out great. He's done a couple of repairs I asked him to do, and I've given him a list that he's going to work on. He usually sends a photo or two of wildlife or a sunset to his clients every week. It was kind of making me want to get up there. Friday after Thanksgiving, my brother-in-laws went to my vacation home. Uh, they used an angle grinder to cut through the chain on the driveway gate and damage the gate in the process. They tried to get in through the front door, ruined the lock set, and gouged the door badly. They finally got in through the utility floor door and a locked internal door. They also broke into the barn. I'm not sure why. When they went out through the front door, where they were met by sheriff's deputies and David gets notifications from the camera system when there's activity. He saw what was going on and called the sheriff's department. According to David, the brother-in-laws tried to bullshit their way out of it, but the deputies didn't buy it. Breaking into an empty house is a pretty serious thing up there. Usually it's meth heads who ransack the place and hawk everything. When the brother-in-laws were arrested, they freaked out big time, were saying how they were going to beat the hell out of me, etc. Not smart to do it in front of the cops. David and the sheriff's office tried calling my wife and me to see what we wanted to do, but we were spending the day with her parents and had left our phones in the car so we could be in vacation mode. So they booked the brother-in-laws on everything, which is what I would have asked them to do anyway. Brother-in-laws called their wives from jail, who of course freaked out. They called my folks, tried to call me, they're blocked. Tried to find a lawyer up there to arrange bail. Not easy to do, given that it's a rural area and was a holiday weekend. Older sister has zero cash and her cards are maxed out, so if they made bail, my middle sister would have had to pay for both husbands. I know they were still in jail as of Saturday afternoon. We didn't check our phones until late Friday on the way home from the in-laws. There were a ton of calls and messages from my mom, dad, David, and the sheriff's department. Talk about ruining a good day. I was in such a good mood until I looked at my phone. My wife read through the texts and listened to the messages, read them out to me, and by the time we got home, I had some idea of what was going on. I put my brain back into thinking mode, tried to get past my anger and failed. Called David and got the rundown on what had happened and how bad the damage was, resulting in more anger. I ended Friday by calling the sheriff's department and telling him there was no misunderstanding, that the brother-in-laws had absolutely no right to be on my property, and I wanted to press charges. I didn't call my folks back, and I barely slept. I waited until Saturday afternoon to call my folks. They were both pretty rattled about it all. My mom in particular. My sisters had browbeat them into telling me I should tell the cops it was all a mistake, and that I wanted the charges dropped. I refused flat out and told them there was no way I'd do that until I spoke with an attorney, and also not until I was paid in full for whatever it will cost to fix everything 100%. My mom was crying hard by the time we got off the phone, which of course made me feel like shit. My dad suggested it was time for a complete start over, but also said he thought they needed to pay for the damage. I haven't gone up to the property yet. There's nothing I can do, and I'll probably go nuts when I see the damage in person. The photos are bad enough. I'm hoping to tomorrow or Wednesday, but my job isn't one that I can just wander off from for non-emergencies. I've left messages with 2 attorney friends asking them to recommend the right lawyers to go after my sisters and brother-in-laws. I don't know what I can do exactly, but I'm hoping to get restraining orders. I have all the texts they've sent me. That might help. I'm strongly considering suing them for the money they made renting the place. I don't care about the cash, but it will help make them as miserable as possible. The gloves are definitely off at this point. Yep. Couple of side notes. Brother-in-laws had no idea I'd hired someone to keep an eye on things or that there are cameras there now. My parents knew, but I hadn't told them because they knew it would just give my sisters a reason to drama up. There are signs on the property stating it's being monitored with cameras and no trespassing signs, though. My wife had completely had it at this point. I don't blame her, she's been more than patient about it all, but she reached her limit and was not shy about letting me know. She told me it's up to me how I deal with this, but that she thought they all needed to be taught a hard lesson. The older brother-in-law likely won't face any repercussions at his job over this, but the middle brother-in-law has a security clearance, so he might. I'm hoping that will be motivation for the middle brother-in-law to pay for the damage himself immediately. David, the caretaker, has an interesting background. I knew he was friends with some of the deputies, figured it was because they were all locals. I was wrong. He was a cop in a big city for years, was shot on duty, and afterwards decided to quit and move to where his parents had retired. He still has some PTSD over it all. His dog is a certified service animal and is usually with him. I know law enforcement people tend to hang together. I guess that's how they became his friend group. I don't want to see or speak with these assholes for the rest of my life. I know this is in direct conflict with my overwhelming urge to make their lives as miserable as possible. Update post December 2nd, 2023, 5 days later. I didn't think I'd be doing another post this soon, but a lot has happened over the past 2 days. Short version, I think the corner has been turned on this crap. Thursday afternoon, I get a courier delivered envelope at my office. And it was a signed letter from both my brothers-in-law and a cashier's check for $5,000. In the letter, they made what I have to say was a really sincere apology. Among other things, they acknowledged breaking in, acknowledged it was wrong, said the $5,000 was to pay for the damage, and that they'd pay more if it cost more than that. Also said they'd stay away from the vacation home unless my wife and I specifically invited them. They also asked that I do what could to get the charges dropped as soon as possible, because they both could lose their jobs, and that they'd agree to a restraining order or whatever else it took for that to happen. There was more as well, all conciliatory, but that's the gist of it. To say this was a shock was an understatement. It was obviously a total 180 from their past behavior. I'd already made an appointment with an attorney to see about suing my brother-in-laws over the damage and try to get a restraining order. I called him and told him what I just received, and he agreed to meet with me at the end of the day instead of next week, and told me not to deposit the check. We met for about 2 hours. He ended up recommending the wife and I do a settlement and mutual release agreement with all four of them, the sisters and the brother-in-laws. He said if he went after them via a lawsuit that we'd almost certainly win, but that it could take 2 years or more, there would be sizable upfront legal fees, and that we might never see any money. He also said we could keep the $5,000 free and clear even if we didn't let them off the hook. He's drawing up the agreement. It won't be ready until Monday. The agreement will include what's essentially the civil equivalent of a restraining order. I'd already asked my property manager to work up a bid to get the damage repaired. I called him after the meeting and asked that he get me as close an estimate as possible ASAP. Got that Friday. He thinks it will take around $4,000 to fix everything. Most of that is for the front door. On Friday, my attorney contacted each of the brother-in-laws, told them told them what we were proposing, and advised them to get their own lawyers. They both agreed to it. The middle brother-in-law told him they could afford to either pay for the damages or pay for a lawyer, but not both, and they figured a lawyer wouldn't make any difference, given that they really had no defense for what they did. His biggest concern was that the charges could be dropped. From what I can tell, they're willing to do anything and sign anything to make this all go away. My attorney also called the DA's office on Friday to discuss dismissing the charges, got the name of the prosecutor and left them a message, but has not spoken to them yet. He thinks they'll dismiss the charges because the brother-in-laws are paying up, and they have no priors, but then again, he's not a criminal lawyer. Also said I should be prepared to drive up there Monday or Tuesday and tell the prosecutor in person that I want everything dismissed. He's also advised me to continue to be no contact with the sisters and the brother-in-laws, especially for the next 6 months, and that it will be really important to follow the terms of the agreement when it comes to future interactions with them. I'm guessing that the brother-in-law's change of heart is due to them having figured out what's at stake for them, what it's going to cost them in legal fees and fines, and so on. There's also the highly unlikely possibility that they could go to jail for up to 120 days. And as I mentioned, one of them has a security clearance for his job that could be at risk. So this is their Hail Mary pass to keep their normal lives. This isn't a perfect resolution to the situation, but at least it will get me past the legal and financial parts of the shit show that I've been in for the past few months. I doubt I'll ever have a civil relationship with any of them ever again, and that's fine. What I want most at this point is to close this off, get on with my life, and never speak to any of them again. I'm exhausted from this, and the wife feels pretty much the same way. Kind of a side issue, but getting the written apology was weirdly a huge moment for me. I wasn't expecting that ever, but apparently it matters to me quite a bit. The money doesn't feel particularly important at this moment. I'll damn sure take it though. Also, I'm pretty certain my middle sister and her husband came up with the money. The cashier's check is from the credit union of the company he works for. Once things are signed, I plan to make one more update, probably just an edit to this post. I'm sorry for being so pedantic. Writing these posts has helped clear my head, and the feedback has truly helped. I truly appreciate everyone's comments, insight, and support, and I really, really hope none of you ever have to go through this kind of nonsense. Same. And then there is another update post, December 7th, 2023, 5 days later. Tuesday morning, I met with my attorney, went over the agreement, changed a couple of minor things, and he sent it to my sisters and brother-in-law and brothers-in-law. It included a requirement that they pay my attorney's fee, which was about $3,000. They weren't happy about that and tried to negotiate it away, but he told them they either accepted it as is, or there would be no deal at all, and we'd proceed with suing them for the money they got from renting out the place, wear and tear from renting it, repair costs from their break-in, emotional distress, lost income from having to deal with this, attorney fees, and whatever else we could. He also told them I would push hard with the DA's office to prosecute every charge. Short version, they came in and signed it. I wasn't there. I'm told it was a pretty tense environment, that the middle brother-in-law appeared to have taken charge, and that at one point he told both of my sisters to shut the hell up, or he was walking away from the whole thing, making his own deal with us, and the rest of them could go to hell. They provided another cashier's check for $2,500, claimed that's all they had. It's close enough that we're going to accept it as the final payment. Attorney also told me that everyone was very cold and curt towards one another, but that they all managed to keep it together long enough to sign and left without making too big of a scene. I drove up to the vacation house early yesterday to check out the damage and meet with the DA's office. Seeing the damage made my blood boil. It was so senseless. I was so pissed that I was ready to eat the cost of the repairs and do everything I could to ruin their lives. Tried walking it off and failed utterly. Ended up calling a good friend who was kind enough to stay on the phone for over an hour, letting me spew and vent. He eventually got me back to focusing on the bigger picture of putting this behind me and getting on with my life. Honestly, I'm still not sure that's what I want to do, but I settled down enough to get some food in me and I feel better. After lunch, I went to the DA's office. Hadn't made an appointment and had to wait a while, but got to meet with the assistant DA who's got the case. Short version is that since I don't want to prosecute and the brother-in-laws have already paid for the damages, that they are willing to drop all the charges except trespassing, which in this case will be a Class 2 misdemeanor. The brother-in-laws will have to plead guilty and pay whatever fine the judge sets. I'm also told that if they fight the trespassing charge or ever so much as fart in public up there, that it would go very poorly for them. It helped that the brother-in-laws didn't resist arrest. If they had none of the charges would be dropped. I also went by the sheriff's office to thank them for getting there so quickly and everything. Wanted to thank the deputies personally, but only spoke to the dispatch person, and I tried to meet up with David, the property manager, but I couldn't get a hold of him. A couple of notes. The agreement includes a no contact clause. Basically, if any of them show up when my wife or I are, or the other way around, whoever got there last has to leave immediately. No contact except through attorneys or other mutually agreed upon third parties. They get to keep whatever they made from renting the vacation house, my big give unless I have tax consequences, which they will be responsible for. And we release each other from all other liabilities up through the present. There's more to it than that, but those are the high points. Wife and I will sign the agreement later today. After that, I can't talk about most of this, but I can talk around it. I think this is my final update regarding all this nonsense, but I'll respond to comments if I can. As I've said before, posting about all of this and reading folks' thoughts and responses has been really helpful and has probably been key in my being able to handle this in a relatively healthy way. So thank you all again. I have to plug in my laptop and then I'm gonna read the next update thingy. Okay, there we go. Excuse me. Alright. New update post, March 16th. March 16th, 2024, 3.5 months later, 8 months from the original post. Oldest sister and brother-in-law have filed for bankruptcy. Thought it would be worth an update for anyone who's interested. Unsurprisingly, my oldest sister and brother-in-law have filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy. While I don't care about what happens to them financially or otherwise, they've also managed to drag my parents into their mess, which I'm not happy about. At the start of the year, my brother-in-law's oversized customized Pride and Joy truck was repossessed. Pretty embarrassing for him, I'm sure. It happened at work. This was their breaking point. Without the truck, they have to share a Kia my parents loaned them, and they can barely fit in it with their 3 kids. Financially, they're fucked. They owe at least $125,000, probably more on high-interest credit cards. They have zero equity in their house and have a couple of personal loans that I'm pretty certain they got under false pretenses. They have loans on their jet skis, ATVs, and trailers. They also owe a chunk of money from defaulting on the truck lease. They hadn't made any payments on their credit cards or loans in months, and were behind on their house payments as well. They got out of the lease on my sister's massive SUV late last year. They were upside down on it as well, so had to come up with cash to do so. They also had to pay an attorney, the fine and court costs for my brother-in-law's trespassing charge at the vacation home, and they owe my middle sister and her husband money for bail and their portion of the damages to the place. As I mentioned before, my folks have never been financial wizards, but they have at least been generally responsible. They've retired, their home is paid off, and they live off of Social Security and pensions. Altogether, they get more than they spend. Minimal savings, just an emergency fund. Turns out my folks emptied out that fund, cashed out their small IRA, over $20,000, and gave it to my sister. That let her catch up on the house payment and cover the negative equity on her car lease. But now, literally every bit of savings my parents possessed is gone. Plus, my parents have been paying for their groceries for several months and continue to pay the insurance on the car they loaned my sister. According to my dad, my sister has worked my mom for weeks to get her to fork over the money. They'd worked on both my folks at the same time for a while, but my dad flat out refused every time. Eventually, Mom caved. She was worried that my sister would have to move to a hovel in some backwater town, and that the kids would be barefoot and eating dirt. Dad's not happy about it, and to say there's some tension between them right now is an understatement. But they'll be fine. I was pretty disappointed when my parents told me all this, but I wasn't surprised. It sucks that they emptied out their savings to help, but I kind of get it. The way the bankruptcy laws are in our state, by getting caught up on the home loan, my sister should be able to keep the house. I tried hard not to say how I felt about this and my sister's, mostly succeeded. Really, I'm way more pissed about this than I should be. The worst part for me is that my sister and brother-in-law could now contact me and my wife without any real fear of repercussions. The only penalty the no contact agreement has is that if they violate it, we can go after them for the money they made, well, from renting out the vacation house and related damages. Since they filed for bankruptcy, that's now not an impediment for them. I'm hoping they'll leave us alone, but who knows? Folks also told me that my middle sister and her husband have hit a rough spot, and that he's not currently living with her and the kids. Just a guess, but I imagine he's had it with the whole family dynamic that caused this nonsense. Not directly related, but on a brighter note, I've spent 2 weekends at the mountain house since the start of the year, once with my wife and once alone. Both times there was a lot of snow. It was incredibly beautiful and relaxing, very therapeutic. The place also has good internet service now, thanks Starlink, which is nice. Plus, knowing that I can count on David, the property manager, to keep the place in shape and ready for us to visit and to help if we get snowed in eliminates most of the stress in owning it. My folks have used it a few times as well and get along great with David. So, relevant comments. Could you get a restraining order? And then OP responds, if they start up again, I do indeed plan to get a restraining order. In fact, my wife made it clear to me she expects a very hard approach to any bullshit with them going forward, which I agree with, of course. I had the security cameras at our house upgraded at the start of the year, just in case they come by. I also kept all their previous texts and provided screenshots to my attorney for safekeeping. If they cause any trouble at the vacation house, they're toast. The sheriff's department and DA's office have the full story and are sympathetic to our situation. So, if they lose their home, they may demand to live in the mountain house or with your parents. Thankfully, my folks live in an over 55 community, so they can't move in there. Plus, the house is not anywhere near large enough for 7 people, unless everybody stays in the great room all the time, and God knows where they park. Living in the vacation house isn't practical for them either. Again, something I'm happy about. With traffic, it's probably 3 hours from there to my brother in law's job. They have to have four WD vehicles to live there year round, too. Plus, from what I understand, the schools there are not very good. I'm being polite. And as much as I dislike my sister, I'll say that she's all in on keeping her kids in good schools. They can afford their current house once they get through bankruptcy, assuming they change how they spend. I think they'll have to. No one in their right mind would lend them money or give them a credit card. This they won't be able to take fancy vacations or swap out his truck every couple of years for an even bigger one. Yeah, I admit that goddamn truck fetish of his really bugs me. But they'll live just fine. It's not like a family of five is going to suffer when they're taking in close to $200,000 per year. Jeez. Hopefully, I'm not being Pollyanna-ish about all this. No clue what that means. They should have sold the truck and other things months ago. To be fair, and this is according to my parents, they tried to sell the ATVs and watercraft, but the value on those things dropped like a rock the moment you buy them, and they were upside down on the loans. So they eventually just quit paying on them. Also, this reminds me, when they broke into the vacation house, they also broke into the mini barn. Turns out my older brother-in-law had stowed his two ATVs in it. Just guessing, but I think he was going to take them, report them stolen, get an insurance settlement, and sell them on the sly. I found out in January that the ATVs were there and paid to have them taken to my dad's place, and he had my brother-in-law pick them up from there. Also, I don't think my brother-in-law was expecting the truck to be repoed. I think he was working to catch up on the payments so they'd have one good vehicle. The finance company must have just run out of patience. Don't blame them. He's a fuck up. Commenter, they must have been making quite a packet from their fraudulent vacation home income for it to impact their finances to this extent. OOP, I think they were grossing at least 50K per year, probably more. Tax free, it was never listed on Airbnb as far as I can tell. They went to friends and friends of friends, etc. I based the 50K on the fact my parents kept a calendar for the house to keep track of who was using the place. I went through the last 3 years worth of calendars, and my sisters were using the place a lot, sometimes for a week at a time. Supposedly, they were just doing school related planning retreats, as well as just family time. I know similar places go for $2,000 or more per weekend, and at least $4,000 for a week. It can sleep 6 people in bedrooms and has a bunk room for kids that all five would stay in. Plus, it has two queen-size pull-out sofas. Dang. If you pushed it, you could fit more people than that. I think my sisters are just spendaholics. They constantly have the newest whatever. iPads, TVs, clothes, diets, you name it. So this was going to happen eventually. $125,000 on credit cards? 125K is my estimate based on my sister telling they were racking up at least $3,000 per month just in credit card interest. She thought it might be more. Their credit was already crap before the bankruptcy, so I'm guessing they might be paying as high as 28% interest. If so, they'd owe about 125K. If they're paying a low interest rate, the principal would be higher. But yeah, it's an absurd amount. And that $3,000 doesn't include all the other interest they're paying. And of course, there's the principal that just sits there. On the other hand, I'm told they had a great time going to Disney World for a week, so there's that. If your parents ask for money, make sure to make them sign something. Since all this started, I've given a fair amount of thought regarding my parents and their possible likely need for money in the future. I've come up with an approach that I think will work for me. It's a bit mercantile, but it's the best way I've come up with. If and when my parents need money, I'm going to do a formal loan secured by their home. Basically, it will be a private HELOC, home equity line of credit at market interest rate. They can pay it back or not, but when they go to sell the house or die, I'll be first in line to get paid, with interest. This means they can waste it on my sisters if they choose, but at the end, it will come out of the sisters' share of the house. I'll end up paying for my folks' end of life care after they run out of money and equity in their house, regardless, of course. It's not like my siblings will contribute. Middle brother in law. The younger brother-in-law seems to be more decent than I've given him credit for in the past. I'll admit to a bit of myopia. For years, I've seen the four of them and their kids as just one massive inconvenient people I have nothing in common with but can't avoid. But he seems to have hit his limit and made some changes. Hope it works out for him and that he pulls my sister in the right direction. How the sisters got so entitled. My sisters and I weren't raised to be like they are. When I was young, they weren't any more self-entitled than any other teenagers. We all worked crappy teenage jobs and didn't get spoiled. It was really a very standard suburban upbringing. We weren't super close, but we weren't enemies. Somewhere along the line after going to college, they changed for the worst. I guess it could be worse. They could have become drug addicts or militant vegan volcano worshippers or whatever, but they sure became people I don't want to be around. And yes, the pool incident was the spark for the meltdown, but the fuel had been accumulating for years. It would have come out at some point that she was renting the house out on the sly, and things would have gone to hell just like they did now. Ugh. I saw the title and was just like, again? Someone put a nickel in this stupid ride again? For fuck's sake. That kid is back on the escalator. Some parent, I don't care which one, but some parent needs to teach that child to fear and respect the escalator. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Alright. My boyfriend has been ignoring me ever since I said no. Okay. Trigger warnings, emotional abuse and manipulation, abuse, physical assault, coercion. Okay. Editor's note, change the initials to names for readability. Okay. And this was originally posted to r/2 hot takes, and this is marked as concluded, so there's not, it's, so we're gonna read the entire story right now. I, 17 female, have been dating Robert, 18 male, for about 5 months. We met through a mutual friend and started becoming closer once he asked me for my number. I really like him. I'd even say love if it wasn't so early. He was my date to my school dance. He goes to a different school, and after the dance we went back to his house to just hang out. I changed out of my dress into sweats and a big shirt and just threw my dress over his desk chair. I went over to sit by him on his bed when he grabbed me and put me on top of his lap. We started kissing until he started to pull my shirt up. I've never been really into the idea of sex or anything more than kissing, probably because I'm a private person and just am, in my opinion, too young for that to interest me. I stopped kissing him and told him that I didn't want to escalate, and he immediately got upset at me. I tried to say never mind and we could do it, but he just got an attitude with me and gave me the cold shoulder. He walked out of the room and left me sitting on the bed. He slammed the door as he left. I was confused because he's never tried to do anything like that or acted like that. He was sitting in the living room and he texted me saying leave, and I started to get all my stuff packed together. I got ready at his house. I was walking out the door when his mom asked why I was leaving, and I just told her my mom needed me home before it got too late. Like 10 minutes later, like 10 minutes after I left, Robert called me asking where I went. I replied with, "You told me to leave?" And he got mad, saying, "I didn't mean it. You can't ever take a joke. Come back." I said it sounded serious, so I took it that way. And he hung up on me and has been ignoring me for 3 days. I asked our mutual friend if he's heard anything from him regarding me, and he says Robert was pissed he was never going to be able to hit. I don't know why he would say that because he's never talked about me like that. Am I wrong here? What do I do? Okay. Edit. Thank you all for the advice as of today. 3/12/24, 8 p.m. Robert did finally reply to me and just told me that he wants to talk in person. I'm going to go over to his house tomorrow to discuss whatever there is to discuss. I'm not 100% sure how to use Reddit since this is my first time, so I'll try my hardest to update correctly. Yeah, that's gross. He should never make you do anything that you're not ready for, and he shouldn't ignore you for, like, that's emotional abuse. Relevant comments. Someone says, "It's okay if he's not right for you. If it's not right for you, dump him and move on. He's just not the guy, and that's okay. He's putting his needs before yours, and it's clearly emotionally underdeveloped. Unfortunately, that's of this age. You can do so much better." OOP says, "Thank you for this comment. I feel like some people are blaming me for not seeing the red flags, but like I said before, he's never been like this at all, so those red flags weren't existent before this." And then someone else says, "You are not in the wrong here. It sounds like he never even broached the subject with you before this. He wanted you, and when you rejected him, he showed how big of a baby he is. Cut him loose and find someone worthy of you." OP responds, "We have never really talked about sex, but when it has been brought up, I try to shut it down because, like I said, I'm not really into that. I thought by shutting down the idea when brought up would show him that I'm not really ready or into it. I probably should have elaborated more, but too late for that now, I guess." And then someone else says, "Old guy says Sounds like trouble to me. I'd avoid being alone with him again. He can talk over the phone. Do you have a mom or an older sibling you can trust to talk to? And OOP says, I've talked to my older sister who was 24 about it, and she told me the exact same thing all of you were saying. I only came to Reddit because I was feeling like I was in the wrong and needed more than just my sister's opinion. She's never liked Robert, so maybe I thought she was biased. I don't know. I understand now. And then someone else says, this is a huge red flag to get out now. He is abusive and controlling. He's young and may grow out of it, but I doubt that he will. How do his parents interact? That will give you some answers as to how he's going to be with you. And then OOP says, from what I've seen throughout these past few months, his parents are angels. His mom and dad act as if they were soulmates and would die if they lost each other. They've always been kind to me and my family, but I don't see things behind closed doors, so maybe it's all a front. Update March 13th, 2024. Hi everyone, this is an update to my post yesterday. I'd be lying if I said it went easy, and before I go into detail, please don't comment saying I told you so, because I most definitely do not want to hear that and 100% know who was right. But at the end of the day, I made the decision to go over and end it, also to get my things back. I'm glad I went over to further fully comprehend who he is, and if I could go back in time and do it again, I would. This will be a long update. I went over to his house at around 3 right after I got out of school and brought a mutual friend with me. I explained my side of the story to him, and he's on my side and thinks it was disgusting of Robert to say that and act that way towards me. I wasn't too scared to go inside since I knew I had backup as well as his parents being home. I replied to a comment saying I wouldn't have agreed to go if they weren't there. We both walked up to the door and knocked. Robert opened the door and gave our friend, I'll call him Quentin, a nasty look. Robert asked Quentin why he was with me. Quentin said he was there to make sure nothing happened. Robert invited us in, but kept the look on his face as Quentin walked in behind me. We went to his room, where all my stuff was in a bag, and Quentin sat next to me on the bed while Robert sat in his desk chair. Before I could start talking, Robert cut me off to say how sorry he was and that he didn't mean to make me uncomfortable. I wanted to think it was a sincere apology, but because of this whole situation, there was no way it could be sincere. I said, I know you said you're sorry, but how do I know it won't happen again? I don't trust you anymore, and I can't be with someone I don't trust. And his face immediately changed. I stood up to grab my bag of stuff when Robert sprung up and pushed me back onto the bed to make me sit down. Quentin got up and told Robert not to start stuff he can't finish. Robert got in Quentin's face and started yelling random insults at him and accusing Quentin of being the reason why I decided to end it. I stood up and told Robert to back off and that he ruined this relationship the second he tried to pressure me into having sex with him. Robert shoved me, and that's when his dad came to the room. The yelling was loud enough for him to hear from the living room, and seeing that I was just shoved, his dad yelled his name. Robert turned to the door and was standing there like he did nothing wrong. His dad told me that he would take it from here and to get all my stuff, and if I forgot anything to message him and he would return it. Quentin grabbed the bag while I thanked his dad, and we both left unscathed. I had a talk with his dad about what happened, and his dad basically chewed him out for how he treated me and how that's not how you treat a woman. I thanked him again because he de escalated the situation by coming in the room. Yeah, I was shoved and Quentin was insulted, but both of us agreed that this is the best outcome. His dad basically saved Robert from being beaten up in his own home by Quentin. Quentin is 6'2" and 250 pounds. I'm lucky enough that this was the outcome and that I wasn't sexually assaulted or anything of the sort. Thank you all for the advice, and for those who called me as dumb as a doormat, this doormat left him. Robert is blocked, and both I and his father will not allow him to reach out regardless of the circumstance. I appreciate all the concerns and worries, but I will not be dating anyone until I hear from whatever bullshit this was. Thank you, everyone. Someone replies, I wish I had been as strong as OP when I was her age. And then OP says, I was only able to do it because of all the advice I got from everyone that helped boost my confidence. And then there are a few comments. I'm glad to hear you broke it off and you're safe. Take care of yourself. You made really smart moves on your way out here, especially considering your age. I wish I'd had that kind of forethought and backup at that time in my life. Well done, and may you find healing sooner rather than later. You'll be all right. I saw this behavior coming from a mile away. You should always be wary of a guy who sulks and or throws a pity party after you say no to sex. It is a sign that a man will eventually become physically abusive towards you. I'm so glad you ended this relationship before he could show you too much of that side of him and seriously hurt you. I was so scared when I read she agreed to go to his house alone, but I'm glad she went with a friend and that his parents were there. Also, that his father stopped the situation from escalating. OOP, I'm so proud of you. It was smart to go with a trusted friend. Robert tried to physically control her, and I really, really enjoyed Quentin, an absolute unit, an absolute legend, saying, "Don't start something you can't finish." For real, if he was willing to shove her in front of someone else, I dread to think what he might have done if they were 100% alone. Ugh, good for her. Oh my gosh, this person's flair says, "Too long didn't read, he is a giant piece of shit." I'm sure you hear this a lot, but your flair is so appropriate for for this post in particular. And someone else says, "God, I love your flair." It is one of the refrains of Best of Redditor updates. That post, this post, many posts. Not the knitting a blanket post not the knitting a blanket post at least. I'm going to hold the blanket post in my heart as an antidote for other posts. I don't think I've read that one yet. Link, please. And then someone sends the link. Okay. This looks cute. Um, I might just save it for, like, later, like, if I need a wholesome story to finish off with or something. Save. Hmm. Oh, dang. Alright. My spouse came my spouse came out to me as asexual a few months ago. Tomorrow I am handing them divorce papers. They are going to be devastated. Okay. Originally posted to r/off my chest and r/cats. Trigger warning, animal abuse, property damage, domestic abuse. Oh shit. Okay, let that be a warning. If you don't like any of that stuff, then leave the post. Hopefully this won't be too bad. Okay, original post, March 4th, 2024. Um, Basically the title, my spouse and I have been together for 8 years. Our sex life has had lots of ups and downs. Sometimes it felt like it was fire and was really good. But there were long stretches where I felt like I was starving. Well, they never denied me when I initiated. Lack of initiation on their part has destroyed my self-esteem and has left me so incredibly unfulfilled. I have so missed the feeling of being desired and having my partner seduce me. Hang on. Sorry. It was really hard for my spouse to come out. They were so nervous and scared. I fucking hugged them and thanked them for telling me. I fucked up and told them everything will be alright. But it won't be. I can't go the rest of my life with a partner who isn't sexually attracted to me. So I spoke with a lawyer. I'm so worried about my spouse. They're really dependent on me, socially, emotionally, and financially. And I know that they love me. They love me more than anyone ever has in my entire life. I wish love could be enough for me to be happy in a relationship. Tomorrow is really going to suck. Edit to add, not just to make things clear, an open relationship is not an option. I am strictly monogamous. I am not the type of person who is capable of having multiple partners. An open relationship isn't going to meet my needs that are currently missing in my relationship. What I need is for my spouse to be sexually attracted to me. And for those of you who have assumed the gender of my spouse, of myself and my spouse, the majority of you are wrong. Watch your assumptions. Okay. Well, the they're using whoever this person is, they're using they them pronouns, it seems, for their spouse. So how did this all work out? And then OOP replies, "Not well. I ended up leaving. They trashed the place while I was gone and got arrested." I'm sorry, OP. Hopefully it all works out and you can heal from this. Thanks. Got a lot going on right now, figuring all the shit I have to do with their cat who got badly injured. Oh my gosh. Figuring out what's going on with their charges and hiring someone to fix the walls. But I know everything will eventually work out the way it needs to. Just gotta keep swimming. And then someone says, the fact that you were calling the cat their cat, knowing you two were married, really shows that there was never a partnership here. It was just you. You're divorcing them as a blessing in disguise for them. The cat is their cat because I am incredibly allergic to cats. I was never able to bond with the cat because even with medication, being in actual contact with her makes me break out into hives. So I've had to keep my distance from her and we never developed an owner/pet bond. My personal relationship with the cat is more of a friendly roommate thing. The cat also very, very clearly preferred my soon-to-be ex and was incredibly bonded with them. The cat also predates my relationship with my soon-to-be ex. Calling the cat their cat has absolutely zero meaning in regards to how I viewed my partnership, and is more of a reflection between my own relationship with the cat than anything else. I've always cared about the cat and have put her first in regards to family planning and budgeting. I fucking gave up my favorite room in the house with a gorgeous bay window for the cat when they moved in, since I figured the cat would enjoy it. Not to mention that I also just dropped nearly 6K on the cat this week because I came home to her with a broken jaw, money from the emergency fund that I was the sole contributor to. But go on and tell me, again, how referring to the cat as their cat means I never considered them a partner, even though I planned for and made concessions for said cat repeatedly over the last 8 years. And then someone else says, I hate to be the person who cares more about a pet than the person in a situation, but man, that makes me sad and happy all at once that you helped it. Did you already pay the vet bill outright? You should know that you can surrender the animal to the clinic. Might be the best option, considering it doesn't sound like your ex is going to get out very soon, and considering your allergy. Are authorities aware of the cat's injuries? Might not be great to pile on animal cruelty charges, but they shouldn't get that animal back. Sorry about everything. And OOP says, I did speak to the police about the cat. They thanked me for the information and asked for information about what vet I took her to, but I haven't heard anything else about it. I did already pay as I took her to the emergency vet and had to pay at the time of services. Didn't really think things through. Just saw that she was hurt and wanted to fix her. I know they are having trouble getting bail together, and I am not willing to. Oops, what just happened? And I am not willing to do that after the way they damaged the house and with dropping almost 6K on the cat. Obviously, the divorce is on hold for the moment. Per attorney's advice, as a conviction or jail time could impact what I am responsible for. I am very seriously considering rehoming the cat when my soon to be ex is gone. I'm not sure what legal ramifications I will face due to that, or how it may affect the eventual divorce settlement. It really sucks because I don't know what happened, and the cat really is super bonded with my soon to be ex. She is also a senior now, and oof. I don't really know what the right thing to do is, but that's a future me problem. Right now, I gotta focus on cleaning up the house and getting the cat to eat again. She has been refusing food post surgery. And then there's just like a post about the cat. 11-year-old kitty with broken, dislocated jaw has a long vet visit ahead of her. A couple of weeks. Need ideas to make her more comfy, please. March 9th, 2024. I had to take our family cat to the emergency vet last night. She had a dislocated and broken jaw and required surgery to have it fixed. She has come out of surgery just fine, and the emergency vet says that she can be released from their hospital tomorrow. Unfortunately, she has some pretty intensive post-op care required that I'm not going to be able to handle on my own, so I've made arrangements with a regular vet to board her during her recovery. I'm looking for ideas and suggestions to make her a little more comfy during all of this. I figured I would bring her bed and a blanket so she has something that smells like home, but would absolutely love ideas. I've heard of pheromone collars that are supposed to help cats relax and stay calm. Are any of those good? Also, looking for recommendations for super palatable wet foods or liquid treats. She is going to be on a soft and liquid diet for a while. She can be really picky at the best of times, so I want to arm the staff with lots of options. And this is kind of weird, but do you think I should visit her during her recovery? She and I have a more roommate type of relationship. I'm actually really allergic to cats. I've been okay living with her by taking medication, through cleaning, thorough cleaning, air filters, and her and I respecting each other's space, but actual contact with her results in me getting incredibly itchy and breaking out in hives. So even though we've lived together for years, she and I have not super bond are not super bonded. Her person will not be able to see her. I honestly don't know a super lot about cats. I'm not sure if a familiar face would be a comfort or annoyance. Thanks in advance. I just want this little girl to feel better. Same day. Tastiest soft food or treat, even if it is unhealthy garbage. Need to get kitty eating again after surgery. Our cat had surgery on Wednesday morning for a broken and dislocated jaw. She made it through surgery and the vet is optimistic. But we need to get her eating again. She has to have soft food for a few months. I'm looking for recommendations for anything soft that might get her going again. So far, the only thing she has willingly consumed is goat cheese. The vet is okay with this. It was actually a vet tech's idea. Thanks in advance. Update March 12th, 2024. I have a not very happy update. I told my soon to be ex that we needed to talk. We sat down and pretty much as soon as I mentioned that I wanted to end the marriage due to our sexual incompatibility, they started to become incredibly emotional. First with crying and begging me to reconsider, then when I had held fast to my choice, they became very angry with me. They started yelling and being belligerent, so I told them I was leaving and they followed me out to my car and slammed their fist hard enough on the hood to leave a sizable dent. Uh, I actually never even got around to telling them I had already spoken with an attorney or let them have the preliminary draft of our divorce agreement. I went to stay in a hotel. My soon-to-be ex continued to try and text and call me. They left a few really nasty voicemails and a few begging and crying for us to keep working on our marriage before I blocked them to get some rest. The next morning, I came to realize that the police had been trying to contact me. It turns out my soon to be ex went on an absolute rampage through the house. Many of my personal items were damaged, holes punched and kicked into the walls. Some very sentimental items of mine are now damaged beyond repair. They even took my 80-year-old jade plant out back and put it on the grill. That had been my grandmother's plant. I'm devastated about that. Apparently, during the rampage, the neighbors called the cops with a noise complaint. When the officers showed up, there was an altercation and my soon to be ex ended up getting themselves arrested. They are now facing charges for disorderly conduct, resisting arrest, and assault on a peace officer. The worst part, though, is that somehow during the rampage, or while left alone overnight, my soon to be ex's cat got badly injured and needed to be taken to the emergency vet for surgery. She pulled through surgery okay and is currently being boarded at her regular vet's office for post op care, as I am unable to provide the level of care she needs. She should be okay, but I feel really bad for her. Her life is turned upside down. She is away from home, and the last memory she has of her favorite person was seeing them be a monster. I'm not sure what I am going to end up doing with her ultimately, but I'm doing what I can to get her feeling better. I knew my soon to be ex would get emotional and cry and yell. I knew they would be argumentative about it, those were a big part of why I wanted to have all my ducks in a row before speaking with them. I am super thankful to my therapist who helped me roleplay the talk. I had already had a packed bag in my car and was able to stay calm and cool headed enough to leave when I did. My ex still has not posted bail and I absolutely refuse to do so. They've been calling me from lockup, begging me to, but also yelling at me. I refuse to take any of the calls. The preliminary divorce agreement where I was accepting an amicable divorce with decent spousal support for them is out the fucking window now. My attorney is fairly confident that with the damages to the house, the cost of surgery for my soon to be ex's cat, my soon to be ex's violent and threatening behavior towards me, and our pre existing prenup, that the divorce will be very favorable to me. Guess my state doesn't suck as hard as I thought. My attorney has advised me to hold off on filing until we know the outcome of my soon to be ex's criminal convictions, as that can also impact things. I have a hearing this week for a restraining order against my soon to be ex, so if they do somehow miraculously make bail, they at least can't come back here. And on a personal note, I gotta throw this out into the universe and get it off my chest. To the person wearing the Batman shirt in Home Depot last Saturday who chatted up the person wearing the TMNT shirt, thank you. A very deep, sincere thank you. If you are reading this, I hope you see why I declined to exchange numbers with you. There is a lot of chaos in my life at the moment, but you were a glimmer of hope for me of what my future life could be like. Additional info. The cat is at the vet recovering from the surgery. She had a broken and dislocated jaw it required surgery to fix. She should be alright. Unfortunately, I am actually fairly allergic to cats. I can handle living with her through lots of air filters, through our daily cleaning and allergy meds, but I can't pet her or be in close contact without breaking out into hives. I'm kinda in a pickle with her. She is 11 years old and she has lived in my home for 8 of those years. On one hand, if she lives with me for the rest of her days, she at least gets to be in the home she has known and loved most of her life, but she won't get to be cuddled or petted much at all. I'm considering trying to rehome her after her recovery. That is a lot of change for an elderly kitty. I'm not sure what the best thing for her is. I'll consult with her vet when she is eating on her own and off meds and see what they think will be in her best interest. I honestly don't know much about cats in general. I could never have them, and due to the allergies, she and I have had more of a friendly roommate type of relationship than a pet and owner one. And then, someone says, relevant comments. You don't think he hurt the cat, do you? Like, purposefully? And OOP responds, I don't believe they hurt the cat purposefully, no. They adopted the cat before we even met. It has been their cat the past 11 years. They and the cat were closely bonded. They cuddled every day and had a close bond. I theorize that While they were rampaging through the house, they were throwing and kicking stuff at random, and the cat got caught in the crossfire, but I do not know for certain what happened. A broken and dislocated jaw, unfortunately, may point to it being purposely done. Most cats are going to run and hide if someone starts starts yelling or throwing things around. I suspect the cat was kicked, but I really hope it's not true. Even if it wasn't on purpose, get a statement from the vet regarding the cat's injuries. That might actually help with your RO and divorce. And then OOP says, I have. Both attorney and police have documentation concerning the cat's injuries. I don't know if they are pursuing charges in that regard, but it is at least documented. And then someone says, Hi there, I'm so sorry that you're going through this. I applaud your calm reaction. But seriously, I'm devastated about your grandmother's jade, grandmother's jade plant and the fucking cat. Please don't give details about the cat. I'll howl with rage. Sending all of my positive everything to that plant and that cat and you, of course. Thank you for sharing your journey with us. Wishing you a new lifetime of peace and happiness. Much love to you and that cat and that jade plant. Big hugs. And OOP says, Thank you so much. Can I give you one tiny detail about the cat? It's a fun one. She has eaten like a half pound of goat cheese this past week. She loves it, and the vet is all for getting whatever calories into her they can. I actually love goat cheese too, but my soon to be ex hated that. I just wanted to share that because it brings a little smile to my face. And then someone says, Jade plants are succulents. If a single leaf made it, there's a good possibility of getting it to root. And OOP says, I found some broken branches in the house and I have propped them already. So, my dear little Jade will live on in some form. But it was a magnificent beast of a plant, though, and its former glory is sorely missed. Alright, well. And then, down in the comments, an accident is stepping on your cat's tail because they got underfoot when you weren't looking, but breaking their goddamn jaw while destroying the house. The soon-to-be ex is a monster. I know they're trying to make excuses, but like, how? I had the clumsiest cat on the planet, and still, if rampaging was happening, she would run and hide. How would a broken jaw happen without a kick to the face? Even if you're throwing things, the animal that is famous for its reflexes isn't going to end up with a broken jaw because its face got caught in the middle of something being thrown. I worked as a vet tech in college and saw this often. Slamming doors and catching the cat or dog in the door is usually what does it. Couples would have fights and one would slam a door while their pet was trying to either escape or come in, not seeing the pet because who looks down and checks the floor when they were that mad? Horribly sad. Most were inoperable at the small clinic I was at because jaw damage makes it very, very hard to intubate. As for me, I've never slammed a door again in my life at that job. Edit to add, I never would have expected a dry retelling of some of the most traumatic injuries I've seen to be my most upvoted Reddit comment. Huh. Cheers. OMFG, my husband was coming home one time when we lived in an apartment and a guy ran out of his house screaming, absolutely covered in blood, holding his silent dog who was going into shock. He yelled at my husband that he needed a vet, and my husband drove him to an emergency vet. In the middle of screaming, he told my husband that his wife had slammed their door so fucking hard during an argument that it snapped the dog's tail clean off. Jeez. Alright, I think we're done with that one. And I need a short break so that I can eat some food because I'm hungry. I get really hungry while recording these videos, so I'll be back. Hey, I'm back, and like, not the next day or like super late or anything. I'm actually back in a reasonable time. It's about 6 o'clock right now. So I have maybe 3 more hours to record. And I might just get this out tomorrow, depending on how long I want it to be. But anyway, I'm gonna just get started with this story. So, I'm 30 female and my husband, 30 male of 7 years, is really angry that I refused to quit my job to become a stay-at-home wife/girlfriend. I'm not sure what to do. New update. I'm not the OOP. OOP is a throwaway account. Originally posted to r/relationship advice and r/true off my chest. And special thanks to another user for suggesting this best of Redditor updates. And then there's a previous one. Trigger warning, infidelity, financial abuse, manipulation and gaslighting, and mentions of foster care. Okay. I've been in foster care before with my sister. Original post, April 2nd, 2023. Hi everyone. Not really familiar with Reddit. and having an account, but saw this as an online forum for relationship advice and could use some input. I love my husband and he's an amazing man, but we have flaws like everyone else. We both aged out of foster care and met at a youth fulfillment program, basically a work camp that helps kids with no families learn the fundamentals for living, finances, and certificates as needed. Oh, that's so cool. That's really smart. I like that. I like that program. Good job. We were both 18 and stayed in contact after the program ended. He made it clear he liked me, and I was truly petrified, but I was truly petrified of men at that point in my life due to past experiences. And rejected him a bit harshly. I reached out to apologize and we became friends. Then a year or two later, I saw he posted he was on Snapchat in my area. I saw he posted on Snapchat he was in my area. I asked if he would want to go on a date so I could practice being comfortable around guys, and he agreed. He never made a move, never touched me, and never made weird eye contact. If I said no, he didn't ask a second time, not even as a suggestion. Well, that's refreshing from the last story that we read. We went on these platonic dates for months with nothing happening, and one day I asked for a hug, and then asked for a kiss, and he asked me to be his girlfriend. We got married a year after, and our 7-year anniversary is just around the corner. We agreed we would not even think about having kids until we were older, since both of us were the product of young parents. We've really just only focused on getting by on using as little money as possible and saving up every dime to buy a house. Thankfully, we got our house a few months ago, and we were both able to quit our second jobs and for the first time only work regular 9 to 5 jobs. Yay! I've discovered I really like gardening and baking, and I love having a real home. We have been discussing adding to our family by having a baby, and I feel very ready to be a mom. Scared still, yes, but ready. But my husband brought up how sad it would be if I had to quit since I've worked so hard. I told him I had zero plans to quit. I would only take maternity leave. Plus, my company allows maternal and paternal remote options for 1 year after birth, so I can just work from home if needed. I know it's a lot to do with a newborn, but giving up the security of my paycheck is simply not an option. He told me this was what we worked for, to make our own perfect family opposite from what ours were like, and I was blindsiding him by changing my plans, and I told him no plan has changed. I can have a career and still be a mom. Plenty of women do it. My daughter does it. He doesn't have time to quit his job to be a dad, so why should I? He said it wouldn't work for a baby's needs, and I told him, okay, since I make more money than you do, why don't you quit and I go back to work remotely after healing from birth? That way we have both hands on deck and we don't have a severe loss of income, as I make $89,000 a year and he makes $52,000 a year. He mentioned that if I trusted him fully, this shouldn't be a problem. I told him I trust him, but I don't trust our current economy. But I left out that I really do genuinely think quitting my job with no savings, which have been wiped out by getting the house, and relying on a man is absolutely stupid. He had plans made previously with his parents and had to leave, so we said we would pick up the conversation back up when he gets home, but he's very, very upset. Madder than I've ever Madder than I've ever seen him, and I don't understand why he just assumed I would quit. Not only do I not understand it, but it makes me trust him a lot less than I did yesterday. I have a bad habit I have a bad habit of running for the hills when problems come up, and not gonna lie, this is making me really nervous. Thank you for reading all of this if you have. To what could be going on. I'm open ears to what could be going through his mind or why he's thinking like this. Really just doesn't seem logical to me. He's been watching all of these videos of stay home wives and girlfriends, and I feel like this is influencing him a lot. And then the edit, there was an update to this post. We are no longer together. Okay, hang on. I gotta wipe my nose. Alright. Um, and then there's relevant comments and from a deleted account. So this is just my opinion. I think his childhood and upbringing trauma is playing into this a lot. This doesn't sound like a situation where he wants to control you like in some posts, but more like a situation where he has idealized what a perfect family might look like, and so he wants to give his children that. You two need to go into couples counseling for a while. Figure it out with a therapist to help intercede and help him understand. Financial security is important. Hold off getting pregnant until you guys have been in couples therapy for 6 months or so and have begun working towards some common ground. As for him going off to meet his parents, is it possible having them back in your lives is contributing to this need for a picture perfect family? Just curious. OP replies, "Thank you for this comment. I've been thinking on it for most of the day now. The parents he went to see are foster parents, but there were some legal issues going on, and they had to release guardianship. He lived with them from age 10 to age 15 until ending up back at a group home and aging out, but they always stayed in contact and he considers them as his parents. But they never lost contact, so I'm not sure if that would be it, but he didn't start seeing them in person again until 2 to 3 years ago. I've never thought he was controlling, but we have talked in the past about this type of thing, and I've always told him I would never want to be a stay-at-home mom. Maybe at most until they're in elementary if he was making a lot more money, but we're not at the income level or networking level where I can get away with having 5-year gaps in my unemployment. Neither of us has attempted therapy again, and most of our experiences were less than pleasant with DHR and child services counselors, so I'll see if he's open to the idea." And then there was an update July 18th, 2023. "It's been a few days since he came home and told me he met a girl at work and she's a better woman than me." Oh my god. Yeah, okay. Well, uh, whatever. Fuck you, asshole. "And she's a better woman than me, and that she has a son already and will be a stay-at-home wife or girlfriend or whatever the fuck. He gets his happy ending, I guess." He texted me right before I got off work and asked me to pick up food from one of our usual date spots. I got home and noticed his car had boxes in it and a woman I didn't know. I tried opening the door, but it was locked and she just looked at me. What little was left of our savings he took, and both of our cats. Oof, that's gotta hurt. I didn't see this coming at all. I haven't told any of my friends yet. His adoptive parents have been dropping me off food that I can't even force myself to eat. I haven't cried yet. I'm kind of still in shock. I wish I had a family to run to, but for now the internet will have to do. I haven't answered any of his calls or texts. He keeps trying to check in, ask if I'm okay. How the fuck would I be okay? I never thought he would cheat. I asked him to promise if there was ever someone else he would just tell me as soon as he knew. But they've been together for at least 6 months. So while he was calling me selfish for not wanting to put in my 2 weeks and be a stay-at-home mom, or be a stay-at-home wife, he was dating her the entire time, planning a future with her the entire time. I feel stupid. I should have taken everyone else's advice more literally. When I asked him to go to therapy, he wouldn't. His parents think he's had some type of mental break. I should have stayed afraid of him and avoided him. I should have chosen a better outcome for myself. I just feel like the same girl that no one wants to love anymore all over again. I know what he did isn't my fault. I know I could never stop him, and really do I want a man who doesn't want me? Never, but that doesn't stop it from hurting. Relevant comments from relevant comments. He wanted you to be reliant on him and didn't want you to be smart enough to find out his affair. See if you can dig up more info about AP. Go nuclear on them both. You are still young. AP is a fair partner. You are still young. You can find a new love. And then OOP says, once I found out she was 20, I stopped caring. The karma will come one day on its own. I doubt I would be able to stop myself from having to do hard time in prison if I ever see them again. Um, and then another user says, "Let's be real, she grabbed onto him with her kid, and he'll leave her just as fast as he left OP when he realizes he doesn't actually want what he thinks he wants. Mostly because he'll realize it's not what he thinks, or it's way too hard for him to do." And OP says, "His mom, adoptive, called me and is already coordinating for dropping the cats back off to me. He didn't know his new girlfriend is allergic. At least I get a little laugh already, lol." Oh my god. Okay, well, at least you get the cats back because, geez, you just take the cats. And then the user says, "If he didn't even know that, imagine what other surprises he's going to discover. What did he do? Just grab the first woman who would agree with his idea of what a relationship looks like and say, 'she'll do'? Probably. Whatever, who cares? I don't care." Update to July 27th and 2023. Really want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to all of the people who reached out to me with well wishes, especially other spouses who experience similar. It helped me so much more than you could ever know. There has been a few things that have happened, and honestly, I'm exhausted in every way possible. So the input from folks has been really useful in organizing my thoughts and keeping an open mind. I couldn't help it, but for days I compared us and wondered what the fuck he could have been thinking, until I realized she is a carbon copy of his biological mother, or at least the stories he heard about her since she died when he was 5. I hate that I feel bad for him still, even after what he's done, but we offered him support for his thoughts. We urged him to go to therapy. I even offered to pay for it myself, and he was too prideful. I lost both of my parents too, that at an older age with even more core memories with them, so it wasn't a boat he was in alone, but he chose to act like it was and wallow in self-pity. He called me on our 7-year wedding anniversary minutes after midnight, whispering apologies and saying he feels so guilty. I asked for what, and he just said, well, you know, what we're going through. I told him, no, it's what you're doing. We are going through nothing. I was abandoned by my husband, exposed to God knows what, where you were fucking her and coming back home to me. We were still having sex like every single day, so I made sure he knew just how disgusting I thought it was. Then he got pissed and told me he only started cheating because I couldn't follow his lead. So look where you led yourself. Our entire marriage I pushed him career-wise. Hell, the job he has right now I applied to on his behalf. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure he doesn't or didn't even know what my full job title is. I pushed him to reach out to the adoptive parents when he started getting family obsessed, but neither of us were ready for a kid. He went on about how I broke my promise first when I decided I didn't want to be a real mom by not quitting, that I was turning his adoptive parents against him because they were refusing to meet his new girlfriend. He blamed me again and then had the nerve to say that this could all be put on pause if I can learn how to make decisions that benefit a family and not myself. I asked point blank if he was insinuating if we could get back together that we could get back together if I quit my job. He told me, yes, I will always love you, but you make things more difficult than needed. I hung up and blocked him on everything, spent the rest of the night hugging wine in the bathtub and wondering what the hell kind of person I had been showing my heart with. The next day he went public with their relationship, posting a photo to Instagram, and most of our mutual friends reached out, with my closest friends commenting less than kind things on the photo. As it turned out, he and his new girlfriend have been together for 7, almost 8 months. She is 20, her son is around 2. I reached out to my ex, the father of her son, who she had left to be with my ex-husband. She moved out in the middle of the day and took their kids, so he was just as blindsided, if not more, than I was. We met up and went for a walk, stopped by a bar, literally cried, laughed, hugged each other, sang songs way too loudly, and sobbed in public like a lunatic, but it helped so much. We also made sure to exchange evidence for any court battles. I'm a little iffy towards him for now, considering that they had quite the age gap. She was 17 when they met, and he was 26. Oof. So she was still a minor at the time. He said she lied about her age and they met at a college party, and the next thing he knew, she was pregnant. He gave her money for an abortion, but she came back with baby clothes instead. So he tried to do the right thing and moved her in with him. Also, she's not actually allergic to cats, she just hates them. She also was very aware he was married and has been to the house multiple times. He admitted he had cheated on her before their son had been born, while she was pregnant, but that she didn't tell him she knew until after he had moved out with their son. He said he was still texting her every day, not just about their son, but also about possibly working things out. He wants her back, but she seems to be head over heels for my husband, just like I was. I told him good luck, but yeah, not the direction I'm going in at all. This time he made his bed and will lay in it for good. Our chances of reconciliation are 0. I've never accepted someone back into my life after a betrayal, and it won't start now. At first, I wanted to make sure the divorce was going to be short and as simple as possible, even if it meant giving up some things. But after that conversation, I've decided I'm fighting tooth and nail for everything I can possibly get. I live in a no-fault divorce state, but my state does have special laws for adultery. You can still sue for it here. And the the divorce attorney I've consulted said it looks pretty good that I won't have to pay him alimony. He also told me to look into every single banking transaction in my accounts, as he did not think they got an apartment on his income without some extra cushion, aka my money, and he was right. Last year, my ex-husband told me he got really into stock trading and if he could invest some of my money as well. Guess he was never doing any stock trading, and the screenshots he showed me were all fake or pulled from somewhere else, and he had been sending that money to his girlfriend or saving it for their new place. I've been pretty enraged since finding that out. He asked his adoptive parents to ask me to allow him visitation rights to see the cats, after he had to give them back once he realized his new girlfriend is allergic to them. I relayed that he needs to first run me my fucking money and then take it up with the judge. I didn't think visitation was a real thing for pets, but according to my lawyer, it very much is. I officially filed for divorce yesterday, and he emailed me quite the colorful email about how selfish and bitter I am for not putting my pride aside and being so fast to file for divorce and refusing to let him stop by the house to see the cats that now he's accusing me of cheating. I read somewhere that you never really know someone until you're divorcing them, and I can truly confirm that is true. I felt like you guys deserve some sort of update, considering how much support I was given. I can't share more details for now, but really thank you all again. And then went on my third date after filing for divorce with my husband. New update, September 11th, 2023. I was stupid and got married at 23 years old. We met in a foster youth program. Long story short, I didn't want to be a stay-at-home mom since I was the breadwinner, and he found someone younger and dumber who would. I wish Reddit let you fucking change usernames, but here we are. I had to pick up another job to make sure I'd be able to afford the house on my own, but when my regional lead for my main job heard about it, they gave me a promotion that actually cut down my work time and gives me more money. I still kept the second job. It keeps my mind busy. Most of my work days were spent in colors and heels. But the side job is an overpriced membership only gym that I definitely can't afford without my employee discount lol. I've had a few guys approach since I filed the divorce paperwork, but I just wasn't feeling up to it. And even though I stopped wearing my ring the day he moved out, I still felt guilty, like I was betraying him. He was the only man I'd ever been with, so spending a decade learning everything about one person and now having to switch gears is really damn hard. But one of the guys I see often at the gym asked if I'd be his date to a seminar he's sponsoring. I said no at first, and he accepted the no very gracefully. I saw him a few days later, sparked up some conversation, and asked if maybe we could try a lunch date. Just us, first. I was fully prepared for him to tell me, nope, you're too late, but he instead canceled the plans he had already made. We met up a few hours later, and honestly, my face hurt from laughing and smiling so much. He's a pretty charming man and has a lot of random knowledge about safari animals that gives me the same comfort that watching animal documentaries does. He asked me out for a dinner date the next day, and when he let me know he was in my neighborhood earlier that day, I asked if he wanted to stop by and grab a breakfast sandwich before I left for work. I have a 9-year-old cat who hates like 99% of people, but she loved him and even let him touch her belly. He dropped me off lunch at work and we met up for dinner, and ever since we've been texting almost nonstop. I've never felt this comfortable with someone so fast in my life. It's scary, but I've already told him that we're separated. I haven't told him the nitty-gritty details, just that it didn't work out and we outgrew each other. But the seminar was this past weekend and I went as his date. It was a great, great night. I tried champagne for the first time, had the best conversations with some of his associates, and did a little professional networking too. The tomboy teenage girl I used to be would never believe this shit, lol. But more than anything, I'm grateful for the support of my friends who got me through the tough nights so I could make it to the good ones. Only up from here, I guess. Um, okay. Relevant comments. My advice, your pets know you sometimes better than yourself. I have several, but my point is go for it at a comfortable pace. Your cat gave him the green light, so do baby steps and let this bond grow. I'd be an asshole for I keep going because you are obviously smart, so go have fun and let life give you what you need. This guy sounds like a winner in my book. And then OP responds, oh, we will be keeping it completely casual. I don't want this bond to grow too much. I think it would be a bit tacky for us to date either way, and other reasons. It's just nice to have someone to laugh and smile with. I plan on being single for sure for at least the next 3 years. I owe it to myself. Final comment from OOP. A marriage is only valuable if it's mutual and both parties are honest. One day I will have a real marriage, but what I had wasn't that. Okay. That was a story with a shitty beginning, but then a kind of wholesome end. So it's kind of nice. I appreciate that ending. That hopefully everything will go good. Hopefully things will continue to go well for OP, and things will continue to get better, and her relationship with this person will continue to grow, and things will continue to get better over time, because I really appreciate that. But I like stories with wholesome endings, even if they don't start on the best note. Anyway, he's been watching all of these videos of stay-at-home wives' girlfriends, and I feel like this is influencing him a lot. Someone should probably tell him that most of those YouTube channels are made by very wealthy women. Supporting a family on a single income of $52,000 is going to be incredibly tough unless you're in a very low cost of living area. Yep, I've heard that when men have affairs and leave for the affair partner is often a downgrade. I don't know if that's true overall, but that definitely seems to be the case with OP's ex. He's going to have a hard wake up. I imagine he'll also become resentful after a while of working his ass off to support this woman and another man's baby while she sits around at home doing nothing. I sincerely doubt this woman is going to be the trade wife he seems to want. She'll probably be cheating on him while he's off working to support him. I know this is anecdotal and not even direct personal experience, but every woman in my life who was cheated on by her partner was cheated on because the other woman made the man feel big, useful, and appreciated. And that usually means the other woman is overly dependent or naive or never questions him because they're not equal. This seems like exactly the same thing. Oh, and then someone responds to the original comment, and that the YouTube channels are their job. Yeah, exactly. Like, it actually takes a lot of fucking work to do that shit. Yeah. Like, it actually, people who work on YouTube as, like, a full-time job, like, for example, r slash, he, like, sometimes delves into his actual job in his videos, discussing, like, what he does on a daily basis, and why, like, how his job is actually, like, an actual job. Like, it's not easy being a content creator as people think. As when you're doing it like full time for your job. It's definitely like a dream job, and you can definitely make a lot. Like, the biggest YouTubers make like could make millions of dollars per month, but people like R slash make significantly more for like a 40-hour work week than just having a regular job, like, I don't know, being a barista or something. And honestly, and then of course there's the fact that you don't get paid a living wage at those kinds of jobs. Like, $15 an hour is not a living wage. Please pay us a living wage. Thanks. Anyway, I'm gonna move on to the next. To the next. The next story. Am I the asshole, 26 female, for calling my boyfriend, 28 male, disgusting for knowing so much about his sister's periods? And this one's marked as concluded. Trigger warning, misogyny, misandry, mentions of sexually inappropriate behavior, verbal abuse, parentification, and parental neglect. Original post, February 29th, 2024. Boyfriend has read it, but not completely sure if he is on the sub. Reason for throwaway, which this person is using a throwaway account. Might be a bit confusing, but please bear with me. Me and my boyfriend have been together for a year. My boyfriend has been taking care of his siblings, 16 female, 12 female, and 11 male, since his oldest sister was born. When he was 18, he moved out of his parents' house and took them with him. He currently has custody over all his siblings. He is a really hard worker, and I haven't seen him or his siblings struggle at all. They have all they need, and as far as I know, has never gone to bed hungry because of him. One of the reasons I fell in love with him is because of his caring nature, especially for his siblings. Well, it sounds like they're way better off with him than with the parents. Not going to explain the whole dynamics as I know it, but when I say taking care, I mean he took care of them. From buying food to helping with homework, he did it all. He was basically mom and dad for them, and he still finished school in the process. His youngest brother even calls me dad. His parents are the definition of deadbeats. Current situation with them is that they don't even know if their parents are alive, and they have no other family. These four is all that is left of the whole family. I slept over at his house last night. This morning around 6 a.m., his sister, 12 female, came into the kitchen crying hysterically. She woke up with blood in her pants and freaked out. She'd started her period. My boyfriend got her to calm down and explain that she is alright and everything will be okay. He then gave her a brief explanation of what is happening and that her body is changing. Okay, so I guess it's the first time she got her period. That kind of freaked me out too. Like, I already knew what was gonna happen because my parents explained it to me at like a pretty young age. And now I realize that my dad did it for more malicious reasons. But regardless, I was explained at like maybe 8 or 9, I think, like what would happen. So I was like kind of freaked out because, there was blood, and who isn't going to freak out when you've got blood in your pants? But I was also super excited because, yay, I'm becoming a woman. Little did I know I wouldn't actually turn out to be a woman. But anyway, he asked her to go and take a shower to get cleaned up and told her where to find the pads his older sister, 16 female, his other sister, 16 females, using them, and how to use them to use them as the oldest sister showed her. When she left to go and take a shower, he said, "Shit, I thought we would have another year left." I asked what he meant, and he said his sister, 16 female, started her period when she was 13, and he knows not all females and bodies are the same, but he thought it would be around the same time. So he was a bit unprepared for the discussion. I was shocked with that comment and the fact that he knew his sister used pads. Why does he know when she started her period in the first place? Why does he know what she uses? I wanted to ask him why he knows this, but kept the question to myself. When his sister returned from her shower, he asked if everything was all right or if she's having any discomfort. I started to get disgusted when he asked that question. He told her she doesn't have to go to school today and he will take her for some shopping. After breakfast, he sat her down in the living room and explained everything in detail to her regarding what is going on and what will happen in all of it. He said he helped the older sister with her first time and will help her as well. He finished with saying that her sister, 16, will be able to help her more with the type of products to use and how they work. I was surprised, shocked, and disgusted about all the things he told her. He was correct in everything that he told her, but no brother should know that much about what is happening to his sister's bodies. Unfortunately, his oldest sister wasn't at home to help because she had a sleepover at a friend's due to a project for school, so he took charge of explaining everything. He must have he must have seen the disgust in my face and asked me what is wrong, and it just slipped out. I told him, "You are a disgusting pig." The words just kept coming out of my mouth, and I couldn't stop talking. I told him exactly what I thought about the situation, and that it's disgusting that he knows that much, especially about his own sisters, and is now trying to coach the younger sister on what to do. He just asked me to leave. He didn't argue or yell or anything. He just said, "Leave my house." I know I went about it in the wrong way, but my stance is the same. No brother should know that much about his own sister's bodily functions. Okay, what the fuck? You're you're angry with him for being like a good big brother and helping his sister through a what can be kind of a scary time for a young girl. Like I said, I was excited, but it was also pretty freaky and, also I was in a lot of pain, so that sucked too, but luckily there are drugs for that now. So Uh, am I the asshole? Edit. If you don't believe me, that is fine. Don't comment. I was there. I said what I said. Don't know what I can say other than what I know to prove this is real. I just want to know if I am the asshole, if my stance is correct, and if I should apologize for everything I said. Seeing some of the comments, I think you guys are not understanding my point. I don't want to sound mean, but he could have just called his sister to explain everything to her, or better yet, asked me to explain it to her. It would have been a lot better if it came from another girl. Yes, he explained everything correctly and even told her about the different products to use, but said that the other sister will explain those better as she has experience in what actually works. Why didn't he ask me to explain anything to her? I would have done it gladly. There are certain things that should stay private, and especially a brother should not know. Jeez. Okay. Um, Anyway, relevant comments. I would absolutely dump you for the mere suggestion that he is being sexually inappropriate with his younger siblings. And in case you missed it, that is exactly what you have done. And then OOP says, "I didn't sexualize anything. It's just disgusting that he is trying to coach his sister through something so personal. He could have called his other sister for help, or better yet, asked me to explain, but he didn't. He did it himself. You are the giant asshole here. Don't worry though, your ex will find someone better." This should be on r/am I the X, and then be marked as not dumped, but definitely will be. Um, we haven't broken up, but do you believe he will break up with me over this? I am allowed to have my own opinions, am I not? Jeez. Yeah, sounds like she's not learning anything from the comments saying, yes, you did something wrong, and you should apologize. Am I the asshole has no consensus bot? OOP was voted, you're the asshole based on the comments. Update, editor's note 2. OOP posted an update on relationship advice 2 days later, on March 2nd, 2024. That post had since been deleted, and she edited an almost identical update into her original post instead. The version included here is the one that was added to the Am I the Asshole post. Okay. First and last, to everyone saying he would leave me, you were right. He dumped me. I went to his house to apologize to him, and his little sister, the 16-year-old, was there as well. She slapped me and shouted at me, calling me vile names. She shouted at me for trying to break the family apart and trying to say her father was a pedo. My now ex got her to stop and sent her to a room along with the other siblings. I wanted to apologize, but before I could even start, he told me to keep my mouth shut and listen. Ugh. He forgave me before I even asked for forgiveness, but said what he can't forgive is the fact that I basically turned his little sister against him and made her doubt his intentions. Okay, so she did say all that in front of the sister. That's what I was worried about. That's really messed up. And to a 12-year-old hearing that shit, that's gonna really screw her up. It took him almost the full day to get her to talk to him, and she only talked to him after the 16-year-old assured her that he did nothing wrong and only wanted to help like he helped her. His exact words were, "You turn one of my children against me. That is something I can't and will not forgive. You are dead to me. Now get the fuck out of my house." He said it with so much anger in his voice, and I could see in his eyes that he absolutely hated me in that moment. I was actually scared for myself in that moment. I have talked to some of my friends about this, and you all might be glad to hear, but I'm losing friends as well. Even my own sister is now refusing to talk to me. Yes, in our house, my father had nothing to do with our periods, and my mom handled everything. What should I have done? I was taught he did something wrong. I can see I'm in the wrong, but still, why am I being punished for this? His words really hurt me. That is not fair. I didn't even get a chance to explain myself or anything. After he was done talking, he again just kicked me out of his house. I am blocked everywhere, but can't get a hold of him. I even tried his sister's phone, but I'm also blocked there. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. You can tell by people's reactions to being told they're the asshole, or like whatever happens next by their reactions, whether or not they're actually a bad person and she's actually a bad person. That's pretty messed up. Um, and yes, your friends should turn on you for this because what you did is really messed up. Who cares? And also, I just want to say the grammar in this is fucking terrible. I can like tell what you're trying to say here for the most part, but there's still some stuff that's still it's super hard to read. It's really hard to get through due to the grammar and spelling. Jeez. Edit. Please stop asking me for his contact number and his names in the comments and private messages. I'm not giving that to anyone. Why would I do that and have one of you try and steal him from me? What the fuck? I screwed up, I know, but I will fix it and get him back. I really do love him, and I know he still loves me. He does not. This was just a speed bump. Just wait and see. We will be together again. Oh, okay. And she's fucking delusional. So, okay. Whatever. Fine. Relevant comments on OOP's upbringing. On OOP's upbringing. That is how I was raised. Our father had nothing to do with our periods, and we weren't allowed to talk about them when he was close. Since y'all aren't together anymore, can I get those digits? No way in hell am I giving you or all the rest his number or his name, even if nobody wants to help me solve this and everyone says we are over. I made a mistake. I know that now, and I will give it my all to get him back. Oh my gosh. Leave him alone. There's nothing to solve. You fucked up. The end. You insulted him, and you did so in front of his sister. You damaged the relationship with your backwards, disgusting opinion. Leave them alone. I know that. No need to remind me. I love him, and I know he still loves me too. Just watch. I will get him back, and all of you will be sucking it. Oh my god. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? Wow. It's hilarious when, like, it's hilarious when a story starts off and you think, maybe they're not a bad person. Maybe they just made a mistake. People make mistakes and maybe they'll realize what they've done. And then with each subsequent update, they just dig themselves deeper and deeper into a hole. Kind of like with the PS5 saga, which is one of my favorite Reddit videos I've done to date. And that was in a Best of Reddit Updates video, but I think at some point, I'm probably during the summer, I'm gonna just separate it and kind of give it its own video and then separate it from from the other Best of Reddit Updates episodes so that you guys can just watch it on its own. But the PS5 saga was fucking hilarious. It started with with a post from his teenage son, but then all the other posts were from the dad, and he gets worse and worse as the saga goes on, and it's kind of fucking hilarious. Okay. Anyway. Such a happy ending. Someone as dumb as OP should really not date a man who raises his sisters as its own. Her maturity is not even matching the 16-year-old. And how in the sweet mother of heaven did she get the belief that she can win her ex back? With that brain the size of an amoeba? You can really tell that from her writing style, that this person is just not very smart intellectually or emotionally. Like, the only intelligence she showed was realizing that her boyfriend was a great guy. But it was more in a way than animals will seek shelter when there's a storm coming. They know what they need to do, but not why. She recognized he was a catch, but not why as well. Okay, I need to wait. One more comment. It's honestly very, very sad. She's going to carry on her life, causing pain and destruction along the way, including to herself, and she won't ever know why. People come in a wide range of abilities, but this one isn't just daft. She also doesn't have a lick of sense. She stated that her ex-boyfriend has been a friend, father, and mother to her siblings. There isn't anyone else around. And she stated that her mother did the whole period reproductive conversation with her. Yet we shouldn't connect the dots here, or at least have enough presence of mind to stay quiet and out of a situation she doesn't have the capacity to understand. Um, it's honestly very, very sad. She's going to carry on her life, causing pain and destruction along the way, including to herself, and she won't ever know why. She's the epitome of the saying, when you're dead, you don't know you're dead. It's only difficult for others. It's the same when you're stupid. Okay, I think we're done. Oh, wait, one more. My biggest fear is not knowing and not understanding that I am the problem. If you know you're lacking, you can get better or excuse yourself, but you don't. You are only ever met with grimaces you can't see. In fairness, I highly doubt that this will happen to you. You're hyper aware due to that fear of this girl, so lacking that she isn't capable of knowing that she's lacking. And in all seriousness, this is potentially dangerous. Like, if you know you are clueless in an area, as long as you have a bit of sense, you know enough to seek out somebody who can help. Also, grimacing that the people asking for her ex's number were joking. That was kind of impressive. This is exactly what I was thinking. She is so stupid that she made his sister feel like she can't trust him when he's very clearly a good man and the only parental figure she can trust. OOP is fucking sick and her ex deserves way better. This world would be a better place if more men understood the female body and cared for women the way he does. I just honestly can't believe she somehow thinks he would ever want her back after damaging their relationship. Yeah, he messed up. He screwed up like really bad. I mean, she screwed up like really badly. Not only did it's one thing to say that stuff, it's another thing to say it in front of a 12-year-old young girl who is one of the most impressionable age groups. Anyway, I need to take a break and have a little snack and I'll be back. But I yeah, I'll be back for another part. I'll be back for part three, but like always, this will all be edited into one, so you guys will just have the 5-hour episode. And I might have to drop this tomorrow. I might not be able to finish recording all this today since I want it to be a really long one, but I want this to be my longest one yet, at least 5 hours, so we're gonna see how that goes. Alright, be back soon. Hey friends, I'm back. Like a day later, I decided not to work for the rest of the night because I needed a break. Because of the video update that I posted. If you guys have seen it, I posted it yesterday. It was an update saying that I'm getting evicted, basically. So I got an eviction notice slipped under my door, and a lot of what's going to happen next is going to depend on whether or not it's legit. I I don't think I have to delete this because it's not about the legal stuff. It's about just the eviction notice in general. But essentially, a lot of what is going to happen next, pretty much everything in my life, is going to depend on whether or not that eviction notice is actually legit. Like, if it is legit, I'm gonna be moving in with my mom, and then I guess I'll be living there until I can get another place, possibly subsidized housing. Hopefully, that's the dream. But I seriously doubt I'm going to be able to find another apartment that we can actually afford, even with my family helping out. Cause it's just like it's too much, and my mom and my grandpa are already doing so freaking much to help me, and now my grandpa's low on money, and like it's just a lot is happening, and I feel bad that they're having to help me, even though, they made the choice to help me. They're basically helping me because they love me and they want me to have a home, but like, I don't know. I feel kind of bad. Like, I know it's not my fault or anything, but it was already so difficult to get this one place, and I doubt we're going to be able to find another that's in the area, in the price range that we need it to be in, and I don't think that my family can give any more money to help me. They already gave too much. They already gave more than enough. So, I guess whatever happens next is all gonna depend on the information I hear today, and I'll give you guys an update, which is gonna go up before this Reddit video goes up. I'm seeing my mom tonight, and we will discuss everything that needs to be discussed, and we'll take a look over the eviction notice. We'll see what's going on there, and then I'll give you guys an update as soon as that happens. It'll just be like a really short update video, like those couple of minute ones that I've been doing, the updates. Because just so much has been happening, and I feel like I have to drop little updates for you guys. So I do it either in the community posts or in like a very short video that's like, I don't know, 2 to 5 minutes long about. So I give you guys those little updates because I can't possibly keep track of it all, and it's just too much. And also, I'm gonna have to delete so many videos now because of how much stuff I mentioned that I'm gonna have to just take down before I do go the legal route and I do sue my landlord. And now, just saying that in this video, I know I'm gonna have to take down this video too. And I don't want you guys to worry because they will all be re-uploaded after, I'm gonna take them. I'll be taking them down before I even apply for a public defender, and then they'll be going up after all the legal stuff has been settled. Hopefully, I'll be able to discuss it, but I try to keep my discussions of that to a minimum as well, just because I'm not sure going the legal route what I can and can't discuss. But hopefully, it'll all be posted back up after after everything happens with legal stuff and all that's ended. Or I'll just edit little bits out if I have to edit the stuff out that's going on with the landlord, but I do plan to post about it in other areas, like on Reddit. I just have to wait until the legal stuff has all run its course. But I am going to delete all the videos that mention any issues I've had with my landlord, as Nathan told me to take all that stuff down, so that's what I'm going to be doing. Um, and I do want to mention, I also just started season 3 of Gumball. I'm on season 3. I'm on season 3, episode 1 right now, which doesn't seem like it means anything, but it does have meaning in the context of, the long form content that I wanted to start doing, and how I want to do those really long, reviewing and ranking every episode of so-and-so videos. And I still do have plans to. The first video is still going to be that one season show that I was talking about. That's going to be the first one. That's still my plan. And I'm hopefully going to get started on the scripts for that over the spring/summer. When I'm living with my mom, I'm hopefully going to be able to do some of that stuff. Even if I can't do the actual videos, my hope is that I can at least start work on the scripts, because of just, it's going to take, a lot of work to get everything done for those kinds of videos, because it's a lot more long form content, and so I have to make a script, and then I have to go through it, read everything, then I have to edit the video, which is gonna take some more effort, because I plan to edit all the stuff that doesn't need to be there, like me doing those snorting when I'm sniffling snot back or whatever. I plan to cut those parts out so they're not in the video. I'm hoping to reach more people with that kind of long form content, but again, I don't do this for the views, although, I do want to mention that the recent Reddit video I made, the Saga of Nathaniel, has actually been getting the most attention out of all my Reddit videos. It's up to 111 views at this point, and I'm very, very pleased about that. Also, my plan for my snake is all going to depend on when I'm moving in with my mom and whether or not the eviction order is legit, because if I have to be out by the end of April, then I'm getting the snake right away. Literally right away. Also, I'm not going to have to pay rent. I did promise my mom $100 in rent for every month that I'm living with her that I can possibly pay rent. So I'm going to give her $100, but I'm still going to have a bunch of money that I'm not using for rent. So that's all going to be going in my savings account, and it's all going to be for my snake. And possibly I'm going to have a discussion with my mom about, I don't know, doing something else for my birthday or whatever. Right now, my plan, which I've sorted out perfectly, so I'm going to rent the Gem Theater for like 2 movies. We're gonna see Elio and Inside Out 2. It's $150 for I think 2.5 hours. So for 2 movies, it'll be about $300, which I have. That's about half my birthday budget. My mom has $200, and then I have about $400 that I don't have to pay in June because I'm not staying here. So I'm gonna be able I'm gonna be able to use that money for this special event for my birthday, which I'm really excited about. And honestly, I've already made plans to spend most of my birthday budget. $300 is going towards renting the theater for a couple of movies, and then I'm replacing my toffee hoodie because it's extremely faded and it's my favorite one. So I really want to replace it, and that's on Redbubble, so it's going to be expensive. I think they're about $60 to $65. So I'm getting the exact same hoodie, or possibly a different hoodie. I'm probably gonna go with the same one, but I'm looking at some different hoodie ideas right now. Like, there's a lot of Star Versus hoodies on Redbubble, and if I find one with, like, Star and Marco and other characters that also features Toffee, I might just go with that one. But I'm looking into some different ideas right now, but I definitely want a new hoodie for my birthday just because of how faded that one is. I have a few other hoodies that are working out perfectly fine, but something went wrong with my hoodie when I first got it, and it's been faded for a while now, and I've been making plans for like a year or so to like upgrade it, and it's difficult to do so since I'm not getting those like COVID checks anymore, but I finally made a plan to do it. So with that, and then there was about $40 for I can't remember what the $40 is for. I think it's for. Yeah, I don't remember what the $40 is for. So that's another $100 altogether to replace my hoodie, and then $40 for whatever I was going to use it for. And then another, so that's like $400. And then another $100 I was going to get my mom to put towards my snake, which he's $120, and the deposit counts towards him. I did the $20 deposit. I'm basically waiting on my living situation to be sorted. So essentially, that's $500 of my birthday money, and probably whatever is left is going to be, oh yeah, $40 for cake, because I wanted to get like 4 slices of that really good chocolate cake at Carlos Bakery that I love. And since they removed the ATM in the mall a while ago, the only way I can get it is if we go like into Toronto to get it, but we have a place that we go now. There's a better place that we go now, so I'm just gonna get 4 individual slices of cake, and it's probably gonna be between $40 and $50 with tax and stuff. So there was that, and then $100 for the snake, and then $60 for my hoodie, and $300 for the movie theater. So that already is like $500 of my birthday money, and then whatever is left over is gonna go towards like movie snacks and Krispy Kreme donuts and ordering pizza or something. I'm gonna want to do something for dinner. Like, yeah. So even with that, I'm probably gonna spend into my entire birthday budget, or maybe even over a little, which I will sort out and be able to, like, manage with my mom's help. But regardless, I have $600, and I've already made plans to spend pretty much all of it. But if I don't have to pay rent, but if the eviction notice is in fact legit, excuse me, if the eviction notice is in fact legit and I don't have to pay rent for May because I don't live here anymore, then I'll be putting some of that money in my savings account for my snake, but then I'll be using some of it for my birthday, just for the little bits and pieces that I'm not gonna have the money for, or if I need a little more for my birthday, like whatever I need, because that's my entire plan for my birthday. Replace my toffee hoodie, get my snake, get the cake, that rhymed, get the cake, and rent the movie theater, get movie snacks, get Krispy Kreme, and order pizza for dinner. That's my entire plan for my birthday, and that's going to take up my entire birthday budget, and I might spend a little into just the rest of my money. So I'm going to sort that out with my mom. We're going to discuss that a little more. And we're doing it in June because she's going away for the entire month of July, which my birthday's on July 13th. But she's not going to be here, so that's why I have extra cake that I'm going to put in the freezer, and I have other plans for my birthday where I'm going to just, like, take Ubers around the Toronto area and go to some stores that I want to go to and kind of just do some window shopping because there are a lot of really cool, like, candy stores and other places that I want to go that I was looking at that look really cool. Just some fun stuff. Just kind of go window shopping around the city and have a lot of fun and just do that because I don't want to just stay in the house feeling miserable the entire month of July. And I have other plans for my YouTube channel that will take place over July since my mom's going to be out of the house literally the entire month. She is not going to be here. She's going to Uganda in Africa. So, yeah, I'm literally going to be all alone in the house in July. Or if I get my subsidized housing, then I'll be alone in the house anyway, so it won't matter. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. Literally, the next few months are entirely in God's hands, and I don't know what's going to go on, and I don't know, like, everything about it. But, anyway, I don't know the exact reasons for my eviction, but I do also get the feeling that whatever reasons he put on the, I, I do understand the reasons that he posted, but it's not I seriously don't think that the reasons he actually wrote on the paper are the actual reasons why he's evicting me. There's some stuff. Anyway, sorry, I'm dealing with my nose at the same time as this. It's annoying. But anyway, I know the real reason he's evicting me, because I have pet tarantulas, and he doesn't like that. So, I guess it's all gonna come down to what I discussed with my mom today. Anyway, I'm gonna go on and do some Reddit stuff, because this is getting to be a lot, but I just have a lot to talk about, and I have a lot of thoughts in my head. There's a lot going on right now. I know, like, if you guys don't want to watch this stuff, you can just skip ahead to the Reddit stuff, but seriously, I got so much going on right now. Anyway, it's just, I don't know. Either way, I'm gonna be really happy because if the eviction order is in fact not legit, I can actually sue for a lot more money in court. But if it is legit, then I can get out of here and I don't have to live here anymore. And I don't have to worry about my living situation. And that would be nice. But, you know, I don't have to worry about coming back here. I didn't want to come back here anyway, that was the whole point. But, you know, at the same time, maybe I will just come back here because it might not be legal or legit or anything. And if it's not, then I'll just sue him for more money in court. I have no problem with that, whatever. Like, come on. Okay. I just want to go to... Hang on. I'm just gonna go to BestOfRedditorUpdates. Oof. Okay. OOP calls his boyfriend's daughter son, causing the daughter to yell at the former. Okay. And he's not the OOP, blah blah blah. Trigger warnings, infidelity and suicide. Oh shit, man. Yo, that's intense. Alright, this is gonna be intense, so if you guys don't want to watch this, then just skip ahead. Cause seriously, the trigger warnings on this, I might even not be able to finish this. Okay, editor's note, fix some sentences for grammar purposes. If I can't finish this, then I'm not going to. I'm not gonna push myself into a bunch of triggers that I don't like, but the suicide thing especially is just rubbing me the wrong way, so I might not be able to finish this story. I'm just letting you guys know that now. Okay. I, 53 male, have a daughter, 25 female. Okay, the original post was September 7th, 2023. I, 53 male, have a daughter, 25 female, who has been dating James, 28 male, for 2 years now. Before meeting him, my daughter strictly told me not to mention his dad or any family members to him. He was not close with them. I didn't ask what happened because it was not my place to know. Genuinely, I liked him a lot. He is a good man, responsible, neat, and truly loved my daughter. We bonded well. I only met him a handful of times. This happened a few days ago. My daughter came to visit me along with James. I was fixing my car. James looked curious and asked what I was doing. I showed my car and I said that I'm fixing it. We go into talking and he told me he doesn't know how to fix his car. He just pays someone else to do it. I was shocked. I told him I can teach him. He doesn't need to waste his money on fixing basic things. I did teach him all the things. He was a fast learner. After he was done, I patted on his back and said, "Well done, my son." The expression on his face changed. He was happy in 1 second, and then his face changed. He broke down crying on the floor. I tried my best to calm him down, but he was wailing. By the time my daughter came over, he was in a fetal position. I was confused. My daughter took him inside. He spent the night, and my daughter just took his dinner in her room. She came downstairs and asked what happened, and I gave her the details of it. She was angry. She was almost screaming and asked why the hell did I say, "Well done, son." She specifically told me not to mention anything about his family. I didn't. I just said, "Well done, my son," because that's what you usually say when you are proud of them. I didn't even utter the word father. I just slipped. I said sorry and asked if I could talk to him and apologize. She was pissed and told me to forget it. He is not in good shape. They left early morning. I don't know what I did wrong here. Have been asking my daughter about him, and it was just one-word answers. What do I do? Relevant comments. Someone says, "He needs therapy, you did nothing wrong." NOOP replies, "According to my daughter, he has been in therapy for 5 years, in and out." And Redacted says, "Your daughter is enabling his crippling mental illness. She'll learn eventually." And then OP says, "I don't think she is enabling. She cares for him a lot. She is going to nursing school like her mother to become a nurse, so that's why she might be freaking out." And then the update post is the next day, so September 8th, 2023, posted 1 day later. I wanted to post an update on my previous post, but the mods removed my post for God knows why. But then again, the update is very long. Yesterday, when I made this post, my daughter called and asked if I can come to her place. I said, of course. When we went inside, the first thing my daughter did was hug me and said she was sorry for yelling at me and berating me. She was wrong. She should have handled it like a mature adult. I told her it is fine. I understand why she panicked. She also said James wants to see me as well. James was in their shared bedroom and asked for privacy. As soon as I went there, he started apologizing and said he didn't mean to make things awkward. He knows he shouldn't have cried like that in front of me, that he is a grown man and should have kept his emotions in check. He says he has never had a major breakdown like this in 3 years. Usually he is in control of his emotions. I asked him to calm down and said I'm not mad at him, and then he started telling me a story. It just made me sick to my stomach. Here it is. Back when he was in his final year of college, his mother had died the year before. His dad and mom got married too young before his mother was pregnant, and they were both in bad shape. But his dad was even worse than before. He would often visit his dad along with his girlfriend. One day he found out his girlfriend was cheating on him with his dad. I won't go into much details, but you can imagine the mess. His father gave him lame excuses like he was lonely and whatnot. He cut off all contact he had with his dad and went on to live with his grandmother. His grandmother did rip his dad a new one and threatened to call the police on him. After that, he went into depression. He skipped his classes and flunked. He went through intense therapy, and he managed well on his own. And has managed well on his own. He moved out from his grandmother's state and came closer to us. That poor boy was sobbing when he was telling me this story in excruciating details. It almost made me cry. Also, that's not the reason he cried. He cried because a few days ago, he received a letter from his grandmother that his dad had committed suicide. He wrote a letter to James. James did read the letter, but felt nothing. He showed me the letter. It was basically that bastard apologizing and asking for a chance. I got a little gist about what had happened after the affair was discovered. His father and that girl was pretty much ostracized by everyone. They lived in a small town, so the word got around. The father's friend basically disowned him. Every relative he had doesn't talk to him. He lost his respect and dignity. He begged his mother to give him James's address, but his grandmother refused. He couldn't find James because he changed his name. He goes by his maternal grandmother's maiden name. Also, in the letter he mentioned he had liver failure because after he left he drank alcohol. He regrets what he has done and knows he can never take it back. He will always have to carry the guilt. He has thought about suicide a lot of times, but he knows if he dies, he has to answer his deceased wife about why he did what he did. Lastly, his dad mentioned he has no contact with that bitch because she was the reason why he lost his son. He does acknowledge his own fault, but mostly he blamed that girl because she seduced him. I can't believe even in his death he avoided accountability. James said he wasn't bothered by his death until that day when I called him son. If it was some other time, he wouldn't have reacted the way he did. It was just the timing. He cried because because he knew he lost his father forever, and he didn't even go to his funeral because he knew if he did, his progress would go down the drain. But he misses having a father. He knows what his dad did was wrong. They were both pretty close. His dad was his cheerleader. He still couldn't believe his dad would do this to him. He mentioned that if his dad was alive, he probably would have contacted him in the near future, like in 10 or 20 years. But he just lost both of his parents forever. I apologized to him for triggering something like that. I also told him he is a wonderful man and any man would be proud to have a son like him. It's just a shame his dad threw it all away because he can't control his dick. Sorry, I know this is a dead person, but I have no respect for him. I totally get it. I would feel the same way about my dad. I wouldn't care if he died. What he did was his. Was his and only his fault. And I am proud of him. He has managed very well for himself. He reassured me that even though he has trauma, he never hurt my daughter and really loves her. He said that he has been thinking about asking her hand from me in marriage, I guess. Now, I would have said yes, but I put some conditions that he needs to get a psych evaluation and go to therapy. I know he is a good person, but right now he's not in a good headspace. He should take my daughter to couples counseling with them. He accepted them without hesitation. As for my daughter, I did ask her why she kept this huge thing away from me. She said she didn't want me to judge him, that she knows what he went through and it really hurts her to see him being triggered. She did mention that she heard him cry in the bathroom when they first moved in. She loves him and understands that he has PTSD, but according to her, he is the best guy she has ever dated. I told her I do not care who she dates, be it a truck driver or a billionaire or someone who is an orphan, as long as the guy is good and treats her well, she has my approval. Sorry that was long, but it is tough to summarize everything in such short words. Okay. God, that went so much better than I expected reading the first part. Um, OP doesn't seem like a miraculous saint, just a normal, decent, kind person, which is what the boyfriend needed then. Okay. Well, I like that. Doot, 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 doot. Okay. New update 6 months later. Am I wrong for not agreeing to be a stay-at-home wife when I retire? Okay. Not the original poster, blah blah blah. They posted an r/am I wrong. Original Best of Redditor updates post here. Paragraph breaks added for readability. New updates marked with a bunch of stars. Okay. Thank you to another user for letting me know about this. Trigger warning. Infidelity. Okay. Original post September 18th, 2023. I'm retiring in about 3.5 months, January 2024, and my husband and I disagree on how the division of labor should be once that happens. Since meeting my now husband, I have been very vocal about my plans to retire when I turn 40. I've planned my life around this goal, lived below my means ever since college, and gave up things to meet this goal. We got married in our early 30s, so it's only been 7 years since then. He also saves for retirement. I finally got him to up his amount to 20%, but won't be able to retire until he's at least 62. He's instead chosen to spend his money on things that make him happy, and I fully support and encourage him in that. Everyone has different goals in life. We are both child-free by choice, so that isn't a factor here. I've said in the past that I'm not going to be doing all of the cooking, cleaning, and finances once I retire because I don't want to replace one job with another. I currently do all of the cooking, most of the finances, and probably 25% of the cleaning. I think that it's fair as my husband usually works. As my husband usually works more hours than I do, and I'm a picky eater, so it just works out for the best. He recently made a casual comment about how he's going to start working more overtime once I retire because I'll have less household stuff to do. I asked him what he meant by that since my retirement doesn't really change anything for him, and that I preferred he didn't work more overtime so that we could spend more time together. He said that most husbands with stay-at-home wives don't clean the house. I didn't know what to say because I thought we had already discussed this, so I tried my best to change the subject. But we had an argument about it yesterday at dinner, and he's now giving me the silent treatment. I slept in the guest room last night as he locked our bedroom door and wouldn't let me in. I just don't know how to get through to him. Even though I'll no longer be working, I won't be a stay-at-home wife by my own definition. To me, a stay-at-home partner is the manager of the home and doesn't bring in much, if any, income. Their job is to take care of the home. I'm not trading one job for another. I'm retiring. I'm still bringing in income. I've just planned my life so I no longer have to work 9 to 5 to do so. I have multiple hobbies that I have been super excited about, devoting more time to. I love rock hounding. What does that mean? Crocheting and hiking. I'm an unpublished writer and have always dreamed of being published. Same. Except I've kind of been published before. I'll explain that more later. I have a lifestyle blog and a pretty active Pinterest following. I'm not super consistent, and they're not big enough to monetize, so I count them as hobbies and not side jobs. I also have a very long travel bucket list. I've already started looking into nonprofits in my area I could volunteer for. I know still have limited hours in a day, but even if I only volunteer 1 day a week, I still feel like I could be helping our local community. I know we've had conversations about this, and he's always been supportive. Even of me leaving for a few weeks every so often to solo travel, he's always been excited for me. Uh, I'm totally confused about this change and I'm freaking out. I thought I communicated my expectations, but he's saying that he doesn't ever remember talking about it and that he's not okay with me retiring if I'm just going to be lazy. I don't see it that way. Am I wrong? Okay. So I'm gonna say I need to take a short break and then I'll get to. We're not done with this post yet, but I do need a break. I'll be right back, but I need to eat something and I need to use the bathroom. But I do want to mention the publishing thing really quick. So, when I was 15, I was in foster care with my sister for about 10 months before my mom was able to get us back. My dad had just taken off and, he disappeared, literally, off the face of the planet, it seems. But anyway, so they just wanted to make sure that my mom wouldn't, bring him back into our lives somehow. We had a restraining order and stuff, but the people, I guess CPS or whatever, wanted to make sure that she wouldn't bring him back into our lives somehow since he was so dangerous and he abused us terribly. But finally, after 10 months, my mom was fighting tooth and nail to get us back, and finally she got us back. But the foster home that we were in was really fantastic. It was really great. And I still remember the first night we went into foster care. So we were in one home for about a month before they said they found a better family for us. And the second family was absolutely a better fit. My sister was 11 at the time and I was a teenager. So they found us a house with a mom and a dad and then 3 teenagers. And then there was my foster cousin who would come over every other weekend and we would share a room, and she was really cool too. She was really nice and we would just hang out or whatever and stuff. But anyway, so to get to the publishing thing, I needed to give you the background on the fact that we were in foster care, but I still remember the first night that we were in foster care because we were in the first home before we went to the second home, and they brought home KFC, and I had not had KFC in years because my dad decided it was bad and we weren't getting it anymore. And when my dad made a decision, it was a decision for the whole family. None of us had a say, so I had not had KFC fried chicken in 4 years, which sucks because I love KFC. It's so good. Now I can have KFC whenever I want because I'm an adult and I'm making my own money and I can do what I want with it. The money that doesn't go towards rent or bills or whatever, I do what I want with it. So, the money that doesn't go towards rent and groceries and stuff, I usually use to go to the movies, or I buy myself fast food, or right now I'm using it for a snake. But anyway, so the whole thing with the publishing happened when I was in my second foster home, and I wrote I wrote my foster parents this little poem for Family Day, and then they ended up asking me if I could get it published. So I think I got a check of $100 when I got it published in this small local foster care magazine. It's not a big deal. It wasn't not a lot of people read it or knew about it, but still, it was a publishing opportunity. It was a publishing opportunity, so technically, I'm a published author now. I always say, like, yeah, I'm a published author. I wrote this poem once, and then, yeah, it's been a thing. And it was also published in a magazine at my school, like, a year later. They published it in the magazine at school because I submitted it for something. I submitted it to the magazine, but they did publish it in my school magazine, like, a year later. It was really cool. I thought that, too. I wasn't really able to appreciate it as much at the time because of all the shit I was going through and the trauma and stuff like that. But now, looking back, like 15 years later, I do appreciate it very much, and I'm so glad I got that opportunity. And now I can legitimately say I'm a published author when people ask me, because I am. It might not be a glamorous, huge publishing opportunity, but I am published. Anyway, it was the coolest thing ever, and it was awesome, and hopefully I can get a book published properly one of these days, but I'm a published author now and forever, so that is very cool. But yeah, the whole foster care situation, I just needed to give some background on the situation before I led into the publishing thing. I'm gonna take a break and then I'll be back with, like, the relevant comments and the updates for this post and stuff. But, like, it seems like I need to stop every half an hour to an hour. I'll record for like an hour or less, and then I'll need to stop because I get hungry or whatever. I always get super hungry when recording these videos. I never understand why. It's like so much work to record a video, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, be back. Hey friends, it's Friday night. Um, I know that I kind of just didn't do anything all day because I was kind of just waiting for my mom to get here, and honestly, I just didn't feel up to it, and I was just watching videos and stuff, and then my mom came and we talked, and she dropped off my chicken and stuff, and, so there's all of that, and, I'm just here with one quick story before I decide to slip off for the night, and I'm gonna try and do more work on this tomorrow and hopefully get it done. But if I don't get it done tomorrow, then I am going to just finish it like another time, like later in the week, like I don't know, Tuesday or Wednesday. Because like I have a lot going on. Plus, I have movies tomorrow, but it's an early movie, so I might be able to get some work done on this. And then I have a movie on Monday and Tuesday, and I know it's weird to have a movie 2 days in a row, and like, yeah, 4 times in 1 week, and also just 2 movies 2 days in a row, because I was only going to go see Luke on Monday, and I still am, but like, they're doing this event at some theaters, including the Vaughn Cinemas, where they have a showtime where it's Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, which was a movie that left theaters before I could even realize that it had come to theaters. Anyway, so I'm gonna go see that, and Tuesday is the only day it's not playing super, super late, so I have to go with it. So I gotta go on Tuesday. So, yeah. I had a movie yesterday. Tomorrow I have a movie, and then Monday and Tuesday I have a movie, and Sunday's the only day Sunday I don't have a movie, but Sunday I'm just hanging out with my mom like all day. Like she's gonna come pick me up after church, and we're going straight to the Pet Expo, and then we're gonna spend a couple hours there, and then we're gonna drive back, and then we're gonna just hang out for the rest of the night. I'm gonna take a shower, and then we're gonna just like hang out or whatever because I have a lot. Um, I have a lot going on. Anyway, yeah, so I have a lot going on over the long weekend. Plus, I just have a couple days of movies coming up. And I was planning on finishing this today, but, it didn't turn out that way. Anyway, I'm gonna read one quick story before I'm wrapping up for the night. Karma may Karma may finally take its toll on me tomorrow, and I deserve it. And this one's marked as concluded. I am not OOP. OOP is another user, and it was originally posted to r/true off my chest. And trigger warnings are sexual themes, manipulation, misogyny, and bullying. Original post, March 18th, 2023. My girlfriend, 22 female, texted me, 29 male, that we need to talk tomorrow, and I know what's in store for me. But in order to understand the whole situation, I will explain the context. As a teenager, there were two things that characterized me, and they were my tall stature, I am currently 6'5", and my deep voice. Unfortunately, I was too skinny and shy, so my middle school and high school years were shrouded in constant mockery that severely affected my self-esteem, so I never had a girlfriend. The only time I had the courage to ask someone out ended with her laughing in my face. Before I entered college, I decided I wanted to change my situation, so I put myself through an intense exercise regimen. By the time I got in, I already had a beefy body, which, combined with my heightened voice, quickly made me popular. It wasn't long before I lost my virginity and then I had casual sex, but going from being a shy and unpopular guy to one surrounded by female attention caused a reaction in me that I'm currently ashamed of. Although I had many opportunities to have a girlfriend, I was so intoxicated by my new popularity that I didn't want to miss the chance to have as many women as I wanted, so I began to see women more as objects for my satisfaction than as people, which caused me to do a lot of harm to several women. Just so you don't misunderstand, everything was always consensual and for mutual fun and enjoyment, but I admit to having broken a few hearts. From then on, it was several years of casual sex, friends with benefits, and etc., until finally, at the age of 26, I was unhappy with that lifestyle. I didn't enjoy sex anymore. It felt more like an obligation than something for pleasure, and I felt a terrible emptiness inside when it was over. I even wondered if I wanted to reach 60 like that, alone and without any kind of serious relationship, just with the memories of several sexual partners who would eventually forget me and start families. In the following years, I fell into a deep depression, but thanks to the help of friends and certain groups, I was able to turn a new page in my life. So much so that last year I met my girlfriend, and funnily enough, my first girlfriend, because in all those years of casual sex, I never had a serious relationship. We have been dating for 5 months now, and last month she decided it was appropriate for us to meet each other's families. I introduced her to my parents and they loved her. Then she took me to her house to meet hers. I got along very well with them, although I couldn't help but notice that her older sister looked at me strangely during dinner. When it was time to leave, her sister came up to me and asked in a low voice, "Don't you remember me?" I looked at her confused and said no, and she said something that petrified me. "We went to the same university." That night when I got home, I couldn't sleep. I literally just lay awake for hours trying to remember who she was until I finally remembered. She was a religious girl I met through a friend, and after some time I lied to her and told her I loved her so I could have sex with her, all because of a bet with some friends. She was a virgin and firmly believed in waiting until marriage, but I managed to convince her that I was too. I wasn't, and that our first time together would be special, even telling her that we would be boyfriend and girlfriend. Once I got what I wanted, I proceeded to ghost her for weeks, and when she confronted me face to face, I just pretended she was crazy. I didn't think about her for years, and now it turns out that her younger sister is my girlfriend. I know, it almost seems like some kind of cool divine joke. Since then, I've been in constant fear that she would tell my girlfriend what happened. My fears came true today as I texted my girlfriend early this morning to ask if she wanted to go out to try a new restaurant I had heard about, only to not have her reply for hours until finally, just a few hours ago, she texted me to say that her sister had told her something and that we needed to talk in person tomorrow. I know very well what she is going to tell me and I am ready to accept it. I did wrong and I am aware of it. And I believe that everything I did will eventually come back to me. Still, a small part of me hopes that there might still be a future with her, although I really doubt it. Depending on what happens, I will write an update. And since this is Best of Redditor Updates, obviously there's an update which you will read in a second, but I have to deal with my nose right now. Okay. Relevant comments. Yeah, seems karma has come back for you, dude. I do feel slightly bad because it seems like you've cleaned up your act and you're trying to do better. However, if you realized who your girlfriend's sister was last month, you had time to actually apologize first and be the one to tell your girlfriend the truth before her sister did. Whatever happens tomorrow, I hope you do decide to apologize to the both of them for what you did. It's the right thing to do. Just hope you don't go back to being the kind of guy you were in college if she breaks up with you. And then OOP responds, "I thought about it several times, but I never had the courage to tell her. She doesn't know what I was like before, and that, coupled with having to tell her that I was the one who took her sister's virginity and then dumped her and was a jerk, wasn't the easiest thing to do. Although, also, I guess I wanted to prolong the inevitable, enjoy a little more time with her before that happened. Update March 19th, 2023. Hello, everyone. First of all, I wanted to thank everyone who has commented, both those who have given me advice and words of support and those who have criticized me, except for that one person in private messages who said that I deserve to be stabbed. Please get help. What the fuck? Some people are crazy on the internet. Today I talked to my girlfriend about the situation and what happened. Well, it's kind of surreal. The meeting place was our favorite coffee shop at 10 a.m. When I arrived, she was already there. I sat down, and I'm not going to lie, I felt like my heart was going to jump out of my chest because I already had an idea of what was going to happen. She struck up a little casual conversation and then talked for a few minutes until she finally decided to tell me about what happened with her sister. Tell me what had happened to her sister. On Friday, she got a call from her sister asking about me and if I had said anything to her about my time at the university, to which she said no. Her sister went on to explain the situation to her, which shocked her so much that she needed a whole day to process it before she decided to set up a meeting today to talk about it. She said she was unwilling to fully believe the story until I confirmed it, as her relationship with her sister made her seriously doubt its veracity. I will explain this later. At the time, I was tempted to deny it because, from the sound of it, she was not willing to believe her sister, and there was no proof of what she was talking about, so maybe I could easily lie and get away with it. However, as one of the comments on the post told me, in order to grow, I have to face the consequences of my actions, so I decided to confirm what her sister had said. My girlfriend just responded with an "oh," and then said she had to go to the bathroom and get up and leave. I waited at the table for about 40 minutes, getting to the point where I was almost sure she had left me, but after a while she comes back to the table. She tells me that what I did to her sister was terrible and that she thanks me for it. After that, it was about 4 hours of explanations, which I will summarize as best I can. It turns out that my girlfriend's older sister is the golden child of the family, and the relationship between the two of them has always been horrible since they were little. She always bullied her, physically and emotionally abused her, and the stories she told me about her childhood and adolescence are so horrible that I don't think I could write them here. She also mentioned to me that her sister was a gigantic narcissist and that she had undoubtedly lied about being a virgin when we met because she had had numerous boyfriends since before she went to college, all of whom she had convinced she was a virgin, and apparently she continued to do so after college. She even mentioned that she has had only one boyfriend besides me since she turned 18 because any other possible suitor she might have, her sister would quickly take him away from her, even convincing her ex-boyfriend to cheat with her. Apparently, the reason she wanted to bring me to her family was to show me off to her sister who had been single for some time. And when her sister told her about what happened in college, at first she just dismissed it, thinking it was another one of her sister's lies. But certain factors, like the fact that we actually went to the same college, made her doubt it, and so she wanted to confirm it. Now that she knows it's true, she says that although she feels confused and even a little disgusted, she can't help but feel happy that she managed to beat her sister at something, and the fact that someone bested her sister at her own game is wonderful. To make a long story short, she said that our relationship can't be for now because, despite the relationship with her sister, it would be too weird for her to date someone who fucked a relative of hers, as several of you had said, and even I acknowledged. She told me that despite my bad behavior, she didn't hold a grudge against me because she felt her sister deserved it for everything she did and apparently continues to do. We parted on good terms, and she said that if she felt differently in the future, she would call me to see if we had anything. And that's that. My girlfriend broke up with me, as expected, and the rest was nothing like I expected. Even now, as I write this, I still have trouble believing what happened. I would take the advice someone gave me in the comments and refrain from dating for a while and focus on myself. Nice. That's a pretty decent, wholesome ending. Anyway. Some Redditors really need to take all this extra time they have making up fanfics and instead go outside, touch grass, and meet people. Isn't touch grass generally used as an insult? Right? More often than not, I tend to believe people in these posts. It's exhausting being so cynical, since it's not hurting anyone, but man, this one isn't even trying to appear realistic. I wonder how many teen movies OOP binged before coming up with this. It, I will take it over the horrors of reality. Isn't that the truth? Yeah, or invest their time into another hobby because their writing skills suck. Um, I mean, let's be honest, nobody gets any better if they don't practice. Okay. Do these type of stories ever make anyone else think the OOP has a very fantastical, maybe not super realistic view of what happens whenever someone grows up and becomes popular? Like it's always I was a bullied sexless loser, but then I started working out in college and was swarmed with hotties. Any ugly ducklings out there care to shed light on if this was their experience? Edit to add, thanks a bunch for sharing, people. It seems the consensus is that it's not beyond belief, but the actual unrealistic part of this is the added. She thanked me for banging her sister, which in hindsight probably should have been obvious. Okay, so I've not done the things OP has done. I want to make that clear. But as someone who was unattractive in high school with unattractive friends who all had glow ups after we reached 18, finished developing found flattering styles and haircuts, I can honestly say this was our experience. Some of my friends became like OP, now ex-friends, because it is seriously insane going from being bullied to that same bully wanting to go on a date with you. The attention is addicting and your ego inflates because everyone treats you so much better in such a short amount of time. Luckily, the attention only went to my head for 6 months until my friends basically said, "You arrogant shithead," and I got my act together. People just treat you so much better when you're good looking. There is science to support it. Combine that with sudden attention in a short time frame, and you get OP, and you get people like OP, or you get people like me, and luckily most of my friends who chill the fuck out. 26 is horrifically immature and late to adjust to being more conventionally attractive and egotistical. Most of us quit it at 19. People just treat you so much better when you're good looking. There is science to support it. Not only that, but you'll have better job prospects, and if you commit a crime, you'll get a lighter sentence. Pretty messed up. Yo, what? That's a thing? Ugh, of course it is. That's why celebrities get away with basically whatever they want. They seem to get a free pass because, oh, they're rich and beautiful and bleh, whatever. Ugh. Mm. I'm just trying to find a new comment thread. There's a fucking lot. Oh, this story is clearly complete garbage. When I went from scrawny to in shape, people are more receptive, but it's not like OOP's teenager perception of being more attractive. Okay. I could kind of believe the first post, but the second one is just such bullshit, lol. It almost feels like revenge against all those meanie Reddit users that indeed did say karma was coming for him when it turned out he was actually the hero in the story all along. Yeah, whatever, lol. When it turned out he was actually the hero in the story all along, and only because his girlfriend also wanted to win against her sister by banging the guy she banged. Good match for each other, I guess. Uh, I'll take things that didn't happen for 400, Alex. That was the most unbelievable thing I've read on Best of Reddit updates, lol. Yeah, all this one really needed was for the whole coffee shop to stand up and clap. Interesting twist though, after the girlfriend thanking him, I was fully expecting them to ride off into the sunset forever happy, and OP getting exactly what he wanted for being such a cool dude who banged all the chicks, and even gave the girlfriend's sister exactly what she deserved. Okay. Dude. Alright. You know what? Let's do another one. My alarm for my pills is going to go off in a couple minutes, and when it does, I'm going to take them. But let's just read another one. His mistress made him a better husband. I feel nauseous. Uh, originally posted the r/true off my chest. Trigger warning, emotional infidelity, physical assault, verbal abuse, manipulation. Okay. Original post, November 22nd, 2023. This is a throwaway. I'm just nauseous and want to vent, so please let me do it here. Everything changed about 3 years ago, and my husband became my dream man. Before that, we'd suffered a lot in our marriage. After 2 hard pregnancies and postpartum depression, my libido was diminished, and we fought all the time. After 4 years of dead bedroom, we started therapy. I thought that was where the improvement came from. My husband started paying attention to me. In the beginning, I was panicking because whenever he paid me attention before, he expected sex. But now it felt like he was seeing me as a human being for the first time. He was attentive and caring, empathetic. He touched and cuddled and kissed me out of the blue without wanting sex in return. He started helping around the house, bringing me flowers, take out dinners when I worked late, planning date nights. Anniver- Anniversaries, birthdays, and holidays are planned perfectly, and I started getting the most beautiful and thoughtful gifts. When we fought, he would come the next day and admitted his wrongs, and very accurately if he was the one in the wrong, something he never did before. He would apologize too when back in the days him apologizing would be a blow to his ego. He said he was happy all the time and lucky to have us as his family.
Yeah.
Everything was better, and I even got my libido back, if not as high as I hoped. I found their conversation about 5 days ago, and I probably spent over 50 hours reading them. 3 years worth of conversation. He would tell her his woes, and she would listen. 99 out of 100 times she sided with me. She taught him about intimacy. She taught him about intimacy and how important it is in marriages. The tragically funny part is that he never got angry or offended by her telling him off. Calling him silly, stubborn, or at times man baby, her honesty was brutal, and yet he agreed with her. She was the one suggesting all the changes, and he would ask her for advice about gifts, traveling, and all the beautiful things he did for our family. He thanks her all the time for helping him turn his miserable home life around, making it tolerable. With all these texts, there were the texts between them that are about them like nobody else existed around them. The flirting, sex talk, and pictures, the longing to see each other. He says she is the love of his life every day, and that he wishes those circumstances were different. Ugh. She says the same. They both agree that divorce would ruin their families and that they couldn't be that selfish. How admirable. I feel nauseous. My happiness for the past 3 years was fake. I don't know what to do. I want to hurt them. I want to expose them, and I want to ruin whatever they think is perfect happiness. And then there's a little like edit. Hi, I'm getting chat requests about my comments not being visible. Is this normal? I'm trying to answer you guys. Sorry. Hi again. Since I can't comment, I can't answer all the chats. I will answer here. I am 35. My husband is 39. We have two children, ages 9 and 7. She is 40 and has one child, 14. She is in a dead bedroom with her husband too, and for 14 years. The affair is physical too, yes, but they meet maybe once every month or every other month. She tells my husband that what they feel is probably limerence, what limerence, but that they don't know it yet because they meet so little. She lives in another city. Okay, I'm gonna take my pills because my alarm just went off, and then I'll be right back and I'm gonna read the relevant comments and stuff. Okay, hang on. I have to do something. Okay. Okay. Relevant comments. So basically, your cheating ex is trying to blame you for him cheating. The delusion of cheaters. You only informed the mistress's husband that she couldn't keep her legs closed to a cold breeze. He had a right to know, onwards and upwards, and then update me. And then OOP says, he didn't blame me for anything. He doesn't care that he cheated. He was only angry that her husband hurt her and her child. Maybe my post was this convoluted, thinking that everyone else here is thinking he is trying to put the blame on me. He doesn't care at all. He doesn't care at all. He just thought that I should have confronted him instead because he was the one who cheated on me. I told everyone around us what he's done and he doesn't even care. Okay, hang on. Did they wait. Okay, it says something about it doesn't say anything about that she told him, but I'm not really sure. So basically your cheating ex is trying to blame you for him cheating. Okay. I'm not sure where that happened. Like, okay, I don't know. Whatever. Update, my husband left me after I told his mistress's husband about their affair. March 19th, 2024. Wait, when was the original post? Oh, November 22nd, 2023. So, several months later. Okay, March 19th, 2024. I was here some weeks ago with my original post. I finally decided that I really should reach out to the husband of my husband's mistress. I found him easily and I contacted him. He didn't believe me at first and was rude about it and told me to go fuck myself. I hesitated to contact him again, to be honest, but after a few days I realized that I would too not believe a stranger just popping in my DMs accusing my significant other of cheating, so I recorded my husband's phone with my phone, especially the messages where she sent explicit photos and stuff. I also went to the contact to show the number. He didn't answer me the first day, and then he called me the C word and blocked me. I thought, well then, I have done my part and it's on him if he believes me or not. Then after a week, my husband came home angry and he yelled at me for exposing them. He asked why I didn't confront him instead. My problem was with him. I've never seen him yell like this, and then he packed a bag and left for about a week. I think he's traveled to see her. When he got home, he said that it was over. He said that he has been trying to make me happy for years and he's done everything a good husband would do, but still nothing was good enough for me. I made him miserable for years and instead of taking it out on him, I chose to hurt a woman and her child. He moved to his parents' house and now he's renting an apartment. I've heard that he travels the weeks he doesn't have the children to be with her and that she's moving here soon when she gets full custody of her child. I've not been feeling well at all. He has never spoken to me directly since he left and I haven't seen him. He adamantly refuses to talk to me like I never existed in his life. I don't know what I have done to deserve this treatment. I hate that they won. Relevant comments. The last 3 years of your marriage were a lie. You know that now. Who he is as the person who he is the person he treated you who he is the person he treated you as before his affair partner had to convince him to be good to you. He is not a good person. Do they even really know each other? Like, how it is to be around each other on a daily basis? They're genuinely dumb to think the list will stay with 3 kids around, plus handling chores and day-to-day things of life. They have 2 custody battles ahead of them and divorce on top of it. If he's angry with you the next time you have to see him, ask him why. He got what he wanted. He wanted to be with her, and now he is. So why is he angry? Why is he angry that you gave him what you wanted? It's probably a shame that he's painted to be a cheater, not that he can't manipulate the narrative and paint you as the bad person. Sorry, some of the grammar is bad in this comment. If what they want is each other, let them have each other. They are both awful people, so they deserve each other. He is not angry about the divorce, and this is OP's response. He is not angry about the divorce. He is angry I told the husband instead of him because the husband hurt her and her kid. Okay? Physically or like emotionally. He's not angry because of that. He always assumed that if you found out he could gaslight you into thinking that it was somehow your fault or not happening, but by you telling the other husband there was no getting around it. And then OP says, no, he is angry about me putting his affair partner in danger. He gives zero fucks about staying in our marriage or not. He only was with me to help raise the children and probably wait for her to get rid of her husband. I am not trying to be dramatic here, but the sooner I realize the truth, the better it is for me to move on, I think. And then there's a third update, March 22nd, 2024. I want full custody of my children after he went and beat up his mistress's husband within an inch of his life and ended up in jail. What the fuck? Hang on. I'm handling my nose and then I'm gonna read this update because what the fuck? He went and beat up, okay. Alright. This morning I got a call from my mother-in-law that my husband has been in jail for the past couple of days and only got out this morning, but the charges weren't dropped. Apparently his mistress and her husband had another altercation last week, and she ended up hurt again. Now I want full custody of my children. He is out, but the charges are not dropped, so it will probably lead to some punishment. I don't know if family court would count this, in case I want full custody and only supervised visits for him. My mother-in-law was hostile when I told her this, and she's one of the people who have supported me, so I'm expecting some pushback. I don't care. Okay. Jeez, dude. And then relevant comments. You probably should not have let your mother-in-law in on this idea. Her first reaction is going to be that it will threaten her ability to see the grandkids and her son's ability to be a father. Even if you think she is on your team, you have to assume that she isn't. And then OP replies, yeah, it was a big mistake. If you comment on the link post, you will be banned, says one of the mods. Okay, I don't think this is over. And then I expect this fiasco to end on an ugly note. Yeah, this is messed up. The same way it started, this poor woman's post was horrible from beginning to end. Ugh. And then someone says, could you share what you found out? Very curious. Like, what? Uh, I'm not sure why this person is getting downvotes. This person has 11 downvotes? What? Sorry, hang on. Okay. We might read another story. We might read one more story. I'm actually enjoying this. I'm just enjoying this. So, I mean, it's a messed up story, but okay. Hmm. All right. Hmm. Okay. Am I the asshole for reacting wrong to my brother's engagement? And this one is also ongoing. Originally posted to r/am I the asshole and r/AITAH, which is the short version of am I the asshole. Oh my gosh. Trigger warnings, manipulation, bullying, fat shaming, mentions of eating disorder. Okay, original post March 18th, 2024, so earlier this month. Sorry if this is kind of all over the place. So on Sunday, I, 19 female, learned on a Zoom call with my family that my brother, Haley, 22 male, has just gotten engaged to his girlfriend Jessica, 20 female. When Haley told us, everyone but me was pretty enthusiastic, but I just kind of sighed and said nothing. Haley didn't display any reaction towards my admittedly lukewarm response, but afterwards my mom called me and told me that I was rude for not being excited. She said that I need to respect all members of the family, including Jessica, and that I need to reconsider my behavior if I want to be invited to our vacation in the spring. Harry and I were really close growing up. Since he and then I started college, we've been less close, but him and I still talk every week or two. Harry and Jessica have been together for around 2 years now. Here's where it gets complicated. I knew Jessica back in high school, and she is not what you would call a kind soul. She had a particular nasty streak. She would not pay attention during class and always tried to cheat off of other people's homework, and I assume she got away with it. She tried, semi-successfully, to steal my boyfriend. She bullied one of my best friends, calling her fat among other things. This bullying worsened, if not caused altogether, her eating disorder, and it's something I've never been able to forgive or forget. She's just one of those people who just mess around with other people's lives like it's a game and not something she is invested in. About 6 months ago, I had a heart to heart with Harry about Jessica. I laid out my concerns and the history of her behavior, hoping it might make him reconsider or at least think deeply about their relationship. He said he'd consider what I said, but didn't continue the conversation much more. Since then, we talked regularly as usual, and things seemed normal between us. He didn't talk about Jessica often, but he didn't hide their relationship either. I really was happy it sounded like it might be dying off, though. I had no idea he was getting engaged to her until he announced it. I don't know if he has been telling other people in the family besides me, or if it was just really an abrupt decision. To make it worse, I'm worried that he told Jessica about our conversation 6 months ago. In her announcement on Facebook, annoying ring on hand, photograph in tow, she wrote something like, I know not everyone in our families are supportive, but we have each other and that's what matters. So he ignored my warning and he told her all about it. Part of me wonders if I should just swallow my feelings for the sake of family harmony, but another part of me feels like I'd be betraying my old friend, my own values, and my brother by pretending to be happy about this engagement. And I am bad at holding back my truth. So am I the asshole for feeling upset and possibly wanting to voice my concerns again? even though it might cause friction in my family? Or should I just keep my feelings to myself and let Harry make his own decisions and mistakes? I just feel like there's nobody who I can talk about this with that would really understand. Edit. Okay, thanks for all the responses, people. I will take some advice. Talk to mom and explain exactly what it is that Jessica has done and try to make her understand. Talk to Haley about our conversation before and try to find out how much of it he shared with Jessica and how she responded to what I said. Potentially talk to Jessica and seek therapy someday, haha. I'm really not in a position to go no contact with my family, and I still do want them in my life. I might post an update, but also it seems like the rules are kind of strict on here. The rules are kind of strict on that, which is fair. Message me or something if you want to hear what happens, haha. Verdict, it was not the asshole. Relevant comments. Info, when was the last time you talked to Jessica? Lots of people who are assholes during high school change immensely during college or thereafter. I haven't, and then OOP says, I haven't talked to her in at least 2 years, aside from kind of saying hello over speakerphone. But from her social media, I really don't think she's changed. She's acting like an asshole in general and like a pick-me towards my brother. And then afterwards, my mom called me and told me that I was rude for not being excited. No, you weren't. You just weren't excited. You were entitled to your own feelings. And that I need to reconsider my behavior if I want to be invited to our vacation in the spring. Oh, I see. So if you don't react the way your mother wants you to react, she'll exclude you from family events. Got it. That's messed up. I wouldn't worry too much if Jessica is aware of your conversation with your brother. If she is, at least she knows you're wary, and rightfully so. You are not the asshole for feeling the way you do, or for your reactions to the news. Your mother is a bit of an asshole, though. That's some Class A manipulation she's using. Time will tell if things work out for your brother and Jessica or not, but as long as you are polite without compromising your personal values, things should be fine. If she decides to get nasty, don't hide your experience of it or your feelings about it, but also know that very often people outgrow their immature tendencies and she could become a very decent person. This whole situation reminds me of that movie, You Again, lol. Oh, I love that movie! And then OOP says, thank you. To be honest, I'm used to this kind of thing from my mother. She likes to hold stuff over our heads. One time my siblings and I all got forced to miss a play we were going to see because we weren't actually excited about it, even though I had been learning all about it and was really looking forward to it. Part of me wonders if she just didn't want to spend the money, haha. I'm not sure that this is what's going on here, though. I truly do hope she's either outgrown it or that Harry sees her nasty side before the wedding. Okay. After reading all this, OOP gets 0 out of 5 buttholes, and the mom get, I think I'm inclined to give everyone 0 out of 5 buttholes, except for the mom, who gets 3 out of 5 buttholes. You guys might think that's kind of harsh, but I grew up with I grew up around manipulative people, and I just can't help but be really upset about it and hate the way that she's reacting. And yeah, she really does hold things. She really does hold things over OOP's head, apparently. It just fucking sucks. That's super messed up. Anyway, update March 22nd. Update March 22nd, 2024. So, a lot of people commented and sent me messages asking for an update to my previous post about unenthusiastic reaction to my brother's engagement announcement. Well, here it is. After reading people's replies, it sounds like the predominant opinion was that while I might not have been the asshole immediately, I would become one if I kept pushing too hard against my brother's relationship. And I really don't want Harry to think I don't support him or to not talk to me about personal relationship matters, so I pretty much had decided to keep quiet and just go along with whatever Harry wanted. On Tuesday, he messaged me asking me if I wanted to be a bridesmaid in Jessica's wedding party or a groomsmaid in his wedding party. After a little bit of back and forth, it became clear that he asked me because he knew I wasn't totally keen on Jessica but still wanted me involved with the wedding. I was trying to be supportive, so I said it would be great to get to know Jessica better by being a bridesmaid, though I wasn't exactly looking forward to the experience. I admit, though, I had a little bit of an ulterior motive. from what I know of Jessica, she completely changes how she acts based on who she is around, which is how she manipulated Harry into proposing. Of course, I thought that just maybe if I could show Harry how Jessica acts with her girls, he might reconsider her. He might reconsider his decision to marry her. Okay. Anyway, on Thursday, I got added to a Facebook Messenger chat named Brilliant Bridal Bizaz, wherein Jessica laid out her ground rules for being in the bridal party. Oh gosh. Okay, they are almost verbatim. 1. Participation in my bridal party is not just an honor, it's an investment. Be prepared to spend at least $1,000 on attire and accessories alone. I can make exceptions, but only if you ask me. I alone 2. I alone will dictate the narrative of my wedding on social media. Any premature posts, especially unflattering photos of me, will result in immediate expulsion. 3. Your weight will be monitored weekly. Anyone not fitting into their dress will be kindly asked to step down. This wedding will look picture perfect, and I can't have you ruining the aesthetics. 4. From now until the wedding, I expect you to be on call 24/7. Wedding emergencies are real, and your commitment to solving them will be a true test of friendship. 5. You will fund and organize a lavish bachelorette party in my honor. Think exotic destination, luxury accommodations, and Instagram worthy moments. 6. You will have fun, not just for your sake, but for me as well. Jeez, what the fuck? Yeah, this bitch is crazy, and she has not changed one bit since high school. If anything, she's gotten worse. Jeez. Upon reading this, I just burst out laughing. Screenshot, click. I think I might be able to convince Harry not to marry Jessica after all. I'm just deciding now if I should play it cool and act like the rules are normal but bring it up with Harry, or maybe show my mother because I know it would make her flip and almost certainly forgive me for sighing when Harry told us about the engagement. Top comments! Wow, if Harry was smart, he would have run. OP, be smart. Tell your brother you changed your mind, and when he asks why, send him the screenshot and say you are not following these rules. You have to lead the horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You can't make him see, then he will just have to figure it out. He will likely say those rules don't apply to you, but you can say, I don't think the bride would agree. Play it cool. Play it cool. Again, the more you force them apart, the closer they will become just to prove you wrong. Okay, if you want to play it dirty, don't go to your mom and like, aha, see, I told you. Go to her crying and worried. $1,000 for clothes and accessories? Where are you going to come with that kind of money? And why should you lose all that money for a party? Remember, if you ask your parents to help pay for things, that's at least $1,000 out of their own pocket. Jeez. Oh my gosh. I lost it at Brilliant Bridal Bitches, and I need it as a flare. But also in my experience, oh, and by the way, that's her flare. It apparently became a flare. But also in my experience, the mean girl marrying into the family gets her way all the way to the divorce and beyond. And she's going to pull some shenanigans on OOP before the wedding. I want to upvote this as much as possible so I can also use this as a flare. Okay, yeah, okay. Literally, okay. Yeah, so that's it. That's all they wrote for now. But again, this is an ongoing thing. There might be updates. Hopefully, there will be. I want to know how this turns out. Hopefully, Haley does not marry Jessica because Jessica is fucking nuts. I want to upvote this as much as possible so I can also use this for a flare. Reminder, you can ask mod for flare. That's how I got mine. Okay. I want to upvote this as much as possible. And the person who said I want to upvote this as much as possible so I can also use this as a flare, their flare is also Brilliant Bridal Bitches. Okay. And then oh, this person's flare is sympathy for OP didn't fly out the window. It was blah blah blah. Okay. I actually don't recognize that flare, so I need to know where it's from. Okay, and then there's a freaking oh my god, wait. No. Okay, we're gonna read another story. Okay, this one's marked as inconclusive. So, okay. I slept with another woman on a break, and now my wife is changed. What the fuck? Okay. I am looking forward to this one. I mean, hopefully. Okay, I am not the original poster. That poster has now deleted their account. Yeah, no shit. I can see why they posted on r/true off my chest. I currently have the post marked as inconclusive because he deleted his account, but it is somewhat concluded. Thank you to another user for the recommendation. There's a mood spoiler and it just says oof. Original post December 10th, 2023. My wife and I, both 40, have been together for 15 years. The past 3 years were turbulent, and we fought all the time until about a year ago, when we decided we needed time apart or to separate. We chose the first option. The first period we went no contact at all, but then we started texting, then meeting for lunch, etc. dates. We talked about the problems. I felt miserable without her, and I hope she did too because I missed her every day. Aw. That's half sweet and half a little mean that you're hoping she's miserable. But anyway, the problems that we always fought about, the mundane stuff, were so trivial now, and we talked about how our issues were really non issues. She said she loved and missed me so much, and I felt so much relief that she felt the same way, so I confessed that I was miserable without her, and how our problems were nothing compared to not being with her. Aww. It's sweet now, but just you wait. We made a plan to reconcile, and a month ago she moved back home. Before we separated, we discussed what we are allowed to do during our separation. She said that she didn't want to sleep with others, but that I was free to do it because we will be legit separated, and she doesn't have a right to decide over me while we aren't a couple. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. I slept twice with a colleague of mine. It wasn't good and I regretted it, so I ended it. It basically wasn't worth it. When my wife moved back, she asked me if I did something. She didn't. I told her the truth and she was silent for a while and then said that it was fair enough and not cheating because we had already discussed the possibility. Since we have talked about it, she has been distant. She says that she is happy and that she missed home and I too missed her and I haven't been this happy, but I don't know. When I ask her, she says she's fine and not to worry, but I don't know. I have caught her crying a few times, but she says it's the news and the world's condition. My wife is wild in bed, and I usually don't need to do much to put her in the mood. Now she doesn't react to my touch. Now she doesn't react to my touch, and sometimes we try for a long time, but she says she can't and starts crying. I don't know how to solve this. I don't know if I'm imagining things, but even a hug or a kiss, I feel her going rigid in my arms. But she insists it's nothing, and just that she isn't in the mood or she's tired. I miss her warmth. Relevant comments. What if your wife slept with other people? The thing is, and then OOP says, the thing is, that's why I discussed this subject with her before we separated. I was terrified that she would sleep with other people because I know my wife to be the kind that wants an emotional connection before getting physically attracted. I had nightmares about it, so I needed to ask to see what we were expected to do during the separation. I don't need any emotional connection to sleep with others. I regret it, but I told myself that we have agreed to this. I feel that I've cheated seeing her reaction now, no matter if we had agreed on this or not. Did you always have feelings for your coworker? And then OOP says, I didn't. We were working together one day and I started telling her about my separation and she listened. It felt good that someone listened to me. I never even thought about it until we started chatting and talking about all our problems. And she suggested that we could sleep together. It wasn't great because I love my wife and I felt like I was using my colleague. So the sex wasn't good with the coworker, so you decided to end it. And then someone else. And then OOP says, I didn't mean the sex wasn't good. The whole thing wasn't good because it wasn't what I wanted. This comment from a different user summed up the comment section pretty well. Yeah, okay. It wasn't technically cheating. Yup, he killed the relationship. Just because it's voluntary manslaughter and not premeditated murder doesn't make it any less dead. Yeah, that's true. Okay, blah blah blah. Mini update and comments December 11th, 2023, the next day. Thank you everyone for listening. I've tried to speak to my wife this evening. I asked her for a walk. She is not fine with what happened, obviously. I've tried she's not fine with what happened. She started crying immediately when I tried talking to her. She said that she didn't know if she ever will forget or forgive. What surprised me is that she seemed to put the blame on herself. She said it was all her fault because she started this whole separation idea and then agreed to me sleeping with others like she tricked me somehow, and now she wasn't fine with what she agreed upon. She apologized and said that she knew she was being unfair, but that she couldn't help how she felt now. I tried to explain that it wasn't her fault at all, but I'm not sure she is convinced because she keeps saying that it was all her fault and that she is being unfair. I don't know what to do. I can't see her broken like this. Update post December 17th, 2023, 1 week from the original post. She said that she couldn't do this anymore and she apologized because she believes that it was all her doing, because she felt like she tricked me and gave me permission that she then couldn't keep, and now everything is ruined because of her, and that I had all the reasons to hate her. But I don't hate her. I hate myself very much, but I would never hate her. She's the love of my life, and I regret everything, including the break and the small stupid stuff that made us fight and take that break. She moved into a hotel. Uh, we decided to wait about telling our families until after the holidays because our broken hearts enough. Our broken hearts are enough. We don't need to break their hearts too. I just don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do. I have lost everything. This is my update for you who asked. I'm sure you will find it satisfactory given the amount of hate you've given me on my original post. Edit to add, you can find more comments from OOP here. Another user is amazing and found all of them. You are my hero, and if Reddit still had awards, I'd give you one. Yeah, they got rid of awards. I may have said that in this very video. They literally got award. They got awards though. They got rid of awards. Like, the only award you can give now is the gold award, which is really annoying. I miss awards, and I miss, like, first it was that they put away the free awards, which I understand that they just couldn't, like, it was a loss of money every time they gave free awards to users, and I understand that they couldn't take that anymore, but like, then they just got rid of awards altogether, and it really ticked me off, and like, I'm so annoyed, and like, man, that bothers me. I miss awards on Reddit. I mean, I missed the free award, but I also missed, like, I would always give my free award out to someone. But, okay, that was it for tonight. I will be back tomorrow to hopefully finish this stuff up. I would love to keep going, but it's 9:30 and also I need food. So, good night. I will see you guys, I guess, tomorrow. Hey friends, my name is Jackson and welcome back to my channel, Gender Not Found. It's pretty late to be recording a video, I know that. Actually, I should take my pills before I do anything. Sorry, just give me a second here, but I got some shit to say. Okay, took my pills. Yeah, luckily. I remembered, but it's 9:30 at night. It's actually 9:33 if you want to get exact with the time. So, yeah, my eyes are a little red because I was crying earlier. There was some stuff that happened today, and some of it made me cry a little bit, but some of it made me really happy. Some of it's better than another. Um, and if I seem like off in this video, it's because it's really late, first of all, but also um, it's just I am having a really hard time focusing lately. Like, I have that Reddit video that I've been working on for literally a week, and I haven't gotten back to it, but I can record maybe a couple of hours a day. I'm trying to, like, I think that the most I've recorded is like 50 minutes in one day, not 15, 50. Like, it's just hard for me to focus for hours at a time. I don't know. It's probably because of my situation, because I'm just so stressed out all the time and everything is happening, and that's all about to change. Anyway, I just wanted to cover some stuff. So I want to say first that I know this is kind of a weird time to like upload this video. Like, yeah, it's kind of like you guys are going to be wondering, is this an April Fool's joke? Hey, when are you going to say April Fool's? No, it's not. It's legit. If you guys don't believe it's legit, I totally get it. Like, it's April Fool's Day. I can't, how can you trust anything anyone says? My mom used to have a boyfriend whose birthday was on April 1st, and I would be all like, "Oh, is that an April Fool's joke?" but it wasn't. His birthday was legit April 1st. But for real, you guys. But if you guys don't believe me today, that's fine. But if you don't believe me today, at least you'll believe me tomorrow when I continue to say the exact same thing. So, but like the fact is, and I was like arguing with myself, like, do I really want to post this today? They're gonna think it's an April Fool's joke, right? But like, and I was gonna maybe not, but like, I just decided to do it like 15 minutes ago. I was like, you know what? I want to do this. I don't want to wait because I don't know. I didn't want to wait another day to like tell you guys about this. I mean, I could just do it tomorrow morning and it'd be like 12 hours, but I don't know. I just didn't want to wait. So I got Taco Bell yesterday. I mean, yeah, yesterday. My mom and I hung out yesterday because on Saturday she was up in Niagara Falls visiting my sister. My sister moved to Niagara Falls a while ago. But basically, we went to the pet expo yesterday. They had a pet expo in Mississauga that was really fun, and I promise I'll show some pictures soon on the community pages. It was really fun. There were lots of cute dogs and cats, and like they had other animals too. There were some birds and stuff, but the small animal village wasn't exactly what I expected. It was just some birds and stuff. Last year they had hedgehogs actually. Or not hedgehogs, but I don't remember what they're called. But they look like hedgehogs, but they're not related to hedgehogs, I think. Um but oh my god, the expo was so fun. My favorite part was probably the cats. I mean, you guys knew I was gonna say that. Oh, yeah. Also, they did have one reptile booth there. They had some geckos and stuff, but the most important thing I did while I was there was I spent the lion's share of my savings and I bought a bunch of stuff for my snake that I needed. So I've got like a ceramic heat emitter that plugs into a thermostat, and then I've got another little thing that I forget what it's called. It's like the stuff that I need for this guy for Yahtzee. It's all for Yahtzee. Like, because I'm getting him in a month. I'm getting him in a month. I mean, I was gonna get him in a month anyway because I was gonna move in with my mom early. Like, we talked about it and she said, yeah, I don't see that could be a problem. I don't see that being a problem. So that was our plan. I mean, unless something completely out of left field happened, which is going on a lot lately. I'm just really thirsty. And I was at the movies earlier, so I ate a lot of popcorn. So, oh my god. And when I was at the movies, my mom was messaging me like, "Call me. Yeah, let me know when you're done with the movie. Just call me after the movie and stuff." And now I completely understand why she was so adamant about like me talking to her. Anyway, I do want to go into the support worker stuff first. I am not going to be working with my support worker anymore that I've had for like the last over a year, I think. Yeah, over a year. But we have had a lot of issues, and she just dropped an entire list of expectations on me, some of which I can't do, and some of which I can only do in certain circumstances. Like, there's stuff like I'm supposed to sweep the house, which, again, I can't do. And there's, like, a lot of other problems. Like, one of the problems is that we can't watch TV during support time anymore, which, when I got these supports, I was promised that I would always have time for TV. And also, when my mom talked to my support worker, apparently the last time, she said that we would watch TV when we were done with the support stuff, but now on the list of expectations it says we're not going to watch TV anymore because TV isn't part of support time. And when she came on Thursday, I was like, okay, let's get the work done out of the way so that we can watch TV or whatever. And she was like, oh no, we're not watching TV anymore because TV isn't part of support time. And then there's the incident that happened a few months ago where she hit me in the car. And I know what my mom said. I didn't tell you guys because I thought we worked through it. Because, like, I thought that it was an accident, like my mom said, because my mom said it was an accident and she was just reaching over to stop you from turning the radio up or whatever because I was upset after like whatever happened, we had a fight, and then I was trying to turn the radio up so I could listen to music, and then she hit me, and I know what my mom says, and I didn't want to say anything, but like I was hoping we could work past it, but like my mom doesn't understand because she wasn't there, and I still don't understand why she's taking my support worker's side because she believes her, I guess, but why doesn't she believe me? I'm her kid. And then there's the whole situation where my mom's not going to be here for my birthday. That's really upsetting. And one of the reasons why I was crying is because I found out that I actually can't rent a movie theater like I wanted for my birthday. I mean, I'm going to look into options, but it just seems I don't have any good ones. The theater that I was looking at for renting a movie theater was in the freaking States. I thought it was something else, but I thought it was another theater that was in Canada. Anyway, it doesn't matter, but we can't rent a movie theater like I wanted, so I don't know. I'm just really upset, but I'm gonna figure it out. Like, it just sucks ass. Okay, I don't know. And I did already check with my local theater, the Cineplex or whatever, and it's gonna be a shitload of money because you need to buy 100 admissions. And even if I knew 100 people, which I don't have. The whole point of renting a theater is that it's just gonna be me and like a few friends, and I don't have to worry about the theater being full of people, especially people I don't know and who might be disruptive or be a jerk during the movie. Like, what the hell am I gonna do? Getting really ticked off. And originally I was upset because my mom said we couldn't do it that if it was gonna happen on a weekday in June, then she couldn't be there, and then there was a whole thing with that. And then my mom was like, oh, well, actually, the theater that you're looking at is actually in the States, and now everything just sucks. So I'm pissed off, and my mom's obviously gonna be away for my birthday, so I'm mad about that, and there's just a lot of shit going on. So yeah, my support worker and I are done. I'm gonna try and get another support worker within the same program because like my mom is so insistent and adamant that I have to have a support worker and it has to be Erica because I don't know. Because I don't know. It took me forever to fucking convince her that Erica is a problem and that I can't work with her anymore. I don't know why she doesn't listen to me. Like, me being too uncomfortable to work with Erica should have been enough. Her hitting me in the car, I mean, her hitting me in the car should have been enough. But, like, honestly, I'm just done. I don't care anymore. And, like, I'm done with it. I'm over it. Whatever she wants to do, I don't care anymore. But, like, I'm tired of her. She should listen to me when I say I'm uncomfortable working with Erica and that Erica is hurting me and Erica is being a problem and I don't like her and I don't want to work with her because she makes me super uncomfortable. And even just the condescending way that she speaks to me, I don't like any of it. It's whatever. I don't know. But now to the good part. So I went to the movies earlier and I got text from my mom saying to call me and I was like, okay, geez, chill out, mom. But then like I totally understand why she wants me to call her. So like I don't have a lot of information except that I can move in May 1st, obviously. Like they gave her that information. They said it's in Aurora, so I'm still gonna be within my space, like that I trust and know is good. So I don't have to move somewhere else in York Region, which is nice, and it's not going to be very far away. And this way I can actually go to the Aurora Superstore, although I will have to move my medication because right now there's a pharmacy that I can literally walk to, so that's kind of annoying, but everything else sounds great. And it's a one bedroom because I wasn't set up for a studio. I mean, they didn't put me on the list for a studio because I didn't want them to, but I mean, it makes sense because, like, I think, like 6 months ago, they were servicing people who were on the list in 2016, and it was in, like, October, I believe, that my mom said that when she called about that. And then, so it makes sense that they would service me soon because I was put on the list in 2017, which is only like a year after. And I didn't even know like where they were in 2016. Like, were they at the beginning of the list? Were they at the end of the list? But whatever, none of it matters now. It's all really great, and I'm really, really excited. So I get my snake no matter what. That's gonna happen. And definitely for sure. Also, I don't have to throw away any of my freezer stuff because one of the issues that my mom and I are having is with freezer space. Also, there's some gross stuff on some parts of her ice, on some of her ice cubes from time to time, and she says she has no idea where it's coming from. And we've been trying to figure that out before I have to move in, but my mom's like, I don't know where it's coming from, and I don't know what to tell her. I told her to try moving things around or getting rid of stuff or whatever, and I don't know, whatever. But honestly, we're just gonna have so many. I mean, it's better than living here, that's the only thing, but like, I don't want to. Living together is gonna be complicated. Plus, she's not even going to be in the house in July, so there's that. But anyway, I don't even have to worry about all that, so I don't have to worry about my freezer space. I don't have to worry about any of that shit. Um, I guess there will be more information in the coming days. My mom and I are going to try and go look at the place in the next few days or like over the weekend. We're going to work it out. We don't really have a plan as far as that goes yet. She just said she doesn't have a lot of details and that we'll work it out later. And I am going to see her on Wednesday because she's going away this weekend, so I don't know, maybe we'll do it then, but either way, we are going to talk about it on Wednesday, so maybe I'll have some more details for you then, hopefully. Like, when we're going to see the place and stuff, and hopefully pictures coming soon and stuff. I want to show you guys my new place, and, I don't have to worry about having to come back here after the construction is done, or worry about the construction being done, or worry about putting some of my stuff in storage, or any of the stuff that I was going to have to worry about, or any of the stuff that my mom has to worry about. It's a load off her too, because now she doesn't have to worry about it. Also, rent is going to be a lot cheaper. I think they said it's going to be about 30%. I was looking it up like a while ago, and it said it's going to be like 30% of what I currently get from ODSP, which is like, I think about less than $400. Like, I don't really know like the exact amount, and the exact amount I get from ODSP, so it's going to be 30% of that, and then the rest is just mine to spend. Obviously, I have groceries and other shit, but like, I mean, I have a little bit of extra money now, usually each month. That's how I can save up for a snake, and like, it's gonna be less for rent, so I'm gonna have more extra money to spend, which is gonna be awesome. Like, I've been doubling and tripling up on movies for the last month, and I'm gonna continue to do so until I move to my new place. But like, just because it's so fucking stressful being here, um, everything with my landlord, and speaking of my landlord, I don't have to deal with him anymore. I mean, I still have to handle the trial, but like, I'm gonna just collect all my evidence right now and focus on like moving into my new place and then like collecting evidence. And I'm not even planning to do the trial for like another few months. Like, the soonest I'm gonna start it is in August because that's when my mom is gonna be back from her trip. And like, I don't want to start the proceedings and then something happens or everything has to be put on hold because my mom's away for a month, but I need her help with this thing and this thing and this thing. And it's going to be really tricky to reach her in Africa, although she did say she would make sure that we talked on the phone for my birthday. Because that's a big comfort. But anyway, whatever, none of it matters. I don't really care. I mean, I'm still pissed that she's going away for my birthday, but it's not like I can do anything about it. But honestly, it's just a load off my mind and then a load off my mom's mind that I'm getting subsidized housing. So I don't even have to worry about this anymore. Like, I don't even have to worry about it anymore. It's just a fucking relief. Anyway, I'm really tired, so I'm gonna sign off now. But, um, I will give you more information when my brain is working. Okay, I love each and every one of you guys. Please don't forget to always be yourself. You are valid. Don't forget to be good to yourself and to others. and I will see all you guys in the next video soon, which should be in a day or two. I'm gonna finish the Reddit video that I was working on, and then I think the next video after that, the next video is gonna be the best of Redditor updates, and it's gonna be like 5 hours long at least. That was my plan. And then the next one after that is gonna be probably exploring more subreddits that I haven't explored yet. Uh, Oh, I do want to mention this real quick. I have this little bracelet with a little dog bone on it, and there's actually they were two for $5 at the expo, and I wasn't planning to buy anything except for what I needed for my snake. And I actually said no to a few other things, but oh my god, I don't have a reminder of Dasher, and he's been gone 4 years now, and I just miss him so much. And this is like a really cute bracelet. It was handmade at one of the booths I was at, and they had some really cute stuff. Like they had bracelets and stuff. And the other one has a dog paw print on it. And I asked my mom to give it to my sister. We got colors she might like. If she doesn't want to wear it, I totally understand it. But I I feel like she would want to wear a reminder of Dasher. Said she has that necklace with his ashes in it or whatever. So I don't know, maybe she'll want to wear it. And if she doesn't wear it, I didn't even spend that much on it. And I was just gonna buy one for myself, but then the lady said it was two for $5. So I was like, oh, I'll get one for my sister then, like in case she wants to wear it. But it was more about getting something for myself because at this point I don't have a reminder of Dasher at all. Like I don't. My sister has the necklace, and I don't have anything like that. So, yeah, it's a bit frustrating, but I mean, I'm kind of glad that I didn't. I mean, I'm not glad, but if I had gotten some of Dasher's ashes in a necklace or something like that, and my sister ever found out, she would freak out. Not that it matters, she doesn't get to dictate what kind of relationship I have with the dog. I don't know. Still pisses me off years later that she would block my attempts to have any kind of relationship with Dasher. Like, honestly, I don't know. Like I said, there's a lot going on in my head right now. Like, everything I just mentioned is like maybe 10% of what's going through my head at any given time. I'm gonna go. I'm back for a little bit. I mean, not for long, maybe for about an hour or so, but you guys know kind of when I get into a video. If I'm going with the flow, then sometimes I go a little longer, so it could be an hour and a half. I guess we'll see. Gonna do some more Best of Redditor updates. I don't think I'm gonna get the chance to finish off this video today because I still have to record for at least 2.5 hours to make it work, to make it the length I want it to be, so I'm gonna try and finish it tomorrow, but I do have a little thing I have to do. What the hell, I might as well tell you guys. I found these little plushies on Facebook Marketplace. They're retired by Ty, so they're not made anymore, and they're pretty hard to find, and the ones I found are a lot more expensive than the ones being sold on Facebook Marketplace. The lady who's selling them, she said she'd do a public meetup and that she'd give me both of them for 10. So I do have two $5 bills in my purse. Like I have cash. Um, I I have two $20 bills and then I have two $5 bills because of something that happened. So I still have my $40 emergency cash on me, but I can use the extra to pay for the little bunnies. They're basically these two little beanie baby bunnies that I think would be really cute, and they'll be twins to add to my story. I just thought they were adorable, and I immediately saw them as sisters when I saw the picture. They're right beside each other, and they look really cute. And on the off one in a bajillion chance that my mom sees this video, like literally there is more of a chance of me winning the lottery like 4 times in a row or a black hole opening up right there and sucking me in. I mean, that's not gonna happen, is it? You guys get what I'm saying. My mom doesn't watch these videos. Like, there was a time when she's promised she would watch my videos and read my writing every weekend, but that didn't, like, nothing happened with that because she makes promises she can't keep. Anyway, I just wanted to give a quick little update on the r/methvoiceguy subreddit. And this r/methvoiceguy subreddit. This one's hilarious. This is so sad. This is a complete waste of a subreddit, and everyone's lives here must be so sad. Imagine actually giving this much of a shit about what someone else does with their lives and going out of your way to stalk and harass them. Not to mention how anyone who says everything different gets shit on because this whole sub is just a hive mind, and anyone who is actually right about anything, including myself, gets everyone acting as if they're stupid in return because everyone on here genuinely has no life and has nothing better to do than this all day. Maybe go outside and actually do something productive because this obsession is genuinely unhealthy. I'm just hoping people here seek therapy or some shit because this is insane and not normal. This is what the internet is. Don't be on the fucking internet then. The internet is crazy and stupid and there's like no reason behind it. There's no reason that I sit here and read Reddit stories all day and upload like shitty videos about my life, but I do it anyway because I don't know, it's fun. And it's not like we're harassing this guy. One of the rules on this subreddit is actually not to harass this guy. But okay, anyway. Boy, if you think this sub is a waste of time, wait until you see the rest of Reddit. I know, right? Yeah. The entire internet is built on just wasting time. And guess what? People actually make a shitload of money just sitting here wasting time. R slash makes a ton of money sitting around just reading Reddit videos all day about stupid shit that probably that like doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Like, is anyone gonna be in 10 years, is anyone gonna be like, hey, remember that one Reddit video from that one guy? Oh my gosh, that was so poignant. Or whatever. Like, no, it's not that. It's just stupid shit. The internet is based on stupid people just doing stupid shit. Like, I have this YouTube channel for basically no fucking reason. I mean, I just sit around all like I just make stupid videos and no one's gonna care about my videos in like 10 years. No one's gonna think how wise I was in that one video when I talked shit about that one person or whatever. Like, most of my old videos I've actually forgotten about. Like, if I don't go back and watch them, I'll completely forget what the video was about or when it was made or like anything about it because it's not that important in the grand scheme of things. And also, this is just a fun hobby. This isn't even what I actually care about. I care about my writing. My writing is what I actually care about. But, like, I haven't been able to focus on my writing in, like, a really long time. But I do make these Reddit videos. Like, it's just fun. It doesn't mean anything. It's not gonna mean anything. It's not gonna be important. Nobody's gonna put this in their time capsule and think it's interesting or important or that they care about it. Like, people move on from shit really quickly on the internet. This sub might be dead in a few months, who knows? Because people will just move on and forget about it and whatever. He was a mod until a few hours ago, lol. Oh my gosh. Right? It makes me wonder if there was mod drama, he got removed, and now he's butthurt. Yep, I'm guessing he got removed, and now he's throwing a tantrum about it. And then one of the mods says he already got removed once before, and I gave him another chance. And then he just started blocking random ass comments, so yeah, he's pissed. Ha ha ha. As a person, I'm sorry you had to deal with the drama. As someone with popcorn, it's absolutely amazing, and there's a popcorn emoji in there. No, I'm having fun too, lol. I just don't want this place to get shut down. Wait. The user used to mod this? So much makes sense now. He was a mod for like 5 minutes. He begged to be a mod and is still begging to be added back. Nope. Oh, he isn't anymore? Did the other mods find out he's just as unhinged? Jeez, dude. Oh my gosh. Anyway. Like, people are talking. Yeah, like, it's so dumb. Like, anyway. I'm just saying, people make dumb shit on the internet and post dumb shit on the internet all the time. Actually, I was just recently watching a video earlier today, like 20 minutes ago, about some dumb shit that people were doing on the internet about this kid who, like, put his hands in some lady's food, and then the lady started yelling at him because, you know, that was a dick move. And this kid is, like, probably 13 or 14. I mean, my kids know better than that because I actually teach them right. Also, you know, I keep an eye on them and I make sure they're not out there doing dumb shit or shit that could get them, like, beaten up or whatever. Like, I mean, I don't usually support child abuse, but in this case, I think if I saw this lady like hitting the kid and then she was like, oh, well, he stole my food or he stuck his hand in my plate, then I'd be like, I'm gonna look the other way. I'm totally joking, by the way. I don't support child abuse, but this kid needs to be careful before he finds someone that isn't afraid to beat up a child because he's gonna get his ass kicked at some point. And this kid is tiny. Like, he's shorter than me, and I'm pretty short myself. Um, I'm gonna find a little. I'm gonna find a Best of Redditor Updates video. Ooh, actually, let's read this. It's not Best of Redditor Updates, but I kind of want to read it anyway. Okay. I handed him. This is from r/show off my chest, by the way. I handed him divorce papers today over his Reddit account and a bag of chips. Obviously, it goes without saying that it wasn't just the bag of chips, but hot Cheetos were my breaking point. I couldn't take it anymore. I had already had the terms of separation drawn up 6 months ago when during a heated argument he said, "We don't have kids, you should be thankful it's only me you clean up after." I kept hearing it in my head. Thankful for cleaning up behind a grown man 10 years older than me? He apologized the next day in detail and told me why what he said was wrong and that he doesn't believe it. But maybe it's just out of my character, but I don't think the things you say in those moments are just hurtful words. There's a little bit of truth in them. And then I found his Reddit account a few days ago. I actually saw the username when he showed me a screenshot. I tried, LMAO, not really, not to memorize it, and it took me 2 days to get the courage to look. In between the comments on not safe for work subreddits was complaints about me and posts about me too. On On posts, he'd be ripped to shreds and told he was a piece of crap. Reading those comments made me realize I was nothing but a fucking idiot to think love can fix things. I was 20 when I met him and he was 35. I thought people were being dramatic or annoying about our age gap because my single father who raised me didn't have an issue, but then I realized he was just the same type of fucking creep. It was almost like my father pre-groomed me to accept certain behavior to make it easier for the other men in my life. I'm getting off topic, but I came home early today after a rough day at work and finding out my direct reporting manager had been K-worded? Killed? What is killed? What is K-worded? My direct reporting manager had been K-worded by her husband. I think it's killed. Like, I can't think of anything else it could possibly be. Then I walked in the door to see my lazy, filthy one. I told him what happened to her. I started to cry. He didn't console me. He said, "We don't know what made him do that. Let's wish both of them luck and move on with our day." Jesus Christ. Wish her luck? The fucking dead lady? Okay, that's what I thought it was. I tried to convince myself he just didn't pay attention. That soothed me for about an hour, until I was in the middle of making dinner, and he complained that it was already 6:45 p.m. I told him he shouldn't be that hungry yet. He just ate half a bag of chips and left them on the table. So instead of A, helping me finish dinner, B, apologizing and waiting silently and patiently, or C, finishing the bag of chips, or D, just laughing it off, he threw the bag of chips at me. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? He's terrible. 7 years together and 4 married. And he's never done anything that downright rude, because low self-esteem aside, that's something that won't fly with me either way. The chips landed all over the floor where I just mopped and swept. Whatever glare I gave him, it was enough to make him grab the broom in 30 seconds. It wasn't enough to make him at least check that it was all swept up and vacuumed after. So, when I finished dinner and brought our plates to the dinner table thinking, wow, I really spoil him the entire time we've dated, I've always made his plates and brought them right to him. No one has ever done that for me, and I stepped on a chip. It didn't hurt or anything, but I screamed. I'm not sure why, I just couldn't take it anymore. So I ran to the home office and came back out with the papers and pen. I put them in front of the dinner plate and walked out while he was yelling my name. I'm killing a burger and fries in my car right now and realizing I have to start all over. My life is done. My love for him is too. I hope I don't cave. I hope I don't let him convince me. I hope if I start to change my mind, I come back and read this post. So I understand this is not a heated decision. This is something I need to do if I ever want a real fucking life. You've been taking care of this douchebag for 7 years? So proud of you for this. Leave and never look back. Moments like this are Phoenix moments. Yes, this part is over, but a new life and journey has begun. Phoenix moments. I'm totally stealing that. Go right ahead. Proud of you. You won't cave. Me too, OP. You deserve so much better, and you will find it. Congratulations on the rest of your life. I am currently trying to get divorced from a piece of shit that treated me the same way. Dude threw a brand new open thing of orange juice at me that broke open all over because I dared to buy a different kind of ice cream than normal. What the fuck? Ugh, okay. My ex got pissed off and threw a major tantrum slash fit because we didn't have his favorite bread. That was it for me. The cops were called and he left. He moved to a different state in a couple weeks. Wanted to come back, but fuck that. Oh, geez, I wish mine would move states, so that way I don't have to worry about seeing him while I'm in public. But it definitely makes life a lot easier. Congrats to you, lady. He's lucky to be divorced. He's lucky to just be divorced. What an asshole. You two ladies are worth so much more than these jokes. OP, you got this. Heck yeah. And then there was there's literally a whole bunch of comments just queuing OP on and explaining everything about why this guy is a douche and why you're totally in the right to divorce him. Alright. Remember for the future, OP. If you cave, he will know he can treat you however he wants, and there will be no repercussions. You've got this. This is so true. Don't allow him to treat you like this. And worse, don't give him any more of your precious time. You have a lot of time and dignity left in you. Indeed, this is how you get dignity. You fight for it. Dignity isn't just a gift of life. People with deep, authentic dignity earned it in a hard-won fight. I don't know why that's such a hard word for me to say. You got this, OP. It's not just the dignity left in you, it's the dignity you're gonna win. Jesus, they hadn't said it like 8 times. It's just a freaking hard word. I don't know why I can't say it properly. Anyway, let's just... Boop, 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 boop. Trying to find a little... I'm just trying to find a Reddit video. I mean, a Reddit thing. Best of Redditor updates. So, also, I'm watching through The Amazing World of Gumball right now. I really want to get started on the script for it, but to do that, I have to watch through the entire show first. Actually, there's gonna be a season 7 too, apparently. So I don't know if that's gonna be the last season, but apparently it's coming out. I think it's coming out later this year or next year. I don't remember exactly when. So maybe I should just wait until after season 7? I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. Should I just review all 6 seasons right now and then review season 7 later? Or should I wait until season 7 also comes out and then review them all at once? Alright. Yeah, there's like a lot of stuff. Ooh, another update from MathVoice Guy that I forgot I saved in here. Okay, hang on. It's from r slash MathVoice Guy. His girlfriend's parents don't want her dating a 33-year-old. And then there's a link to the original post, which was made 5 days ago, which is in r slash raised by narcissists. Oh my gosh. I think my girlfriend is being raised by narcissists, and they are ruining our relationship. Need advice on how to approach the situation. I've never posted in that subreddit, but I do plan to in the future. And, there are I have some stories for that subreddit, and I'm probably gonna just post them all here for you guys too. Copy for when he inevitably deletes this. I will try to keep I will try to keep the backstory short because there is a lot of history here. My girlfriend's parents have been a problem ever since we started dating due to how controlling they are. I've realized they're narcissists, her father being a grandiose narcissist and her mom being a vulnerable narcissist, but I don't have the guts to tell her. Problem is, they've gotten increasingly more controlling and it's negatively impacting their relationship. They've disliked me the second I came into their daughter's life, and I'm 99% sure it's only because I'm taking her away from them. They can't handle the fact that someone else can provide for her, and they just want complete control of every aspect of her life. That's not surprising given that she's 19. There is countless examples of them trying to ruin our relationship, but what happened recently has broke the camel's back. Before I say what happened, let me just preface it by saying that they are extremely wealthy, so part of the reason they have so much control over her is because she's financially dependent on them. Recently, my girlfriend bought me a phone to help put me out because my old one broke, and I also promised I would pay her back periodically because I just recently started working again and I don't have the finances to pay for one on my own. It was a really sweet gesture, and I love her for helping me out when I needed her most. The problem is, her parents found out about it and they freaked the fuck out because it was technically her money. She told her that she has to get it back and return it, and then completely trashed my character and talked about how I'm not to be trusted and a lot of worse heinous stuff. Now they're threatening to cut her off financially if she doesn't get it back, and they called her naive and stupid. What type of sick parents insult their daughter and her boyfriend like that? Like seriously, we're adults and we can make our own decisions. This is one example of many where her parents are sticking their noses into our business and trying to separate us. How do I keep our romantic relationship separate from their narcissistic control? Should I tell my girlfriend about their narcissistic personality disorders? They're her parents, and I know it's going to hurt hearing that, but I'm sick of them giving her relationship advice when I've done nothing but treat her like a princess. Please give me advice, as I don't know how as I don't have any relationship with my parents because I went no contact with them years ago. Jesus Christ. Well, they're probably not too unhappy about that given how you are. I mean, you act like you're 19 yourself, but I know we can't go no contact with your parents because of how much they help us financially, and we need the money. It's so frustrating, and I can't just give the phone back because it's impossible to live in society nowadays without a phone. I mean, it's actually not, and if you really have to, you can get by. I got by for 12 years without a phone. I'm pretty sure you can figure it out. P.S. Other insults and lies that her parents have said about me is piece of shit, psychopath, bum, low life, pig, predator, and this is all because I didn't come from a wealthy family and I have had bad luck in the past. I'm pretty sure that's not why they're saying that stuff, dude. They even went as far as to call me a narcissist, which is really rich coming from them. Jesus. This guy clearly has no idea what narcissists are. Narcissists. My dad was an actual narcissist. My dad was an actual narcissist. At least the girl has good parents. Thank you, and thanks to the mods at r/raised by narcissists. That place is my safe space, and it is for a lot of people who have to deal with actual shitty parents, not parents who don't want their daughter around a messed up predator. Honestly, for actual people who have narcissistic parents or who have awful or abusive parents, then it's like, it's pretty awful. Like, it just, that's, that's not what the space is for, and it's gonna be deleted. It's gonna be, like, he's just gonna get this post deleted. I mean, he might not delete it himself, but it is gonna get deleted because that's not what it's for, and that's not the situation. He's just making himself out to be the victim. From one of the modders themselves before banning him. Yes, okay, I knew it. I knew it. I knew he was gonna get his post deleted, but he got banned, so I'm really happy about that. It makes actual people who have had shitty childhoods feel like garbage. But from one of the moderators themselves before banning him, like people keep telling you your post history is public. Your girlfriend is a literal teenager and you are 33. You only recently quit meth and you work at Walmart. I guess he had a new job. I guess he got a new job. Your girlfriend had to buy you your phone, which shows that you aren't ready to be financially independent by any means. Your parents have valid concerns, and I have no confidence in your story here. You are banned. Thank God. 4 points for those mods, with some extra brownie points for calling meth heads broke ass out. I hate how much this reminds me of my abusive ex, but that's the mental gymnastics they play. He straight up asked me at one point if my dad was abusing me, because to him, my dad was being controlling and possessive for keeping his teenage daughter away from an abuser, although he was my age. It's a classic example of everyone's an asshole except me. That's exactly what my dad used to do. He would by the way, I was realizing the day after my birthday, my dad will have not been in my life for longer than he's been in my life because I was born July 13th and then he was around for like 15 years. Oh, wait, no. He will have not been in my life for longer than he will have been in my life. Wait, hang on. That's not right. I don't know. Let's just. Ooh, best of Reddit updates. Okay. Dude. Oh my gosh. Just stressing new updates too. Am I the asshole for believing my daughter over a grown man? And grown man is in quotation marks. Also, the the tag on this is new update. And this is from Best of Redditor Updates, like I said. I think I said that. Well, I'm saying it now. This person isn't the original poster, blah blah blah. There's a different user who's the original poster. I don't say usernames on here, so I mean, unless they're really good. Unless they're funny. I mean, all usernames are good. Okay, I'm gonna shut up and read the story now. She posted in r/AITAH, r/poor and r/2x chromosomes. Previous Best of Redditor updates are here, and here new updates start with a bunch of stars. Reminder that this sub has the 7-day waiting period, so the last update is 7 days old. This is a long dark post. Okay, so get ready, you guys, because we're diving right in. So I'm just gonna say, if you guys want to skip ahead, I totally understand. I'm about to read the trigger warnings. Attempted murder, domestic violence, stalking, possible child predation, attempted kidnapping. Oh my gosh, dude. That's a lot. So, if you guys want to skip ahead, I completely understand. Original post was made November 30th, 2023. I don't know if I watch too many crime shows or if I'm just paranoid, so I've come here to ask. Last week I made chicken. I don't know how to pronounce this word. No, gnocchi, gnocchi. I think. When it was almost chicken gnocchi soup. When it was almost done, I started helping my daughter with the school project. She got us both a bowl, and a few seconds later, my boyfriend runs into the room with the bowl and tells me to eat the bowl he has. I told him it was all the same, and he insisted that he wanted mine because it had more chicken. Thinking back now, I don't know how he would know that, considering my daughter dished it out. My daughter took the bowl he gave me and said she would eat it. He yanked it out of her hand and said, "No, it's for mom." I took the bowl and he went to the living room. Uh, I continued doing my daughter's project and told her not to eat the soup. Why are you doing her project? She should be doing her project. Unless you're just helping. 20-ish minutes later, I walked into the kitchen to pour the soups out and he was still eating his. He asked why we didn't eat any and I said the cat got into it while we were waiting for it to cool down. He screamed, "What? Was it your bowl? Cats can't eat that." I told him it was only a lick, but he has been stressed out watching the cat like a hawk, obsessive even. His reaction was very weird. Okay, so something similar happened with our dog, except it was actually something that I understand why my sister would be nervous about. Apparently the dog got into some chocolate, and this was when I was like, I don't know, 19, I think. I was like 19. It was New Year's Eve and we were all eating like chocolate and watching stuff together. And then the dog got into some chocolate because I forgot to put it away, and he ate like I think a third of whatever I left out. And he was a small dog, so we were all concerned. And like my sister yelled at me that I that I was gonna kill her dog, and I was like all panicky because I thought I killed the dog. And like, she was 11, so don't get mad at her for freaking out. I mean, it's not justifiable to yell at me or whatever, but I understand why she did it. But the dog was fine. He didn't even have like anything. He didn't even have diarrhea or vomiting or anything. He was like completely fine. He just kept acting like himself, and like we didn't we just kept an eye on him, and he was completely fine, so we didn't even worry about it. And he lived for like another 10 years. These accidents all happened before the soup incident over a span of 6 months. It wasn't one after another in a short period of time. Since then, my emergency money has gone missing. I keep money hidden just in case. I lost my older sister because she wasn't able to escape a dangerous situation, and I literally swore on her grave I would never be in that position. After the soup incident, I went to get my money and it was gone. It was hidden, and I changed the location every few months. I asked my daughter if maybe she found it and that if she took it, I wouldn't be mad because I knew she couldn't have spent it. She said no. A few hours later, she tells me she forgot, but the other day, her and my boyfriend got pulled over and she saw my pink wallet in his glove box. I did not tell her which wallet it was in or that it was in a wallet. I decided to ask him if he found it by accident. He asked me why I was hiding a large amount of money. You know you could never leave me, and laughed. He has never said anything like that before. I told him it was for my daughter's Christmas gift. He said no, he didn't find the money, but could use his credit card for gifts. I didn't tell him about my daughter seeing my wallet in his car, but now here are a few other things that have happened in the past few months that seemed random at the time, but now they don't. I have a severe allergy to latex. One day we were about to have sex, and I glanced at the mirror we have by our bed, and I saw the condom wrapper was a different color. I stopped him because it wasn't latex free, and he said it was a mistake and just an older one he had. We had been dating for over 2 years, and he knows how serious my allergy is. My EpiPen that I keep in my room is missing, and I didn't even realize it. I didn't realize it was missing until I was searching for my money. What the fuck? This guy's insane. What did he do with the soup? That's what I'm wondering. Another odd thing is one day he was following me down the stairs while I was carrying laundry, and he kicked the back of my leg and I fell. He said he slipped, but the stairs are wood and he was wearing his steel toe boots. At the time I thought it was an accident. Am I overthinking this? My anxiety has been at an all-time high. Do I watch too much true crime? Here is why I think I might be the asshole. We have a good relationship. He loves my daughter like she is his. We split all shared bills and we both pull our own weight around the apartment. We don't fight. He has never so much as raised his voice at me. We are paycheck to paycheck, but bills are paid. I thought about going to my mom's house for a few days and asking him when I get there, when I'm safe, about the money, but I don't have money to do that now. She's on a fixed income and can't help. I feel stupid for being scared. Last night I decided to check his car for my wallet and he caught me. I asked him for my money back, but he tried playing dumb. I told him my daughter saw it there. He told me she was lying. I told him I never told her about the money or what wallet. He said he was a grown man and kids lie all the time. I asked him once more for my money and he said, I'm not giving you money to leave me. I waited until he was in the shower to grab my cat and my daughter and we left. I can't take my cat with us to a shelter, and the DV shelters are full. I don't know what DV means. Divorce shelters? Whatever. I was able to get us a night at a cheap motel. This exact situation is why I had money saved. I did everything right and now I'm screwed. I feel like I just blew up my entire life. Okay. Relevant comments. The red flags are so obvious here. In my defense, the few odd accidents seemed like a genuine accident until the soup thing. It really, really freaked me out, and that is when I started thinking, yeah, the soup incident is very shady. That is what made me start thinking about the other accidents and putting the pieces together. I just thought I watched too much. I just. I thought I just watched too many true crime shows, but everyone's response confirmed I'm not just paranoid. In order to believe this, I have to think you're a moron. Like I had to stop reading at the staircase incident. Have you ever accidentally stepped on your dog's foot? Were you trying to kill your dog? No, that was what I thought at the time. It was an accident. Sheesh. Okay. Calling her a moron for whatever. Several people accuse this of being obviously fake, and because events escalated too quickly, and why would she be posting on Reddit for advice? I'm not a character in an anonymous fucking story. I wasn't looking for advice. I was looking for confirmation I wasn't paranoid. You bet your ass I left as soon as he said my daughter was lying. Fuck off. Yeah, don't be an ass. There is no consensus spot on r/AITAH, but pretty obviously not the asshole. Update post number 1, December 4th, 2023. 4 days later. Okay. A too long didn't read. I think my boyfriend put something in my soup. After that accident, After that incident, I remembered a few months ago, he almost used a latex condom knowing I'm severely allergic, and I also remembered when he accidentally kicked me down the stairs. I started piecing things together and realized my EpiPen was gone, as well as a large amount of money I had hidden. My daughter saw my old wallet in his glove box and he denied it. My post got a lot of attention and my account was shadow banned for a few days. I was able to appeal and get my account back because I'm not a bot or some AI. Now for the update. The day after we left, he sent me a picture of my EpiPen and tried telling me it was on my nightstand the whole time. I tore that room apart looking for it, so I know for 100% fact it wasn't there. He took it. He took it. He tried getting me to come back, telling me I scared myself stupid and watched too many true crime TV shows. Something didn't feel right, so I told him to put my money and EpiPen in the mailbox. We went back and forth, and he denied having my money. He then said if we broke up, you and Maria, my daughter, are no longer allowed in my apartment and will be treated like trespassers, and sent me a pic of his target practice sheets. I went to the police about the money and was told it was a civil issue. Great. I was upset but wanted the rest of my stuff, so I asked for an escort. Yesterday, I finally got an escort into the apartment. With a cop and my landlord. He destroyed everything of my daughter's and he ruined the laptop charger I use for work. No EpiPen. My daughter's medication and backup medical supplies were ruined. What the fuck? Our landlord let me off the lease without having to pay an early termination fee, which is great considering I have no money. Motels are expensive. I don't want to get rid of our cat. All shelters are full, and this is scary as shit. I'm sorry this is a shitty update, but I know people wanted it. Relevant comments. There has to be something that can be done about your daughter's meds. I'm beyond angry that nothing can be done. Insurance won't cover her medication or supplies until next month. She just got refills. I can get her meds, but I'll pay out of pocket. I have no money. Since I couldn't prove my money existed, I can't prove he stole it. I'm livid. Restraining order? Nope, not unless he gets physical with me. I should have let him hit me, and it would have a lot more help, and I would have a lot more help available, which is so fucked up. Why are the police so useless? I wouldn't say useless. I did get a police escort to get the rest of my stuff. Still, though, they should have done more. Update post 2, December 10th, 2023. 6 days later, about 10 days from original post. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. My original post got a lot of attention, but then my account got shadow banned and was temporarily removed. I just updated 5 days ago, but this will be my final update because there is nothing anyone can do. I was encouraged to go back to the police station after my last update. On Saturday, December 9th, I went back again. This time I printed out the threatening text messages that included the target practice sheets he sent. I explained in detail about the accidents, proving he was trying to hurt me, and I even had my landlord put in writing that he believed our lives were in danger after seeing everything I was showing the police and let me leave my lease early. I brought in the destroyed medical supplies and medications. The police said they had already talked to him and said he didn't do any of it. He told them my daughter probably destroyed her stuff because she is special ed. She is very mild Asperger's and doesn't destroy things. Since it was his word against mine, they believed him. What the fuck? I didn't have proof he stole the money or that it even existed in the first place. I was told the EpiPen was my responsibility and they won't do anything if it's lost. I was told to let it go and acted like I was bothering the police with my petty civil issues. Jesus Christ. I am so defeated and angry. My daughter isn't going to have gifts for Christmas because I have to save for a new deposit on an apartment. We have been staying in motels while I was reaching out to DV resources. I can't get help without a restraining order or police report. Every place is out of funds. He is getting away with everything, and I'm so glad we got out, because there is no doubt in my mind he would have gotten away with murder. What the fuck is happening? I know this sounds like my last update, but that is what happened. Nothing new, no justice, no repercussions for him. He gets to stay in the apartment. My landlord offered me another unit across town, but I can't afford to move in. This exact situation is why I had money stashed away, because no one has ever cared about me slash us, and I knew that. There was nothing else I can do. What the fuck, bro? Editor's note, OOP posted another sub with the exact same information as above and no new update. However, she did add this clarification about shelters. All shelters are full. I found an organization who helps DV victims with housing, but only if you have a police report and a restraining order. I guess they're tired of victims going back to their partners, safety reasons or something. I was denied a restraining order because I had no proof. I'm scared, exhausted, and disappointed. Title Update Post 3, December 28th, 2023. 18 days later. Title I Thought We Were Safe. A lot of people wanted an update, so here it is. On Christmas, he slashed my tires, knowing I would have to pay out of pocket to replace them, which I don't have. Today, he threw a heavy patio chair through the window of the place we were staying at to let me know he knew where we were, and I was asked to leave for everyone's safety. Except my daughter and I aren't safe. I walked in the sleet and snow with my daughter and our cat, and I felt vulnerable and like open prey, so we came back to the police station to sit in the lobby until morning. Shelters are still full, and I now have to disclose that he is dangerous anywhere we go. Police couldn't find him, but I know he has to be close. I know he has to be close. I don't know what his end game is. Relevant comments. Can a police direct you to a DV shelter? The shelters here are full, so we are just sitting in the police station lobby. We are at least safe and warm, so I'm grateful for that. On donations. Donations aren't allowed here, and my post could get removed because of it. I'm trying to stay awake and really just venting. I'm so frustrated that he keeps getting away with this shit. Do you know how he keeps finding you? Have you checked for trackers? I honestly have no idea. He is supposed to have a new girlfriend too, so I don't know why he's messing with me and destroying property. Because he's just a terrible person, and he's insane, and he is dangerous. What the fuck is wrong with this person? Reset your phone to factory settings. I got a cheap burner after we left. He doesn't have my number, nor have I used it to call anyone, so I don't know how he is tracking me. He said he sent you a photo of the EpiPen after you left. How did he communicate that to you? He sent it through my email before I blocked it. Update post 4, January 1st, 2024. 4 days later, a bit over 1 month from the original post. Title, I found the AirTag in the cat carrier. What is an AirTag? Okay. Please read my other post for more context, but a too long didn't read. I'm pretty sure my ex was and is trying to kill me. There were a few instances that I wrote off as accidents until I think he poisoned my soup that was specifically for me. On Christmas, he found where we were staying. You didn't say if anything ever happened to the cat. Where we were staying and slashed my tires into a heavier patio chair and planted through a window. He still hasn't been caught. Okay, I guess the cat didn't eat enough of the soup to, cause a problem. So, that's good. That's good to know. I'm glad the cat is okay, but I just want everyone to be safe. Except for the ex. I don't give a fuck about him. I hope he dies. I checked everywhere I could think of, and still couldn't figure out how he was tracking us. I blocked him on everything, including email, after he sent me pics of his target practice sheets, among other things. I got a cheap burner phone. My daughter was out of school for winter break, so he didn't follow her or anything. I checked my car for a tracker, still nothing. I do not have an iPhone, so I couldn't check whatever app an AirTag is attached to. My cat is harness trained and wears a collar, but there was no tracker. Until today, I decided to feel up. Sorry, only way I can describe it, the carrier. I ran my fingers over every inch of it and felt a bump on the bottom soft side. There was no new stitching or obvious cut. He had to use a seam ripper along the stitching. It was undetectable and I almost missed it. He had to have had help, because I've never seen him sew anything. Probably the same person who was letting him hide now. If his excuse for the AirTag was to track my cat, he would have put it on his collar or harness, because that is what he would wear when we go on walks or car rides. My cat would never go in his carrier unless I was planning on leaving for more than a few days. I have no idea how long it has been there, nor do I know how Farther tracker works, but now we aren't safe where we are again. I feel disgusting and I feel like hunted prey. This is so unnerving and I'm so uncomfortable. Who the fuck was I living with? Relevant comment, I'm sorry, but I don't find it believable that he tracked you with an AirTag. Well, fuck you then. I don't know how AirTags work and didn't say that is how he's tracking me, just that I found one. It doesn't make sense how he knew where we were. Update post 5, January 7th, 2024. 6 days later, 5.5 weeks from the OG post. Title, I finally got the restraining order. Thank God for that. I'm hoping this update will make everyone as happy as it makes me. I was finally granted the restraining order, and we get the keys to our new apartment on the 11th. A place I can afford monthly and comes partially furnished. It's in a super safe area right by my daughter's school. There is security. We will spend our time living in our car until then, and of course it has to be snowing, but we are together and we have our kitty. This nightmare is almost over. Update post 5, February 2nd, 2024, almost 1 month later. Title, a restraining order didn't stop him. This morning he found me. I'd been sick as hell, so after I dropped my daughter off at school, I went straight home. I didn't drive around to make sure no one was following me. I messed up. He broke my nose and shattered my orbital bone. He is in jail. Sorry for this update, y'all. Relevant comments. Staying in the hospital for the night. I was pretty sick before this happened. My daughter was with a friend for the night. My landlord fixed the door as best as he could and told me my cat wasn't in the apartment, so I'm worried sick. I thought this was over. I'm so tired. I'm sure his mom will bail him out. Why can't he just move on? He took my money and my peace. What more can he take until he is satisfied? Commenter says, please pull your daughter out of her school and leave the state as soon as possible. OOP, I so wish I could do this, but we just moved into our new place. I should have just stayed with my mom. She lives in another state, but I didn't want to disrupt my daughter's life too much. I have $3 to my name, so I can't leave. You often can break leases without penalties in DV situations. My previous landlord let me out of my lease without a penalty, and my new one will too. I just can't afford to move. Update post 6, February 4th, 2024. 2 days later. Title, not being able to move even if my life depends on it. I know the importance of having money saved, and I live within my means. How many of us is just one disaster away from losing everything? A fire, job loss, a bank screw up, a late paycheck, illness, or someone stealing from you. I had money saved because I knew that any one of these things could happen, and I wouldn't have anyone who could help me. And it did. 2 months ago, my ex tried poisoning me and stole the money I had saved. It's been hell since. I was able to break my lease and leave. I went to my mom's over Christmas break, but I came back because I didn't want to disrupt my daughter's schooling and I underestimated my ex. I was able to get an apartment through DV services very quickly, which was a miracle. I know how hard it is to find housing and then try to come up with all the deposits a new place needs. I did it. The cards fell in my favor. But then I fucked up. On Friday, I took my daughter to school and wasn't diligent. I will usually drive around to make sure I'm not being followed. To be honest, I started feeling crazy, paranoid, and angry that I was wasting gas. Plus, I have pneumonia and strep that I haven't been able to pay for the antibiotics, so I just went home to my bed. He found me and broke my nose, shattered my orbital bone, and I have a concussion. I had a restraining order and he was arrested. I shared this on another sub, and everyone that is telling me to move, leave, run. Except I can't do that. It's hard trying to explain that to people for them to understand because it sounds like excuses, like I like living in fear or something. I can't pull money out of thin air. My credit card is maxed. I contacted DV services at the hospital, and because I just got help, I can't get it again. The thing I didn't know about abusive men is that they don't just move on or stop. There are DV shelters, but they are full. I wish people would understand that I know how serious this is, but money doesn't grow on trees, even if a life depends on it. Relevant comments. Will your parents really not help you? I only have my mom who lives out of state. She is on a fixed income, so she can't help me. We could stay with her, but at this point I'm out of luck, and nothing worth a damn to sell. You need to disappear. Honestly, how? I'm not going to get anywhere on foot. Update post number 7, February 15th, 2024. 11 days later, 2.5 months from OG post. Title, he was with me to get to my daughter. It all makes sense now. If you need more context, please read my past posts. In my first post, I said how we had a normal relationship and he was never abusive, controlling, never raised his voice. The money that he ended up stealing was money I had hidden since before he even moved in. I was not hiding money to get away from him. I was not afraid of him. I lost my sister to DV and swore I'd never have that happen to me, only to end up in that exact situation. We didn't have the spectacular love that was filled with insane chemistry, nowhere near a love of my life situation, which is why I was so confused by how desperate he got. After he got arrested, his mom went on a social media rant because I got her baby locked up and knew we were sleeping in my car, so was telling her followers that if they find me to call her. Very bold and insane. One of my ex's friends saw this and commented, I don't know if you should be sticking up for him. He needs serious help. I don't know how I caught it before it was deleted, but I reached out to him on my fake Facebook. Every time they were drinking, he would talk about her and then laugh it off. It made his friends uncomfortable, but they chalked it up to the booze. 2 weeks ago, when my daughter came to see me in the hospital, she was distraught. It made sense because I looked like hell, but she kept repeating over and over, asking me why he did this to me. I think there was more to this, and I'm frightened to my core. Remember, he stole my EpiPen and money, and he almost destroyed everything of hers. And I don't understand it because she had nothing to do with the breakup. Why did he destroy her medicine? Why did he destroy her clothes? Fucking why? Don't abusers threaten their victim into not saying anything, or something is going to happen to someone and something they love? I'm sick to my stomach even writing that out. I don't know where to I don't know where to go from here. How do I even begin a conversation about this with her? We are not sick. We are safe. I'm not worried about him finding us because he is still in jail, which is great because I'm out of money. He wasn't desperate and crazy because he was losing me. I think it's because of her. Update post 7? Wait, I thought the last one was 7. Whatever. Update post whatever number this is. February 20th, 2024. 5 days later. Title: My ex is getting bailed out tomorrow. I'm so angry and scared. I wish I had faith in the justice system and with cops because they were supposed to protect, right? Except that isn't always the case. I'm tired of being hurt and I'm tired of being scared. Anxiety is on 100. It's exhausting fearing my daughter and I's life. Update post 8, February 28th, 2024, 8 days later, 3 months from the original post. Title: How can I feel safer at home? I know a lot of people are following my posts and will be disappointed in hearing that my ex was bailed out. I'm still healing from when he broke my nose and shattered my orbital bone. I know a restraining order is just a piece of paper because he ignored it when I was attacked, and the police aren't going to save me. For security, I only have a door bar that slides under the knob. I don't have a ring camera, and I can't buy a pew pew. What the fuck? What's a pew pew until I have extra funds? He made me sell it a year ago because he was uncomfortable with being in the house. Oh, a gun. I guess you can't say gun on Reddit. Another red flag I missed. My question is, what can I do to feel safer that doesn't require money? Every night my daughter and I push the couch in front of the door, but I'm worried that if there's a fire we can't get out. I have myself worried sick to the point of painful stomach ulcers. I tried talking to my nearest neighbor, and how it would be great if she could let me know if she sees anyone around my apartment. And when I started explaining my situation and how it would be great if she could let me know if she sees anyone around my apartment, she got weirded out, which I get. Just looking for some peace of mind. Will that ever exist in my life again? Update post 9, March 6th, 2024. 1 week later. Title: Am I the asshole or was this just a mistake? Editor's note: I removed the first part of this as it is a recap of the previous posts. I know this is all I post about, and if you want more context, you can read my past posts. I feel like I need to tell someone what is happening so that it makes it feel real, and that I'm not just upset and crazy for nothing. My ex got out on bail last week. My daughter and I already left the new apartment we had moved into after he attacked me. My daughter's school knows about my situation and knows we have a restraining order. Today, my daughter got a call from the front office at school. The secretary told her that the pickup car had changed from mine to a new car. She was being told this so that when school let out, she wouldn't get upset when she didn't see my car. The new car is the same one as my ex's. It is a rare car/color, and she told me she knew it was his car. She didn't say anything to the secretary or her teacher because she was instantly scared. It breaks my heart that she was in fear because she thought he had got me and was going to get her. She was given the message hours before school let out, so she spent all of that time worrying. The last 10 minutes of the day is when the kids can use the bathroom and clean up. She started crying in front of her whole class, and when the bell rang, she refused to leave her classroom. I was in the carpool line when I got the call from her teacher. I'd never seen her so upset, and that is saying a lot because she was so upset when she visited me in the hospital. Face beet red, hyperventilating, snot everywhere. She had cried so hard she got a nosebleed. After they told me what happened, I was livid. It all sounded like bullshit because the secretary never should have relayed the message without talking to me first, since she said it was a male on the phone. As soon as the secretary looked my daughter up to find out which room she was in, which room to call, she should have seen the message I thought I had, saying no one should ever pick her up but me. No information should ever be released. He was never in contact with her, so it's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. It was a mistake, is what they told me. All he had to give was her full name and what grade she was in to get a message to her. They said that to me with a straight face, while the bruises he gave me were very visible, proving he is a violent man. I'm so fucking angry. She told me she knew I didn't get a new car because as much as I try to hide it from her, she knows I'm broke. She thought she was going to have to go with him. She's been so traumatized, and I don't know what to do. She wants to switch to e-learning, but since it's not a medical reason and not a school-wide restriction, I would have to pay to rent the laptop, which I obviously can't. The school is calling it an innocent mistake, and didn't even apologize. I know I'm the only one responsible for my daughter and I's safety, but damn, if people could stop jeopardizing it like it's nothing and then acting like I'm the asshole for being upset because it was a mistake. He wasn't there after school, but he could have. Jeez. Editor's note. Some people commented on the first Best of Redditor updates that OOP's ex was a police officer. However, I can't find anything in OOP's post or comments that confirms this, nor has she said anything about it. Nothing shows up when checking deleted comments either. It's definitely possible, but I just wanted to address it here, since it was brought up so often. Okay. And that's it. That's all the updates. That's it, and it's really depressing. My heart dropped when I read the latest update. Poor OP and her daughter. That school is dangerous and needs to be investigated. If OP's daughter wasn't as observant as she is, that school would have essentially offered OP's daughter up to him. He did it as a test to see what would happen, and the school just proved they were a weak link he can exploit. If it wouldn't make the target on her back bigger, I say she should go to the media. I say she should go to the media. She doesn't have to mention any names, but just describe what happened. An attempted abduction like that is big news. I'm pissed that this isn't a valid reason for online learning. Your kid needs an education whether it risks their safety or not. Is such BS. He will kidnap and assault my daughter if he gets her should be a valid medical excuse. Mental and physical health safety. Jesus Christ. What is wrong with everyone? No one is helping OP. The school isn't doing shit. The police aren't doing shit. The ex got bailed out. Alright, well, that's just really upsetting. Oh, alright. Let's read something a little. I want to read something a little lighter, but I don't know where. Okay. Okay. So, what's this? So, the title just says, Today I fucked up my pillow. What? Inconclusive. Okay. Do not comment on link post, blah blah blah. Trigger warnings, non-consensual pillow sex, bullying, possible homophobia. Okay. Yeah. Today I fucked up my pillow. 2/18/2024, so February 18th. Masturbated in my dorm room during the night. Fapped in silence to avoid waking up my roommate. Got really into it. Switched from keeping it simple to full on fucking my pillow like it was a person. Squeezed my eyes shut, imagined the pillow was the girl of my dreams. Pictured the girl of my dreams grabbing my ass mid-thrust, so I grabbed my own ass to capture that feeling. Approached the point of no return and climaxed. Cue post-nut clarity. Realized I just came on my pillow. Decided to use tissues to thoroughly wipe my pillow before flipping the pillow to the opposite side and using it to continue sleeping. Ew. However, as soon as my head touched the pillow, I made eye contact with my roommate, who was wide awake for who knows how long. Oh, shit. His traumatized expression exhibited the emotion I was feeling at that moment. Nothing was said. Roommate turned his back towards me and probably pretended it was all a bad dream. Woke up this morning, roommate's bed was empty. Unusual because it's Sunday on my side of the planet and my roommate never wakes up early on weekends. Think it's safe to assume that he's avoiding me just as much as I'm trying to avoid him right now. In the meantime, I need to replace my crusty ass pillow. Too long didn't read. Plowed my pillow in my dorm room. Roommate caught me in the act. Now things are awkward between us, and I need a new pillow. And then there's an update a day later. Roommate woke up in the middle of the night and caught me masturbating in my bed. The two of us shared the same dorm room, so there was nowhere for me to hide when I realized he was wide awake, and most likely observed me masturbating to the point of fucking my pillow like it was human. The roommate went back to sleep without saying anything, which I did too. Next morning, aka yesterday, my roommate's bed was empty when I woke up, which was unusual because it was early and it was a weekend, and my roommate always sleeps late on the weekends. Based on what he witnessed, it was safe to assume he was avoiding me, and I didn't blame him. I wanted to avoid me too. I sent him a message to apologize for crossing the line and promised to keep my private time private. Roommate replied with a thumbs up emoji. I was also planning to apologize in person, but my roommate made sure he returned to our dorm room when it was too late for me to be awake. I woke up during the night and soon realized what interrupted my sleep. My roommate was on his knees next to his bed talking to no one. I asked him what he was doing and he said he was praying. Okay. I asked him if it was necessary for him to pray out loud because people were trying to sleep. He said it was necessary for him to pray for me because of what he saw me do the night before. What? Uh, one sec. I need to plug in my computer before. Where the hell is the plug? There it is. Okay, got it. I got it. Come on. Just let me plug in my laptop. Ooh, by the way, speaking of my laptop, I just want to say real quick. $3,000 for technology for passport is like a permanent thing. So they pay for my internet and my phone bill, so I don't have to pay for that anymore. I haven't had to pay for it for several years, like pretty much since COVID started. They were paying for all kinds of stuff. Like, they paid for books, they paid for sensory toys, including my stuffed animals. They paid for, like, laptops, they paid for my phone and internet, they would pay for streaming services. They don't pay for streaming services anymore, but they pay, they pay for, like, phone, internet, stuff that keeps you connected. So, I never have to worry about paying for another computer ever again because they'll pay for my laptop. If I need a new laptop, they'll pay for it. I don't have to worry about it. So that is a lot off my mind because getting a new laptop was really stressing me out. My first one lasted me like 7 years, which is pretty great. And this one I've had, I think, about 2 years. I think I bought it before I moved in. I think I bought it in. Actually, it's been longer than that. No, I bought it in the summer of 2021, I believe. I bought it during COVID. I know I did. So yeah, before I moved in here during COVID, I bought it. Okay. Anyway. He said it was necessary for him to pray for me because of what he saw me do the night before. I was about to apologize to his face, but he shushed me as politely as possible and continued praying. I struggled to go back to sleep because I wasn't able to stop listening to my roommate snitch on me to the big guy upstairs. He prayed to the OG to bless me with the following: discipline to control my urges instead of my urges controlling me. Protection against temptation, especially of the flesh. Satisfaction of the soul without the stains of sin. Discretion, lots and lots of discretion. Girlfriends who follow the values of 1 to 4. What the fuck? Roommate said amen and got into bed. I was too confused to comment, so I said nothing and focused on falling asleep. Woke up this morning and made sure I was gone before my roommate woke up. Not sure what to expect when I see him again, but I'm hoping that both of us can sleep in peace tonight. Okay. Today I fucked up my pillow. Update 2. February 24th, 2024. Okay. OP deleted, recovered with RA Reddit? Thanks mods for finding this. I recently showed up uninvited to my roommate's Christian youth group. It was my attempt at getting back at him for waking me up in the middle of the night to pray for my soul after he caught me fucking my pillow. In other words, I wanted to out-revenge my roommate since he used his religion to fuck with me. I decided to follow his lead and use his religion to fuck with him in return, hence my surprise appearance at the Christian youth group he regularly attended on campus. My game plan was to make everyone aware that my roommate convinced me to be there, and then behave like someone who clearly did not belong. I knew exactly what time the youth group started, thus prompting my first attack. Arriving late, I had to switch to stealth mode and tiptoe towards one of the empty seats in the circle of chairs because a group prayer session was in progress when I joined. From what I could tell, it was an opening prayer to bless the meeting or whatever. Everyone noticed the newcomer when the prayer was done and all eyes were open. As expressionless as my roommate was in general, I could see it on his face that he was struggling not to react when he saw me. The youth leader greeted me and asked if I was willing to introduce myself to the group. I said my name and then I explained that my roommate was the reason I came. The group seemed accepting of my presence and encouraged me to interact and be involved, but above all, appreciate the big guy in the sky. I made it clear to the group that my roommate was actually the only reason I came. I said I loved him and I loved being with him, especially inside him, but he loved being gay with God more than he loved being gay with me, so I was hoping he would realize how much I wanted him based on my willingness to worship the big guy with him. My roommate said the gayest thing he was guilty of doing was witnessing me have sex with my pillow. The youth leader used the uncomfortable silence that followed afterwards as an opportunity to remind the group of the three P's: prayer, praise, and peace. The group zeroed in on the second P and proceeded to sing and dance. I switched to stealth mode once again and disappeared during the closing prayer as discreetly as possible. My roommate confronted me on campus afterward and said that one of the girls in the youth group was his girlfriend, and based on what I said in the group, she wanted my roommate to tell her how gay he was on a scale of 1 to 10. I thought my roommate was joking until he said his girlfriend might break up with him because my words apparently put enough doubt in her mind to question his sexuality. Okay. I asked my roommate if he wanted me to talk to his girlfriend and set the record straight, but he said I did enough damage and asked me to avoid the Christian youth group because I was on their radar now for all the wrong reasons. I've been looking over my shoulder ever since. Too long didn't read. Infiltrated a Christian youth group in my attempt to pull off a revenge prank on my religious roommate by making it seem like my roommate and I had a gay relationship. But my plan backfired because my roommate's equally religious girlfriend believed me, and now she might end their relationship because of me and leaving my roommate heartbroken. Not only that, but the Christian youth group is apparently hunting me. Notable comments on the third and deleted post. Someone says, "This doesn't seem truthful," and then someone else says, "You are a total dick, even in your fantasies, grow up." Why do people think this isn't real? I don't get it. Okay. And then someone says no. Yep, just nope. Exactly. Well and succinctly put. Now I'm one of those people. Where the actual fuck is your flare from? I'm dying, XD. Oh, okay. The flare is I like my Smash players like I like my Santorum. What is Santorum? Okay, I don't know. Anyway, uh, I've gotten to where the ones with to where the one I've gotten to where with the ones marked with not safe for work or what have you. I head to the comments first. You have convinced me not to bother. Thank you for your service. Showing up at the group hardly counts as infiltration. The only infiltration being suffered here is on the part of the pillow. I was raised very Christian, and while I'm sure all Christian groups don't work like this, I can say that every group I've been a part of would have been over the moon that a heathen showed up. Conversion incoming, yay! Okay, sheesh. Nothing works like that. Yeah, okay. Uh, two things I want to say. One, my roommate was on his knees next to his bed. I seriously expected the roommate to be furiously masturbating as revenge. Same. Did not expect the Christian route. 2. Protection against temptation, especially of the flush. There was no flush, it was a pillow. Yeah, okay. I'm like pretty sure he was talking about the guy's own penis. But anyway, okay. Well, either way, it's great. Alright, we're done. You know what? I'm just gonna say goodbye for today. And I'll be back for another hour and a half or so. Probably tomorrow. Like I said, I gotta go buy some little bunnies. Stuffed bunnies, like plushies, not not living bunnies. Although, nah, I'm just kidding. I I I don't have a pet rabbit, but anyway, I'll see you guys again tomorrow or I don't know, another time. I'll see you guys whenever I see ya. Let's just say that. Hey friends, hopefully this will be the final chapter of this saga. Hopefully, once I move in with my mom, I'll be a lot more focused and able to just sit for several hours and make an entire video. Also, I'm kind of stressed out right now because I have to see my support worker more, so this is kind of like just trying to de-stress and just have a little Reddit time. It's like 10:15 at night. It's actually 10:18, but it's like a little after 10 is my point. And um anyway, so it's like a little after 10 at night, which normally I wouldn't be recording this late, but I kind of just want to and have to and I have to because of my stress level. So anyway, so I actually have a couple of updates from r/Meth Wars Guy first. Um, So first I'm gonna read this, which is from r/Slutty Confessions, and I might be just like, I don't know, covering up the more juicy stuff, the more like sexual stuff. I don't know. We'll see. It's from r/Slutty Confessions. Got my first RJ last night. It was gloriously sublime. Okay, this is the post people were talking about the last time. After a huge fight in a rough couple of weeks. Me, 33 male, and my girlfriend, 19 male, have been texting back and forth this last week, and I could tell her fire was rekindling. I met up with her at her place last night, surprised her with wine, flowers, and a poem and card. She absolutely loved it. She absolutely loved it, and I could tell she was ravenous after us not fornicating for the last month. When I'm telling you that she got freaky with it, well, mm. When I'm telling you that she got freaky with it, she got freaky with it. I wasn't expecting things to go this far, so I really should have properly prepped myself and also shaved, but she started going downtown, and then she went further downtown, if you know what I'm saying. The feeling of a tongue on my butthole was so foreign and sensational that I genuinely might have let out a moan or a gasp, but I never said stop. I didn't have to, because 20 seconds later I was finished. Thank the good Lord up above for making a woman's tongue so dexterous, because wowee do I want more of that. Okay, yeah, this is the post that people were talking about. For all the fellas that haven't tried that, who- that for all the fellas that haven't tried this, talk to your ladies tonight because it's genuinely wonderful. Not only that, it's the first action I've gotten in so long, and I just feel so much closer to my girlfriend now. Doing something freaky like this has really brought us closer than ever. I wasn't able to reciprocate because I had post-nut clarity, and I promised her next time I will take a Vyvanse, which is probably some like something that helps you get it up, like Valium I don't know. Wait, Valium isn't. Never mind. Okay, I don't know. She's got me feeling on top of the world right now, like I'm a sexy king. Can't believe it took me so long to discover such an idiosyncratic sensation of the human body, but by God's will, my eyes have been opened. Someone asked, "Why didn't you get your girlfriend off afterwards?" He couldn't do it because he had post-nut clarity. Yeah, but I wanted to explain what that means by what he means by that because it confuses me, lol. And then the OP responds, "I wasn't horny anymore because I busted, and I was a little disgusted with myself after, especially because she never fully apologized and I let her close to me again. I'll get her off next time though. They call me Magic Finger Mike." And then there's a deleted comment which I assume asks what the apology was for because the OP responds, "She didn't text me for like 2.5 weeks. That's apology worthy unless you're used to abusive relationships. What the fuck?" Okay, she didn't text you for 2.5 weeks because she broke up with you. Typically, once someone breaks up with someone, they stop texting them because there's no relationship left, not even friendship. And then we started texting again and fully reconnected, and now we're closer than ever. Yeah, but those 2.5 weeks were after the breakup. Regardless of when you started talking again, she doesn't owe you an apology no matter how long she didn't text, because she broke up with you. And then someone says, your post history is public. And then there's a deleted comment. Last month, he said she was 18. People gave him so much shit, said she was going to be 19 in a few months. Unless she happened to have a birthday between this short amount of time, he's just another liar. I'd rather not get banned for this. But things that didn't happen for 500, Alex. He's a 33-year-old that's getting shit for grooming. I'm over his BS. As much as it hurts to admit they broke up because of her 19th birthday, which had been mentioned as coming up in a bunch of prior posts. He has been talking to this girl since she was 13, so that seems weird to me. And if he's messing up the ages, that's sus. And then the OP replies, absolute complete lie. This has been admitted as a lie from Global Radio, and she later on said she was wrong about it. I met my girlfriend when she was 18. Moderate, please ban this guy for talking about pedophilia. It's disgusting. It's kind of hilarious how much jealousy you guys are projecting that I got on RJ, and your wives won't even kiss you on the lips, cuck. Okay, what the fuck? And then, where did Global Radio admit this was a lie? Stop muddying the lore with your lies. There wasn't any evidence of that. Okay. And then there's a deleted comment, and then the OP replies, buddy, I'm not sharing our texts over the last week, but she was and is my girlfriend. Just because we get in a fight doesn't mean we're just done with each other. You probably have been divorced 3+ times. Don't try to give me relationship advice. Okay, whatever. Wait. Okay. And then there's a deleted comment from a deleted user, probably the same user as the previous comment. I'm not hanging out, I'm making love. Second of all, if you've been dating her for 7 years and haven't put a ring on her finger, she's fucking someone else, dude. Trust me, I know. Dump her. And then there's the deleted comment from the deleted user again. Uh, no, because maybe she is loyal and doesn't treat people like garbage. Okay. So there was a couple of posts about the recycling, and this should be interesting. So we all agreed to split the house chores evenly, and we all agreed to split the house chores evenly, and roommate refuses to do the recycling. Okay. And then there was this picture of like a huge pile of there was all sorts of pizza boxes and bags from places there was a lot of 7-Eleven bags, chicken boxes, that you get fried chicken or chicken nuggets in or whatever, pizza boxes, all kinds of yeah, those are pizza boxes. All kinds of other stuff. There was liquor bottles. There was a bunch of shit. There's just a giant pile of crap. Okay, in case he deletes his picture, and then the OP reply, and then the OP posts here, in case he deletes his picture, Nathaniel has provided us with a picture of 1 week's worth of recycling that he's furious about because it's his roommate's job to take it out. Roommate apparently argued that he didn't take out all the recycling because it all belongs to Nathaniel. Nathaniel made sure to get a good picture of all the alcohol bottles, knowing there'll be bait from people wondering how he got through them all in a week. Yeah, there is a lot of liquor bottles. And then someone replies, even if that was 2 to 3 weeks, that's still an insane amount of liquor. That's 180 shots of hard alcohol and 4 of what seems to be 1 liter bottles of wine. Yeah, that's nuts. That's a lot. Why is there so much liquor? Blah blah. Okay, yeah. And that's only what we can see. There could be more bottles hidden in that pile of grossness. Probably. Do. Wait. I'm unclear. Is this the same roommate whose fish tank he cleaned, and cleaned is in quotation marks? Okay. Do. Sheesh. On another note, that carpet would drive me to drink too. Oh yeah, and the carpet is really ugly. But let's see. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, there's pictures, and then and then a text box he says, we rotate who does what each week, and it was my roommate's turn to take out the recycling last week. He refuses to do it because apparently it's basically all my mess. I guess I shouldn't take out the compost anymore because he's the only one who puts things in there. It's infuriating living with this man-child of a roommate. Jeez, dude. Okay. I mean, is this all yours? This is an absurd amount for 1 week, and you didn't break it down or organize this. It's not totally clear who the bad roommate is here. And then the OP who is Nathaniel himself responds, no, he was supposed to clean it last week. It's almost 2 weeks worth of stuff. I'm not a pig. All right. I mean, yeah, you should have just, done it. Also, why aren't you composting things? Is it because you don't eat stuff that goes in the compost? Or that should go in the compost, like, I don't know, fruit or vegetables or whatever? Or do you just, like, not compost your compost? Because one of the things I really hate about living here, I mean, besides the fact that my landlord hates me and wants me to go, is basically, that uh, I mean, this was this is not really a concern right now because it's not a priority, but like when I first moved in, I was kind of bummed that there was no compost. Like there's recycling and there's garbage and there's no compost, so I can't like compost my tissue or anything, which sucks because I use a lot of it. Yeah. Anyway, oof. And then the recycling chore saga continues, so hopefully this post is still up. Okay. And then, so in r/cleaning tips, the OP, Nathaniel says, roommate didn't clean up the recycling, and now there is a smelly, moist spot on the carpet, and there is a stench ruminating from it. And, there's, yeah, there's the same picture of all the recycling, and then there's, like, another picture of everything. Oh my god, there's a lot of Domino's boxes. I used to love Domino's. Domino's used to be my favorite until I had Papa John's, and now Papa John's is my favorite. Okay, me and my roommate rotate chores, and for some reason he decided to completely abandon doing the recycling last week. While I took it upon myself to finally clean his portion of the chore, I honestly don't want any praise either, and now there's a really smelly, moist spot on the carpet. It's semi-dried now, but the smell is nauseating, and I don't want it to still be here by the time my girlfriend shows up. Any advice on how to get a smell out of the carpet and then also dry it out? What chemicals do I use? She's coming over tomorrow and I got her wine and flowers. I don't think it's going to be as romantic with this stench. Please let me know as soon as possible. I have about 23 hours. Aroma is everything in romance and I need someone to tell me how to fix this. And then P.S. Yes, I understand that a carpet in the kitchen is not ideal at all. Trust me, I know. I don't love it for hygienic reasons, but I am renting and I'm not going to install new flooring on my own. Haha, sorry. Just had to mention that because I know people will suggest not having carpet in the kitchen. Double PS, yes, I know my roommate should be doing his job and cleaning it up, but we're past that now. Bless his soul, he's a uni student, so I shouldn't expect him to act like a sensible roommate, but I'm not worried about that. This is cleaning tips, not r/bad roommates or something like that. Even though he previously posted on r/bad roommates, that was where the previous post was from, or something like that. Haha, please give me cleaning advice. No tips on the cleaning, but pizza boxes aren't recyclable, at least if they have any sort of food contamination or grease on them. If the top stays totally clean, you can tear off and recycle that part, but the soiled parts will likely only contaminate all your recycling, so none of it gets recycled. This goes for any food contamination on your recyclables. Cans need to be rinsed and such. And then the OP responds, please read my other comment as I kindly explained Canada's elite recycling system. That's not how it works even in Canada. You're wrong and Google is free child. And then another response that says you're wrong. Because he is wrong. Most services don't want greasy cardboard. Throw those pizza boxes in the trash unless they're clean. Canadian recycling services are actually really good, and we're supposed to put our cardboard in the recycling, not in the trash. It's too complicated a system to explain, but cardboard and paper can be recycled over here. LOL, we recycle these too, but if they're grease cakes, they tell us nah. I was trying to figure out your locality, but I forgot Canada existed. How did you forget Canada existed? Where are you from? Hyperbole, the Wang of North America. Cardboard is recyclable, contaminated cardboard is not. Okay, for some reason he decided to completely abandon the recycling last week. Honestly, if I had a roommate that made the majority of that mess by themselves, all by themselves within a week, I wouldn't want to clean that up either. Oh my god, she's back. So, this is a comment from the woman who he messaged about buying a horse in a previous post. And if you guys want to see that, it's all in my previous Saga of Nathaniel video. Yes, it's 4 hours long, but it took me forever to get that done. Spritz the spot with white vinegar, let that dry, then sprinkle the carpet with baking soda and leave it overnight. Then vacuum up the baking soda in the morning. Don't sprinkle the baking soda while it's wet with the vinegar. It will cause a chemical reaction. And then someone responds to that, how kind to help your arch nemesis with this stain problem. That's hilarious. I dab up what I can with a towel and then pour some white vinegar or apple cider if you have it on hand. And then let it sit for like an hour. Dab that up. You can step on it, not just dab. Then pour water and dab until the scent goes away a bit. If you have a wet vacuum, do that. Maybe see if you can go to the store and get one. Often pet carpet cleaners work great and are cheap. White vinegar is a good deodorizer and likely won't cause a chemical reaction. Diluted Dawn dish soap is good too, but I think just vinegar first. At least it should stink less. And open a window using periods instead of comments because I'm immobile. Good luck. Wait, using periods instead of comments? What? It doesn't make any sense. Okay, and then the OP responds, will pouring white vinegar or apple cider on it make it smell worse and stay damp? The moistness smells like it's a mix of sauce and moldy fruit or chicken. Hard to tell. The dabbing with a dry towel will solve the dampness. A fan could help. With an open window, but yeah, sometimes more damp to get rid of stank is needed. Okay. And then the same dude says, oh gosh, I just realized I meant apple cider vinegar. Good luck. That's a lot of pizza. Make him pay for a cleaner. And then someone responds, it's all OP's mess. This gets better. And then the OP says, agreed, he sucks, but how do I clean up the mess? No one said he sucks. They specifically said you suck. You should try acting like an adult. You are emotionally immature as you have shown. As such, clean up your own mess, stop blaming others, stop seeking external validation from strangers, stop whining, I'll reiterate, stop whining about everything and act like a functioning adult. Your emotional maturity should not reflect the ages of those you live with. Grow up. Stop whining about everything. Stop whining about everything and actually become the person you claim to be in your profile message. And then someone says, "I think you should pay a professional cleaner $100 to come take care of it and make him pay the bill. If you clean it, you don't get to complain when he does it again." And then someone responds, "OP admitted in his last post about this it was all his mess. He's also a meth head who is 33 years old dating a 19-year-old. He's a total piece of shit, and I don't blame his roommate for not wanting to clean up after him." And then someone says, "We should," and then the original guy says, "We should DM his roommate, LMAO." This is high level trolling. And then the OP responds, "No, it isn't. Please actually give me some useful advice, people." Okay. And then someone posts the link to the bad roommates post, sharing some additional context on this. All right. So, all right. So the recycling chore, and now we're on the original post, which was an r/meth voice guy. The recycling chore saga continues. Oh, and then his holier. Oh, and they also added in the text area, his holier than thou. Please don't praise me, even though I deserve it. Gives me the ick. But like a car crash, I can't look away. Lol. Not the point, but recycling shouldn't smell. If it does, you aren't removing enough food for it to be recyclable and may end up in a landfill. Cardboard especially should be dry and have any food used cut away. If your cardboard recycling smells of food, let alone reeks, it's trash. Long story short, that's trash now. So, Nathaniel wants credit for putting smelly trash in the recycling. And then someone responds, between his roommate post and this cleaning post, a few people have tried notifying him of this, but he just keeps insisting that commoners don't understand Canada's superior recycling system. Yeah, alright. And then there's and then they shared a screenshot of the comment from OP that says, I don't know where you're from, but Canada has an intricate recycling system, and we are one of the most environmentally friendly countries on the planet. A little bit of food grease isn't going to stop us from saving the earth. Not surprised Nathaniel won't listen to reason. Hmm. Alright. Oh my gosh. Okay, so there's one last post from r/meth horse guy, and then I'm gonna read a couple posts from r/bestOfRedditorUpdates. So if this one isn't about Nathaniel directly or posted by Nathaniel originally, uh, if the 19-year-old ever wises up, I believe I found a match for a fearless leader. Post history is a roller coaster from picking on poor college interns at work to being mad at a child over Easter eggs. Okay. And then, so r/true off my chest. This person says, I might get fired for my alleged inappropriate behavior toward colleagues and interns. Alright. My former coworker quit their job a while ago because of me constantly reporting them to HR for having bad hygiene and body odor. My manager had a meeting with me because they think I have a negative attitude in the workforce. This wasn't the first incident, allegedly. I was open and honest with my interns that worked with me, and I had to give constructive criticism after the end of every term, and I got in trouble for doing my job. I mentioned that the interns' clothes were not appropriate for the workplace and that they need to work on their appearance since I believed it was not professional. They had scruffy hair that looks like it was never brushed, their teeth were yellow, and they wore dirty clothes with stains. They would go on their phone all day and use mental health and not being able to focus, and being unable to focus as an excuse to not work. They would stare out of the window or play games on the computer at high volume. Eventually, I had enough and decided to call them out on their behavior firmly in a review meeting, which led to them crying on the spot and making excuses for themselves. I'm sorry, but I won't sugarcoat them just because they are a college intern. I don't know how to describe it, but there is a college that has an internship program for people that do work experience in different workplaces each term. I do not understand the concept of it, and it still confuses me since I don't know if they're a student or an intern, but I was told that I was being too harsh on them. Why did they bother organizing these review meetings if you're not allowed to give your honest opinion or feedback? I was given a lecture on being sensitive towards students and interns, which I found useless, so I mentioned how there was no point in having those meetings if interns cannot take basic criticism. I was told this was not my first incident with not being able to interact with colleagues appropriately, since I also made another coworker quit in tears after I commented on their smell. I explained that their smell was distracting me and that it was distracting me from working. What was I supposed to do if I was allowed to swap desks? More incidents occurred where I policed what people put in microwaves and got into an argument with a colleague for putting a fish curry in the microwave, and I was lecturing them for making the kitchen smell. I didn't do anything wrong. I don't like coworkers who put fish or other food in microwaves that stink out the room. The last incident was that I was snapped at another student intern for was that I snapped at another student intern for leaving dirty mugs on the desk at the weekends, which they left me to clean up. I was very annoyed that I had to help out students and interns, but I had to do it in exchange for a promotion and extra pay. I was told that my behavior was unacceptable and that I was dismissed. Before I went home, I was told not to return to work until they said I can come back. I'm not even allowed to have opinions without getting in trouble or giving feedback because it hurts their feelings. Okay. So first, before I read the comments, I just have to say I don't agree with unpaid internships. I think that's absolutely messed up. It's kind of like slave labor. I mean, that might be saying a little much, but you know what? That's just my opinion. All right, let's read the comments. It sounds like you're seen as a judgmental shitster who hasn't figured out how to socialize effectively within a professional environment, and the quality and the impact of your work isn't worth the inconvenience of your behavior or you being a major contributor to a toxic work environment. Womp womp. And then someone responds to that. Check out the post history. It's Pam, the homewrecker. Oh my gosh, I have to see more of this person's profile. I'm really curious. Okay, yeah. Holy cow. Ooh. Wait, there's a Snickers high protein bar? That exists? That's a thing? Why can't they do that with all candy bars? Then I can eat. Oh, what? Oh. It's r/chocolate. And she says, I got a Snickers high protein bar. Apparently, those exist without me knowing about them. But, like, do they have protein bars for all chocolate? Because that should be a regular thing. I don't know. Okay, not interesting. Okay. Hmm. Boop boop. Hmm. Okay, she posted on r/grave support. I'm not gonna read this stuff. Okay, I'm not gonna read this couple of posts because it's extremely personal and it's like I just don't want to get into that. Like it's all about a miscarriage, so I'm not gonna get into this. I'm not gonna get into this. It's a lot. Oh my gosh. Oof. Ugh. Okay. Yeah. Ugh. Wow. Dude, that's so sad. Okay. Yeah. Do, do, okay. Yeah, there was another post titled, I can't work anymore without getting in trouble for doing my job, and feeling uncomfortable, so I want to report my workplace for unfair dismissal. Okay. Where is the home wrecker part? Because there's just a bunch of pictures of sweet corn. Oh my gosh. Okay, and then in r/casual conversation, she posts, my partner's kids ruined Easter, and I don't know if I should take her with me to my parents this weekend. Okay, I think this has something to do with the Easter eggs another user mentioned in the first post. Will I be the asshole if I take my boyfriend's daughter with me to my parents for Easter? Okay. Blah blah. My boyfriend's daughter ruined my Easter party. Jeez. Okay. OOP thinks it's okay to make accounts posting as dead babies just because OOP got bullied by the late baby's dad. Oof. Well, that's upsetting. Okay. Am I the okay? Okay, that's kind of all right. So r/slash am I the devil? OOP cares more about missing school. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's just read this really quickly because I have to know. This isn't from her, by the way. She reposted a story from another user on that was originally from r/slash am I the asshole, and then posted it on r/slash the devil, r/slash am I the devil under her username. Like, I hope that makes enough sense. Am I the asshole for not wanting my daughter to miss school for a time flexible vacation? My daughter Ella, oh, and this one's marked as you're the asshole. My daughter Ella is a freshman in high school. Every year of her life, she and her father have taken a trip to the city where their favorite baseball team plays to see the first game of the year. He insists on it, so I've never put my foot down about it, even though I've never really been a fan of the trips. This year, I don't think it would be worth the school time she'd have to miss. 3 days. I told her father that and suggested they go to a game over spring break, even offered to let her go to 2 games if they go over spring break. He doesn't want to stop this tradition, but I think it's time that she prioritizes school over a baseball team, especially now that she's in high school. He's upset with me and is saying I should have voiced my complaints earlier because they already have tickets and it's too late now for him to do anything. I think he should sell them and buy new tickets for a different game, but he's refusing. Will I be the asshole if I don't let them go? Uh, all right, let's read a few comments. You're the asshole. Sometimes traditions with family are more important than a couple of hours of school. In the grand scheme of things, missing a couple of days, even in high school, will not affect anything, unless she was potentially borderline in an important class. But memories with her dad are massively important. What you're doing now is creating a situation where, instead of thinking about the happy tradition she has, she'll be thinking about the time her mom wrecked a plan because she thought she knew better. Something could happen to her or her dad tomorrow. The important thing is there are special moments. There are special moments to hold on to that will give them comfort and happiness. Stop thinking you know better because you're her mom. You sound like you're jealous because you don't have that same kind of tradition. Okay. Uh, alright. I think I'll just. We might read more comments later, but I really have to go back to. Oh my gosh. Am I the devil? She made another post on r/slash am I the devil about stalking and recreating strangers, and this was originally posted in r/slash confessions. Okay, I recreated random strangers, classmates, and their families on The Sims. I created my old classmates, their siblings, parents, aunties, uncles, cousins, and grandchildren on The Sims. I even search up strangers online in my local town and create them and their families too. I even created my brother's teacher on The Sims, and the teacher's spouse, and the teacher's kids. I brought my town to life with real people in it, from teachers to old classmates' families to the classmates' parents, family, and friends as well, and I even create my classmates' relatives that live abroad as well. I even recreated the ones whose addresses I know on The Sims as well. Oof. Okay. And then someone replies to that. Imagine you're just living a normal life only to find out a complete stranger online has created you, your whole bloodline, and your friends and heir family and friend, and the family and friends in The Sims, or someone in your class stalks and recreates your whole family in a game. And then They just and then the OP just responds, "LOL." Is this your alt, Pam? And are you serious? And are you seriously commenting on this account from your other account? You're the only one who says bot spelled BAUGHT instead of spelling it the correct way, lol. And by the way, it's brought in this case. And then the lady Pam responds, "It's creepy." And then someone responds to that, "You're creepy, you home-wrecking bitch. You literally chose to break up a family, you disgusting cow." Oof. Ugh. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah. Alright. And there's like a lot of. Okay, I'm like really curious to see where the home-wrecking stuff is. There's some blended family stuff. And more posts r/ am I the devil? Am I the asshole? Am I the butt face? Blah blah blah, stuff like that. OOP blames her brother for an affair. Okay, that's from r/ am I the devil. Oof. What's this? Okay. Uh, r/unpopular opinion she posted here. Tracy Beaker is a narcissist. Who the frick is Tracy Beaker? Hang on. Is that like a character or I'm gonna find out. I'm about to find out. Alright. Tracy. Ugh. Tracy Beaker. Okay. Oh, it's like wait. Okay. So apparently she's in a TV show that was adapted from a book by Jacqueline Wilson. Oh my god, I love her. I mean, I love Jacqueline Wilson. I mean, I love Tracy Beaker too, but Jacqueline Wilson wrote a lot of books that were important to my childhood. Okay. So yeah, she's just like a character in a TV show. Hmm. Alright. There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Oof, okay. Do, 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 do. Oh my gosh. Okay. I don't know, like, how to. Okay. Alright, I can't find the homewrecking stuff, but yeah, maybe she just. Alright, so now we're just back at the original place where we started, which is r/meth horse guy from the post that led me to Pam's posts. Like, yeah, I know. I know it's confusing. I'm like jumping around a lot to a lot of different places. I think Pam should do what she does best for Nathaniel and his 19-year-old girlfriend, homewreck the relationship. All right. Mm. All right. Okay, we're gonna read one or two best of rare update stories before. All right. So we're gonna start with this one. There's a lot of trigger warnings. Okay, am I the asshole for ditching the surprise birthday party that my parents threw for me? And this one is from r/ best of Redditor updates, although it was originally posted to r/ am I the asshole and r/ am I wrong. Trigger warnings: infidelity, emotional abuse and manipulation, body shaming, exploitation, coercion. Original post from November 23rd, 2023. I, 19 male, have dated Emily, 18 female, for 3 years. Her dad is not just my parents' boss, but also their best friend. She is basically the daughter my mom never had, always complimenting my mom's cooking and coming over for cooking lessons and coming over for cooking lessons since she was only 10. Emily and I broke up after she cheated on me, but she has asked me to give her a second chance. My mom asked me to think about it, and my dad also said he wants to see us end up together, but every time they brought her up, I said no. 3 days ago, they threw a surprise party with about 10 people there. I say it's a surprise since normally they just give me some cash and tell me to buy a new book from the bookstore. No parties. Would have went all right had it not been for the fact that they invited Emily over. It was very awkward with me giving a tense smile and saying a very strained hello. I had lunch with everyone. Then she sat next to me on the couch and placed one of her hands on my thigh. At that point, I panicked. I was startled and I told everyone, "Thanks for coming, but I have to go now." I went to a bookstore and didn't go home until 2 hours later. My mom was very upset with me and said that I should have been a better host than to just leave before our guests. She is still very annoyed at me for my impropriety today. Verdict, not the asshole. Top comments. Not the asshole. They set you up, so of course they thought what they did was fine. And you were in the wrong for not going along with it. Fact is, they put you in a terrible position. They deliberately made it so you'd feel obligated to stay and be polite when your real desire would be to leave. They wanted to pressure you to get back with your ex, using the whole situation for that purpose. You endured as much as you could, and then your ex pushed things further by putting her hand on your leg. You did well not to leave straight from the start when you saw her, and I wouldn't blame you if you had. Tell your parents and any other flying monkey that they know as well as you do that you were set up, and you did nothing wrong by leaving when you did. You don't owe them making up with your cheating ex just to be polite. And then someone else says, "Not the asshole, this was not a party for you, but an event for your parents to get you and Emily in the same room. Your parents have firmly violated your boundaries in favor of Emily." And then there's an update post a few months later. Am I wrong for calling my dad a pimp for what he said when he was drunk? March 5th, 2024. I, 19 male, was in a serious relationship with Emily, 18 female. Her dad is both my dad's friend and boss. We were together for 3 years before she cheated on me. Each time she asked me to take her back, I told her no. Last night, my dad came home drunk from an office party. He said that Emily's dad promised him a promotion and big pay raise if I get back together with Emily. Then he told me to just close my eyes and think of England before laughing at what he said. I told him, "Sure, pimp." He was too drunk to get mad at me. Mom was sober, though, and quickly shooed me out for that. She said I shouldn't judge him based on what he said when he's drunk, and that alcohol makes people say ridiculous things, that there was a good chance it's all in his head. It's morning now, but he hasn't woken up yet. Am I the asshole? Update, he woke up. I asked him and he said he was serious. His boss did make him that offer, and he expects me to go along. He told me to try and forget what she did and just keep her happy. Top comment. Not the asshole. It's not the most respectful thing to say to your dad, but then again, a dad telling his son he needs to be with this girl for career advancement is very medieval of him. Even if drunk, that's pretty low. Treating your child's relationship as your stepping stone to success. And then there's an update. March 23rd, 2024. I made a deal with my dad. I told him I'll get back together with my ex if he allows me to adopt a dog, and my dad said yes. So I have a Labrador now. All I have to do is put up with Emily and nod along when she justifies her cheating by saying that she only did it because I'm too small down there. Oof, that's messed up. She's mean. She's just like a mean person. Whatever, I guess. Ugh, gross. And someone says, Emily deserves to know that Daddy bought her a boyfriend. I'd be surprised if she could hold her head up in public if that became known to all her social circles. The dog is just icing on the cake. Oof. I mean, yeah, you might as well get a dog out of it if your dad is gonna be like, "Oh, you have to get together with this girl because it'll help me in my career and money and blah blah blah." And you'd be like, "Okay, well, I might as well get a dog out of this if I have to deal with my asshole ex-girlfriend." If I have to deal with my asshole ex-girlfriend. I mean, yeah, not gonna lie, I'd probably try and do the same thing. Like, my mom would never do anything like that, but if she was like, hey, get back together with your ex-boyfriend because, you it'll help me at work or whatever, then I would just be like, okay, fine, but you have to let me adopt as many reptiles as I want and tarantulas and not say anything. Although, it doesn't matter now because I live alone and I can get as many animals as I want. Mm. Alright, anyway. Okay, so this is kind of a weird title. Boyfriend 35 male thinks my writing 28 female is dangerous. Writing? Okay, the OP is someone else, blah blah blah. Okay. Warning, trigger warning, verbal abuse, controlling behavior, and abuse. Original post March 26th, 2023. So, like a year ago. I'll try to keep this as short as possible, but first I have to explain. My boyfriend of 2 years is was the most gentle man I had ever met. I had just left an abusive relationship and he was really understanding. He held me when I'd cry. He took me on lots of lovely dinner dates. We took loving photos together. He was the perfect package. Like, what the fuck, finally? Looking back, I stupidly didn't see the signs. In the very, very beginning, he asked me for my financial information because he was worried that I was financially irresponsible. I guess over time I tried to prove myself to him and it was never enough. Last week, I shared with him that I signed up for a writing workshop. We were at home, and I casually asked him to help with dinner. He completely blew his lid and started screaming at me. Among hopeful things he said, I was pissing money away, and that my course could be dangerous. I left, and we barely spoken. I need advice. This isn't about writing, I guess. He used to be super supportive, and now he's not. Lately, I've been asking more of him to help with the dog, to help with groceries, to help with cooking. Relevant comments. Why would he say that he doesn't have feelings for you? Why would he be in a relationship with you in that case? What exactly is his issue with the writing workshop? What would you say is the thought behind of why you call crying when he doesn't respond? And then OOP says, I have no idea. I used to become quite upset. Now I think he has his own issues. I think I'm starting to see the light. And he doesn't like the workshop because he wants me at home to cook more. That's why the argument started. It used to bother me when I couldn't get a hold of him. He had so many rules, such as I had to text and ask permission before calling. I was frustrated. I think I was really lonely. Not so much anymore. He wants you home to cook more? And then OOP responds, Yes, but he has more and more rules. He wants me home to cook when he wants me to, not because I've invited him over. I can't cook past 7:30 p.m. He does not cook because he had a maid growing up. He sees grocery shopping as beneath him. He swings wildly between I need to save money and let's splurge. It's actual insanity now that I've typed it out. And then there's an update August 2nd, 2023. Hi Reddit. 5 months ago, I posted about my boyfriend here, relationship advice, and then there's a link to the original post. It's pretty hard to return and read some of the comments that I had been making. It was such a dark time, and I had normalized all of the shitty things that he was doing. To give an update, shortly after I posted about my boyfriend, my dog and I were in a small accident, and I was really worried about her. I reached out to my boyfriend, who said, "We all have to die someday," and that my dog had lived a good life. What the fuck? I think that that was a wake up call that I was dealing with someone who did not have any empathy or sympathy. I just couldn't do it anymore. Normally, I would have cried, sobbed, or begged for attention, but I think that was my breaking point. Luckily, I'd been strategic about asking for my keys a few weeks prior to that, so I was able to slowly fade away. It was very calm and non-dramatic. He still shows up at my gym and places I frequent, but I've been laying low and spending more time with friends. The good news is that I've joined another writing workshop, and my work has been doing well, as well as all my friendships, and I've also lost a little weight. I'm much less stressed and much happier. For someone who continually tore me down, it's hilarious that my ex was let go from his job. He's been unemployed and living with his mom. My dog and I are doing great. I'm casually seeing someone else, a writer, if you can imagine, and focusing on myself. Thanks again, Reddit. Okay. And then October 17th, 2023. Boyfriend, 38 male, says I have attachments to bad things, 28 female. Hi Reddit, again. I've been seeing someone pretty casually for about 3 to 4 months. I'll call him Ben. Ben knows I've just left a bad relationship and he's been super patient for the most part. Ben is a huge writer and we really bonded over our love of writing. He encouraged me to keep writing and at first I felt really supported. I sent him some of my older pieces that weren't too emotional. With time, I started writing about things that were happening in my life. I recently wrote a piece about another man. I told Ben that the man was bothering me and low-key harassing me. The piece mostly talks about how the man kept calling me, giving me weird pet names, and how I couldn't escape it because of the situation. There was absolutely no attraction to this man at all. So Ben read it, and instead of his usual encouraging words, he said that it sounds like I'm attracted to the guy. He said because I spoke about the man's body that I must be attracted to him. He said, you have an attachment to him, even if it's a bad thing. He said the piece sounds like I'm talking about a crush. I'm so confused. We agreed to disagree, I guess, and now I know I have to be more private about my writing. Was I wrong to send that? Final update, March 24th, 2024. Okay. Hey Reddit, mods, I hope this is okay. I wanted to give a final update because this community helped me so much. I was in an abusive relationship and in a really bad place. I turned to Reddit and you all validated and helped me. You can see my posts here and here. 8 months ago, I left my ex who was becoming controlling over my poetry. Yes, my poetry. At that time, I was just starting to write, and he would literally stand behind me and watch everything that I was submitting. I jumped out of that relationship and started dating a writer, because what could be better than that? Except the person I was dating also had issues with my poetry. He accused me of writing about past lovers in my poems, which wasn't true at all. As with many folks leaving an abusive relationship, I found myself in another one. Anyway, the good news is that I finally left the toxic relationship. I threw myself into my writing over the last 5 months and wrote more than I ever have. I've never worked so hard in my life. Reddit, you won't believe it. I managed to publish my poetry, take part in an art show, hosted 2 workshops with other poets, and I also used my writing as a service for business owners, and now I have clients. There are so many wonderful gifts, talents, and layers to myself that I am discovering. I've made so many wonderful friends over the last 8 months. Sometimes I have to pinch myself because I will attend an event or class or whatever and meet a new sister. I've really become my happy, beautiful, and bubbly self. When I was in my relationship, I couldn't write because I was constantly trying to make my boyfriend happy. First, I wasn't making enough money, then I wasn't educated enough, then I wasn't cooking the right meals, on and on and on. For 2 years, I catered to that man. It was never enough for him. So I wanted to say thank you. And for anyone else who is struggling in a relationship and not feeling good enough, I hope you know there is a much happier world on the other side. Is this a happy update? Thanks, Reddit. Oh, that's awesome. This is a happy update in my book. It's so good to hear after 3 men like this she is doing well and is safe and happy. I hope if OOP decides to have another relationship, it's with someone she can find to be a supportive and healthy partner. Edit, missed the mention in the first line. 3, not 2 abusive relationships. I hope if OOP decides to have another relationship, it's with someone she can find to be a supportive and healthy partner. 3 abusive relationships in a row, actually. I just hope OP sees a therapist before getting into a new relationship. Maybe a support group as well. Sadly, far too many people are lost to that cycle of abuse, and I desperately want OP to finally be in a healthy relationship. She says in a comment on the first post that she was in therapy. I hope she has a better one now, or I hope she has a better one now, or that she had just started. She will think so, till it turns out she picked the same kind of guy again. She either needs to try blind dating or start dating women. Actually, jokes aside, I wonder if the odds of finding horrible people increase exponentially as we age, because anyone halfway decent gets snapped up into long-term relationships. Alright, that was fun. Um, I think I'm trying to figure out if I want to or I want to read another story for right now. I think I should stop. I'm getting hungry and I have to go figure out what I'm gonna do about food because I ate all my ready-made food. Uh, so I gotta make some food at 11 o'clock at night. It's late. It's really late. I think this might just be the last of it. I know I was hoping to make this video a little longer, like at least another 45 minutes or so, but honestly, I think I just want to finish this video and then be done with it and then move on to the next thing. because I have other stuff that I want to do, and my mom's gonna be away in July, so I'm planning some big projects for then. Like, there's a couple that I'm planning. Um, and I also want to talk about what I'm doing for my next project really quickly. So I was gonna do this during the summer, but now it looks like I'm gonna be living with my mom at least until the end of July, until she gets back from her trip. So I'll probably be, if I don't have subsidized housing by that point, I'm gonna talk to her. So, I will be doing that, but hopefully I'm gonna have subsidized housing by that point. Like, it's still a few months away. It's still May, June, July. Yeah, it's still like 3 months away, so hopefully I'll have subsidized housing by then. But, it's like, hopefully I'll have subsidized housing by then. Regardless of that, I am going to be doing Rocket to Insanity, and I'm gonna start that sometime in the next couple of days. Probably Tuesday or Wednesday. I have to see my support worker tomorrow because this house needs to get cleaned desperately. I'm not looking forward to it, but I'll worry more about talking to you guys about all the stuff with my support worker later, and then, um, but, and then I'm going to the movies later. I just have to make sure that I don't look at the eclipse so that I don't, like, damage my eyesight irreparably. And I'm gonna be starting the Rocket to Insanity project, which is, Rocket to Insanity is like this series, and I thought it was just one book, but someone actually uploaded the entire series, so I really want to read it now. So I'm gonna be doing that before I move out because it's gonna be it. I'm not sure how living with my mom for a couple of months is gonna affect my schedule, but I'm moving in May, and then we're gonna be discussing further steps in when I see you again. But regardless of anything, I love each and every one of you guys. Please don't forget to always be yourself. You are valid. Don't forget to be good to yourself and to others. And I will see all you guys in the next video soon, which will be probably Tuesday. Bye.